coming your way. And this morning we shall be looking at the current state of play as far as politics is concerned. Referendum remains a big debate in this country, and of course we know people are toing and froing on both sides of the divide as far as the Punguza Mizigo is concerned and the BBI. And we shall be looking at that. So many things happening in between. And our panelists also, they will be joining us much later in the course of the program. You can see already Richard Onyonka is walking in late. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Today, I beat you to the punch as far as coming to the studio is concerned.
Yes, it's because I take a little bit while to...
I need to come closer to you so that you can speak to my mic.
Yeah, I had to take a little bit of some time to dress up and look like you.
Dress up? Oh, okay. I take that long. let me come over and mic you. So we have a lot lined up for you today, and of course we shall be discussing the referendum debate. A lot has been happening on that particular front. We want to know also what is your peak as far as that is concerned. The Division of Revenue bill.
Yes.
That also is a contentious bill because they were seeking an advisory opinion from the Attorney General. He's given his, and he's saying this is solely depending, or it will be actually squarely on the National Assembly. But they're saying, no, we're actually on recess right now, and we are not in a hurry.
Yeah, and Dibal, I can tell you the truth. Members of Parliament are not going to give governors money.
They're not giving governors money?
No.
Why?
I mean...
But you guys, you cannot see the current stalemate that we're in.
There is no stalemate.
What do you mean there is no stalemate? People have not been paid in the counties right now.
Very simple arithmetic. How much money do the governors want? 300 and?
300 and, is it 16?
330 something.
35
billion. The Parliament has given, and the National Assembly has given them, okay, let me say, members of Parliament, and I sit in the Budget Committee, we have given 316. The President has said we have no money, and I'll explain to you why we have no money. Guess what? 316 minus 325 or 330,
yes.
The difference is about 14 billion.
Yes.
14 billion divide by...
Have you seen?
Divide by 47 counties. Every county is going to get something like 120 million. The salaries that are being used, the amount of money that is being paid to members of the who are working within the county governments is much more than the 100 or 80 billion.
But either way, there is a stalemate still either way. Right? Awan Manyora is walking in late as well.
They're not getting money.
But in the meantime, what should I be serving you? Some tea, coffee? How are you, sir?
Black coffee. I have to stand up when I'm saying hello to this great man. I saw your comment the other day. I highly respect you for that.
Which comment was this?
He was saying about the problem with our youth.
Oh, he really got past that Friday.
Oh, it's the most honest interpretation of our future. We are creating and breeding children who are gamblers. We are breeding and creating children who basically watch football. It's the biggest thing that ever throughout.
So you want to say they are zombies?
No, let's not call them zombies.
Actually, for me, I saw Professor saying we must do something to fix that.
Yes.
Especially gambling.
Yes.
But they were not really happy, especially with the Premier League. You should not touch the Premier League.
Yeah. You see, I mean, the biggest thing that ever lived was football. How can that be?
So
during my days, Dibal, the biggest thing that ever lived is when which book Wallace Yinka had written, Chinua Achebe, Maina Mwangi.
Really?
Yes, those were the things we used to fight about.
So, but you know, by then you didn't have TVs.
Of course, it was only black and white.
Yeah, black and white, and KBC was starting at 4. So, and there was no Premier League.
The only music was Michael Jackson, but it ended there.
And the only football was you had was football made in Germany.
Let children watch good things. Let them watch even football, young men. But let it not become the craze it is.
Yeah. Good to see you, Prof.
Which is a premier preoccupation. We can't build a country like that.
Fantastic. Yes. So, Prof, I was just highlighting on what we will be discussing this morning. Division of Revenue Bill. The Attorney General has given his advisory opinion as, you know, the way forward. He says this lies squarely with the National Assembly. They're the people who actually can break this stalemate. But it seems we can't break this good and not cut it because they are on recess until the 9th. So, should we be held at ransom?
Prof, because no money members of Parliament are giving governors. Let them just know.
Yeah.
We'll go for arbitration.
Yes.
We will discuss that arbitration.
Yes.
Then we will again disagree.
Yes.
And we'll go back to the drawing board.
No, you see what happens in situations like this. Give money to counties for now. Let's discuss other things later. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, where it has gotten, I would advise the President of the Republic. Are we live?
Yeah, well, we're
Yes,
live.
we are live. We are live.
Aha, I didn't know that.
You didn't know actually you're live on TV right now.
I was trying to wink at you.
God, it's good. I didn't. But old men never say anything bad, you know. Yeah, okay. Let me tell you this.
So in the meantime, what would you care for? Coffee?
Black tea.
Black tea.
Yes.
Okay. And what would you care for?
Black coffee.
Black coffee.
coffee.
Welcome to my kiosk.
Thank you.
So what we are saying, Richard, is
Yes.
this.
Yes.
I advise the president
Yes.
to give counties the 335 they want for today. There is so much money in the budget that you can move, honestly. There are a lot of bad things in that, useless things in that budget. What we are saying is move some of those things, give the counties the 335,
Yes.
but going forward, let's chart a reasonable, serious way of doing things.
In that case,
Future.
In that case, I may
But for
agree
now,
with you.
give them 335.
The problem that you
335.
have.
Yes, give them.
The problem that you have.
Yes.
The difference between the 316
Yes.
and 335
How much money is that, honestly?
is 20 billion.
What is that?
No, you know, let me tell you.
What is that,
truth.
honestly?
The
In a
truth
budget of 3
is- the
trillion?
truth is this. The truth is this. Tell me where we get the money.
If you give me that budget here today, I will flag out 100 billion that is just wasted.
By
Honestly.
the way, you are right.
100. So what is 20?
Yeah,
I'm not an
how much
accountant.
money was wasted in
I'm not an accountant. I'm not anything. But
the Kajiado Bash.
My colleagues were traveling with to America.
Yes, and
Yeah,
the
we are
ones the
wasting
colleagues are
money
trying.
and,
Yes.
give counties 335
Why are you saying there's no
billion,
money?
But going forward, and this blame, you know where it belongs? Squarely with the Supreme Court.
How many?
That interpretation, that advisory, in my view, I'm a layman, I'm not a lawyer, but it's completely misplaced.
How
It
many
is not.
spoons for
It doesn't.
sugar?
It doesn't look at the.
Prof, let me
Only
help
one,
you.
one,
Prof, the reason why the Supreme Court doesn't want to touch that thing,
Yes.
immediately they make a ruling on us,
Yes.
we will refuse to give them money.
No, they don't even. No, the first mistake they made was to the advisor that said Senate ought to be involved.
Yes.
That was utterly wrong.
True.
It was
I agree with
misplaced.
you.
It is not true.
It's a money bill.
And that's where you
The
are
Senate
now.
has nothing to do with the money bill.
But also the Attorney General has given a comment on that
What does he
as far
say?
as the Senate is concerned. I'll give you much much later in the
Okay,
course of
fine,
the program.
fine.
Right, but of course we want to fly with the program. We thank you so much. I know there is you haven't even commented on the Punguza Mizigo and the referendum debate,
Yeah, yeah.
which is holding up as well. And it seems also yesterday that the ODM must take a special umbrage, special on the headlines that we had. They're saying it is misleading.
Which one?
the one
I'll
is saying
actually show you.
Baba is not running.
Yeah, Baba used to be running. Yeah, he's supposed to be running.
Baba is not running. Baba said, why are you forcing him? Baba says he's not running.
Baba is
Baba.
running.
Baba is running. Let's leave it at that. Right, let's see what is a good, the bad, and the ugly in our dailies today. We begin with the Daily Nation. Mystery Farm Bill. City on sewer land is a splash today. How ownership of land for Ruai sewer plans expansion changed hands. This is all about the hashtag toxic flow. And of course, there was a very comprehensive coverage yesterday on NTV on this toxic flow throughout the week as well. The Daily Nation has been giving you a comprehensive, detailed coverage of how you are taking water that is not potable. And it says here, pollution with no space to expand the city's sewer treatment capacity. Most Nairobi residents are dumping raw effluent into the Nairobi River Basin with dire consequences for human, animal, and plant life. This story continues on page 4 of the Daily Nation. Horrifying levels of toxic waste in water. Since last week, the nation has been running Toxic Flow, an investigative series that reveals the levels of toxicity in the Nairobi, Athi, and Sabaki rivers. A key cog to a cleaner river is getting more residents of Nairobi connected to sewage services. This story is tucked away on page 10 and 11 of today's Daily Nation. Also tomorrow in your Daily Nation, what Kenya must do to avert pollution and water scarcity catastrophe. That also you can grab in tomorrow's Daily Nation. Related pictures can be seen here. And still on the front page of the Daily Nation, Raila says it's too early to discuss 2022. Talk of candidature undermines meticulous efforts to help the country address delicate issues facing it, like violent elections every 5 years, runaway corruption, troubles in the counties, and reforms to education. This is what ODM is saying. Also, interest on old loans will not change. In the biggest concession yet to Parliament in a bid to scrap the interest rate capping law, lenders through the Kenya Bankers Association have offered not to increase interest rates on current loans, as has been the practice in the past. Instead, only new borrowers will pay the new rates in line with their risk. And this story continues on page 8 of the Daily Nation this morning. Remember, of course, there were bugbears and fears regarding this particular developments because they are repealing these interest rates. And come September, that will be effected. We're eagerly waiting to see how also that will pan out as far as the court is concerned. So, of course, here we have a reprieve for them that are holding or are servicing current loans, that their interest rates will not be increased, but only new borrowers will pay the new rates in line with their risk. This story continues on page 8 of the Daily Nation this morning. Let's see what the Standard is holding for us, and this is what you're waking up to this morning on the front page of the Standard. Ruto, Raila must keep peace if he loses in 2022, he says. Battle for top seat. Jubilee leaders who accompanied Deputy President want the party to prepare for political battle with ODM in the next elections. This story continues on page 5 of the Standard. Raila says, quote unquote, I don't believe 3 years to an election. Who is running, who is ahead, who is behind, who is going to win is a priority, he says. Also, William Ruto says, I do not have a problem competing with Mr. Odinga in 2022, but he must first commit to Kenyans that, in the case of a defeat, he will gracefully accept the decision of Kenyans. That is what we have on the front page of the Standard. 3 number of years remaining before the next elections. And also on top there, TSC to promote 6,000 teachers is all about academia. Advertisements in tomorrow's dailies indicate agency will fill positions of 2,310 head teachers, as you say, and 3,733 deputy head teachers as per career progression guidelines. The story also is well fleshed out for you on page 11 of the Standard. Uganda, army killing fishermen at will. There's torture going on. When arrested, they are forced to eat raw fish, pay hefty fines, while many others are robbed and brutally murdered by the soldiers. Ugandan army killing fishermen at will. That is what we have also on page 3 of the Standard. Find all the details there. Also remember, Crazy Monday is a pull-out magazine that comes in handy for you every Monday. Star is up next, and this is what you're waking up to. Raila's secret card jolts Jubilee NASA. Raila's secret card jolts Jubilee NASA is a splash today. Ex-Prime Minister says it's too early to preempt 2022 candidature. This is all about elections. I am ready to face Raila, but he should be willing to accept defeat. This is what Ruto says. The story continues on page 6 of the Star this morning. KDF and ICT Ministry goods to be auctioned. This is uncleared goods belonging to, among others, the KDF, the ICT Ministry and Kenya Power will be auctioned next month. The goods are in more than 750 containers, which the Kenya Revenue Authority has invited the public to view at Mombasa Port and at Inland Container Depot Embakasi. Some 254 containers are set for disposal if not collected by September the 17th at the ICDN, while 479 are at the KRA's Kilindini Harbour Warehouse. You can follow the story on page 4 and 5 of the Star. And she did it. This is Maliha cooking her way into Guinness record. You can see her doing her thing here. Super chef, a Mombasa-born chef, Maliha Mohammed, on Sunday during her 75-hour cooking marathon to break the world record. This 36-year-old cooked for 75 hours, beating the current Guinness Book of Records holder. This is Ricky Lumpkin, the second from Los Angeles, United States, who cooked for 68 hours. Right. Congratulations are in order there for our super chef. There also, cremation is not biblical. Rejects it. Evangelist says cremation is not biblical. Reject it. This is according to an evangelist. Ashes to ashes is a story you can follow on page 3 of the Star. Also, fireworks as county revenue talks kick off. It's all about the stalemate that we're in as far as revenue is concerned. You can follow the story on page 7. Below, as MPs reject merger of Wezo and women funds. And also on succession politics, Orange Party's top organ to meet over Kibra by-election. The story continues on page 10 of the Star this morning. And the big read today, how Kenya will lure investors to manufacturing exports sector. The story continues on page 12 and 13 of the Star this morning. People Daily up next. How KRA top brass stole tax billions is a splash today. They fiddled with figures and erased taxation records in well-crafted scheme that saw them pocket hefty amounts of public money. Revenue collection trend, you can see it here, financial year 2014-2015 up to 2018-2019. And the actual figures given there as well, from 1.1 trillion shillings to 1.47 trillion shillings. That was the target was 1.58 trillion shillings in 2018-2019. But they've fallen short of that as well. But all that we can see, there are also clammy fingers within the commission. Their top brass were stealing billions of Kenyans' tax money. You can follow the story also on page 2 of the People Daily this morning. Now, Kenya stares at blood crisis over funding. Is a story that you need to follow on page 8 of the People Daily this morning. Let's continue and see what we have on the front page of Taifa Leo for our Swahili readers. It says, Waiguru motoni kwa kutaka kumrithi Uhuru. Waiguru motoni kwa kutaka kumrithi Uhuru. Gavana wa Kirinyaga ambiwa akome kujifanya msemaji wa eneo la Mlima Kenya. That is what we have as a splash today. The story continues on page 2 of Taifa Leo this morning. Also, bei ya ugali na mkate kupanda tena. Right. These are hard times for Kenyans. It says here gharama ya maisha inatarajiwa kuongezeka kutokana na uwezekano wa kupanda kwa bei ya unga wa mahindi na ngano kutokana na uhaba wa nafaka hizo. You can follow the story on page 2 of Taifa Leo. And on upishi, Mkenya aweka rekodi ya dunia. And this is the unflappable smile here of Maliha Mohammed. It says atabasamu baada ya kuvunja rekodi ya dunia ya kupika mfululizo kwa muda mrefu zaidi. And the story continues on page 19 or inside the Taifa Leo as well. KCP jaribio la mtihani wa Kiswahili, you can find that also on page 19 of Taifa Leo this morning. Serikali ufafanuzi kuhusu shughuli. Serikali yatoa ufafanuzi kuhusu shughuli. It says that is all about censor. And also on sports, makala na udaku wa kipekee wa michezo. You can follow the story also inside Taifa Leo this morning. Let's buckle down to business a bit and see what the Business Daily is holding for us. 17 firms fall below 5 shillings per share in Nairobi Securities Exchange bear run. Factors such as mismanagement, falling profits and heavy indebtedness push more than a quarter of listed companies to single-digit shares prices. The share price of 17 Nairobi Securities Exchange listed firms have fallen below 5 shillings per unit in a stock market bear run, attributed to a mix of corporate governance weaknesses, a tough economy there, and over indebtedness. The story continues on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. 45% is that is the percentage by which the 17 firms have seen their market capitalization fall since the beginning of the year. Still on the front page of the Business Daily, HF puts on sale 527 million shillings more clients' houses located outside Nairobi. Mortgage financier HF has put on sale more customers or customer houses in towns outside Nairobi to recover distressed loans, pushing the total amount the lender is targeting in the latest round of auctions at more than 2.5 billion shillings. 527.4 million shillings is the properties under auction and are located in Mombasa, Nakuru, Eldoret, Kisumu, being the 4 largest towns outside the capital. You can follow the story on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. On the ticker this morning, KCB worker count drops by 240. Cut looms, it says. KCB Group's employees headcount fell by 240 in the 6 months to June 2019. Another low in 7 years, with CEO Joshua Oigara saying the trend was inevitable given banks' increased investments in digital outlets, right? This is the digital disruption, and this is what is also on the front page of the Business Daily this morning. So jobs also there on the teetering edge there. So many will fall as well as far as digital disruption is concerned. Also 450 billion shillings, that is the total budget for the Big Four agenda in fiscal year 2019-2020. The story tucked away on page 13 of the Business Daily this morning. How delayed state spending risk Big Four? A pile-up of pending bills, poor absorption of development funds, as well as rising salaries and allowances risks stalling the implementation of President Uhuru Kenyatta's Big Four agenda. An analysis by the World Bank shows this. And the story continues on page 12 and 13 of the Business Daily this morning. Governor in grafts case gets partial access to blocked banks' accounts, a reprieve for them. Samburu Governor here, Moses Lenalo Kulal, has convinced the High Court to lift orders freezing 2 of his KCB accounts blocked after he was charged in May with corruption and unlawful acquisition of public property. You can follow the story on page 4 of the Business Daily this morning. Crossover now to Tanzania and pick up the Citizen. Way forward, that is what we have as a splash today on the front page of the Citizen today. The 39th Southern African Development Community Heads of State and Government Summit ends in Dar es Salaam, with leaders endorsing measures to take the region to another level of development, including acceleration of industrialization and infrastructure development. President John Magufuli said this, who is actually the SADC chairman, quote unquote, our focus remains accelerating growth to improve the livelihood of millions of our people. Industrialization to boost trade remains key in our development agenda. You can follow the story on page 2 of the Citizen this morning, 2 and 3, and you can see also the related picture there, how it was 1.2 billion shillings, the current African market size in terms of the combined population of African nations. Also 350 million, that is the SADC market size in terms of combined population of member states. 16 is the number of member states of SADC, which has its headquarters in Gaborone, Botswana. You can follow the story as I've mentioned on page 2 and 3 of the Citizen this morning. Crocs, hippos near villages to be put up for sale. This is what the government is saying. And the story continues on page 5 of the Citizen this morning. New fertilizer plant targets 120,000 farmers. The story continues on page 5 of the Citizen this morning. Still there, we have also Mwananchi in Tanzania. And this is what John Pombe Magufuli is saying. Fedha za SADC zisaidie wananchi si seminar and warsha. That is what we have on the front page of Mwananchi today. You can see a related picture. Also, Kamanda Zimamoto, kuna mtu akimbilia juu ya mti, moto ukamfuata, hakupona. You can follow the story also on page 3 of Mwananchi as well. Let's see what is happening in Uganda. Daily Monitor is up next, and this is what is a splash today. Sad news there, 20 dead in accidents. Fuel tanker fire kills 10 in Rubirizi. Another YY bus accident kills 10. This story continues on page 3 of the Daily Monitor this morning. Government seizes minerals smuggled to Rwanda. Ntungamano, this is what it says here, or Ntungamo. Security personnel at the Ugandan border post says the suspects were found carrying the consignment disguised as maize grains on bicycles. Man steals Museveni condolence cash for Luwum family. President Museveni had sent 10 million shillings to the family of former Archbishop Janani Luwum, and the man just made away with his money. So the story continues on page 4 of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. Let's see. Well, we can see a related picture or related pictures of the gory accidents that happened recently in Uganda. This is the fuel explosion, I should say, and we can see a man staring at the fire from a fuel tanker that exploded in Rubirizi district yesterday. More than 10 people are feared dead, and also there was an accident. This is the wreckage of the YY bus that was involved in a head-on collision with an omnibus in Busimbatia, Iganga district yesterday. That is how the Daily Monitor looks for you. If you're waking up in Uganda, also chronic illness and the workplace, how to stay tick. Also, NFA kicks Meta out of Mabira forest land. That story continues on page 6 of a Daily Monitor. In Uganda. In Rwanda, we have this headline for you. Rwanda records slight rebound in vehicle imports, it says. Rwanda's car imports rose to 7,055 last year, out from 7,000 in 2017, dominated by second-hand vehicles, according to data from Rwanda Revenue Authority. The story continues on page 3. Anglican Church ordains new bishop for Kigali, and he's here. This is Archbishop of the Anglican Church of Rwanda, Laurent Mbanda, enthrones here the new bishop of Kigali. This is Reverend Nathan Rusengo Amoti during the enthronement ceremony at Kigali Stadium yesterday. Also, American tours to Rwanda grow by 114%, travel agencies says this. You can follow the story on page 18 of the New Times this morning. And I wanted to show you what we have on the front page of the East African. I'll do that much later. But let me show you also what we have as the editorial cartoons today. This is what we have inside the Daily Nation this morning. And this has been drawn by Iga. I'll leave it for you to decipher this. Of course, it's all about the BBI. And trying to bridge that chasm. This is what has been drawn by Iga inside the Daily Nation this morning. Let's see what we have inside the People Daily. And this is what Stano has drawn for us this morning inside the People Daily. And it's all about BBI team and the anti-BBI politicians. And of course, you can see the sharks. They are roaming around the BBI team. But the gentleman there is very sanguine. I'm not intimidated, he says. This is what we have inside the People Daily today as far as the editorial cartoon is concerned. In the Standard, we don't have an editorial cartoon today. There is a picture there. And of course, I'll leave it for you to pick up the Standard for you to see what it is inside the Standard, the editorial page as well. So those are your dailies this morning. I should show you what is on the front page of the East African this week. And also on top here, beware fake NGO dangling free cash is another warning. So be all the wiser as far as the NGOs are concerned. This is on page 5 of the Daily Nation today. After duping thousands with non-existent jobs, FAM is now baiting youth and women's groups with unsecured interest-free loans, I should say. What's the catch? That is a probing question that we have there on the front page of the Daily Nation today. Also, guide to paying rent for police. This is on the back page of the Daily Nation. Police officers occupying government houses will now pay between 250 and 20,000 shillings in rent to the state. The story continues on the back page of the Daily Nation this morning. Now, let's see what is happening on the international front before we come back at home and see what is happening also on the political front. The suicide bomb blast that ripped through a packed wedding hall in Kabul, Afghanistan on Saturday night has killed at least 63 people, according to a spokesperson for the Afghanistan Ministry of Interior Affairs. The explosion also injured 180 people, making it the deadliest attack in the Afghan capital this year. More than 1,000 people were in the wedding hall when a suicide bomber detonated his explosives, causing heavy casualties and serious damage to the site. China Central Television reporters visited the site on Sunday, where they found damaged ceilings, shattered windows and glass doors, as well as numerous holes on walls. The Islamic State, that is IS, extremist groups affiliate in the country, has claimed responsibility for the attack, which Afghanistan's Chief Executive Abdullah condemned as heinous, inhumane, and a crime against humanity. Brexit Secretary Stephen Barclay has signed an order that will end all European Union law applying in Britain from October the 31st. The British government said this on Sunday. Now, in a tweet posted on Sunday, Barclay said he had signed the legislation setting in stone the repeal of the European Communities Act 1972. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson tweeted on the same day that signing the document means that the United Kingdom will back control of its laws on Brexit Day. The European Communities Act 1972 is the vehicle that sees regulations flow into British law directly from the EU's law-making bodies in Brussels. The order will repeal the 1972 Act and bring the European Union Withdrawal Act into force. The repeal of the 1972 Act will take effect when Britain formally leaves the EU on October the 31st. U.S. President Donald Trump has said that he will keep the Vice President Mike Pence as his running mate when he seeks re-election in November 2020. Take a listen.
So we had a lot of meetings yesterday on Afghanistan, on the economy, which is doing very well. No, I'm very happy with Mike Pence. I think Mike Pence has been an outstanding VP. I think that he's been incredible in terms of the love that a lot of people, especially if you look at the evangelicals and so many others, they really have a great respect for our vice president, and so do I. And so do, I think, most people.
Russian Daniil Medvedev survived cramps and tantrum where he cracked a racket to clinch his first Masters 1000 titles on Sunday. With a 7-6, 6-4 win over Goffin with the final of the Cincinnati Masters. Medvedev served 2 break points while serving for the match at 5-4 in the second set before winning the next 4, 3 of them with aces to close out his dogged Belgian opponent. It was the second title of the year for Medvedev, who had lost on the past 2 Sundays to Nick Kyrgios in Washington and Rafael Nadal in Montreal. The pressure perhaps showed in the final game when Medvedev, I should say, held his racket to the ground after losing a point, but the temper tantrum was short-lived and he regrouped quickly to clinch his 5th title in 2 years. Earlier, Goffin did well to force a fast set tiebreak by holding serve, including winning a 29-shot rally. But the Belgian, without a victory since 2017, lost the tiebreak on a double fault.
Game Medvedev. Two sets below, 7-6, 6-4.
The 2019 Western and Southern Open Men's Singles Champion, Daniil Medvedev.
It's amazing. I mean, I need to say I have no power. I'm so exhausted to celebrate. Like, if you would ask me before the tournament, what would I do if I win the tournament, I would say I would have fall down on the court, scream like crazy, and finally when I made this last ace, I had no power to even say one word, so I just went to the net and I was like, okay, it's finished, I won it. And especially it feels good after losing, I think, 3 finals in a row, 4 finals this year, winning only 1 to win a Masters 1000 is amazing.
And finally, Justin Thomas faltered early in the final round at the BMW Championship on Sunday, but held on for an ultimately comfortable three-stroke victory at the Medina in suburban Chicago. He carried a closing 68 to finish on a 25 under par total of 263, while fellow American Patrick Cantlay shot 65 for second place on 22 under. Thomas started the day with a 6-shot advantage, but when he bogeyed the 10th hole, the lead over Cantlay was down to 2. But Thomas steadied with clutch play over the next 3 holes, twice hauling putts of around 12 feet to re-establish his authority. Back home, we're waking up to some bad news. According to the music fraternity, John D. Matthew is dead. And of course, he died in a road accident in Thika. His family and friends have confirmed. He hails from Gatanga in Muranga County and was born more than 50 years ago. He started off his musical career by the My Dear Duko single and has been composing and producing hit after hit for about 30 years now. He's popularly known for his song Jatayakwa and many more. All right, and of course, we have avid fans of John D. Matthew in our panelists today. Alice Wahome can remember John D. Matthew, Isaac Maura as well, even Herman Manyora. Congo Mogoni, I don't know if Richard Onyonka can remember, but I'll give it a sporting chance to Herman Manyora. Which song do you remember? And of course, that's a tragic accident. Our sincere condolences and deepest sympathy to the family as well this morning. Herman Manyora.
First of all, my condolences to the family and the fans and Kenyans in general. The mother was a popular musician. I am a fan of anything local.
Anything local.
Even when I talk about obsession with the Premier League, not that I hate football, but if we can earn a lot of revenue.
Yes.
From what we can do here in terms of music, in terms of sports. There is so much, and our youth can exploit their talent.
Thank you.
So, the Matthew was a good musician. I may not remember the songs right away, but I remember dancing a lot of his songs when we used to go for the Mugithi nights and stuff like that. Yeah.
Richard Onyonka, did you dance to any?
For me, as usual, this is political. I remember the Matthew doing a song against Raila.
Oh, really?
Yes, there was one where he was hitting at him. And I remember once, even when that was happening, there was a function. I think we were in one of the functions in town, and he happened to be there. And Raila just started laughing at him. He said, "You ilikuwa mbaya sana." And we laughed it off. And somehow you learn from these political things that it's never personal.
All right.
Yeah.
Isaac Maura.
Yes, I really want to join fellow Kenyans and the people of Mount Kenya region in mourning this great legend, a man who I learned about when I was a very small boy listening to his songs like My Dear Duko, which was very popular. But also who I had an opportunity to work with for about 3 months, 2 years ago when we were doing Uhurutu Express, combing up the Mount Kenya region to make sure that there is 100% voter turnout.
Yes.
And he was really, really great, very, very much so. In fact, John DeMatthew was so legendary because he at some point even mentored people like Sabina Chege, the current women rep. In fact, Sabina was a dancer.
Sabina used to be a dancer?
Yes, in John DeMatthew's music. I mean, before, of course, she went even into radio. So he's a great, really, musician. I mean, there was a beeline of activities when he died, you know, at 11 p.m. at night. Is it p.m. or p.m. at night?
At night.
He's really a great, great person in terms of the way he used to speak about. He was very prophetic in the manner in which he used to sing. So the Mount Kenya region and Kenyans at large have really lost a very great musician, and may his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Congo Mogini, you have any sorting idea who John DeMatthew is?
Dibala, you know me, I'm a native. I just came to the city when I was joining university. So unlike Manyola, I didn't attend those dancing classes. But nevertheless, I want to also pass my condolences to the family of the late musician John DeMaria. But you know, when you hear people dying of accidents, it just reminds us on the state of our roads and how we behave like a very primitive, you know, society. I just yesterday I drove all the way from Nyamira to Eldoret to see a patient, then all the way to Nairobi, and you'd be shocked that you are driving on a highway, and the markings, you know, the normal yellow line, you drive like 80 kilometers and there is no marking. Bumps on the road, they are not marked, you know. You just suddenly come across bumps, and I think when we hear that we are losing such talent through accidents, again we go back to the people who are heading our road agencies, Kenya National Highways Authority, Kenya Rural Roads Authority, Kenya Urban Roads Authority. I think we need to do more. Remember, we lost the governor for Nyeri. Yes. When he hit this side rail markings. When you travel to outside countries, those railings are protection. If you are to hit it, you will hit into a rubber, you know. But in this country, if you hit it, you hit metal, and it will rip you off. So I think we need to do more to ensure that we protect the lives of motorists who are using our roads. This should be our, you know, just a reminder, wake-up call, that we need to do more to ensure that there is more protection on the road users.
Right. Finally, Alice Wahome, you can recall maybe some of the songs that John DeMatthew sang. My dear Duko, my dear Duko, my dear Duko, da 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 da. I grew up in the 80s, of course, in case he was playing these songs. And I recall my mom used to love John DeMatthew. My dear Duko. So at least Congo Mogin, you can remember that song. My dear Duko.
I know, I don't.
My dear Duko. Dun 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 dun.
I used to sing to us.
I wanted Alice to join me, actually.
This is national television. I would not to make that mistake, but actually, I know John DeMatthew, and as you have said, he comes from Gatanga. I want to pass my condolences to his family and the entire Gatanga fraternity, especially the musicians. That he was actually, I think he was chairing one of the circles for the musicians in Muranga. I know they are deeply mourning.
Thank you.
DeMatthew was actually one of the. You would never complete campaigns without him coming to support by way of volunteering in the big trucks, and he was a hit. He was always a hit, actually. Very soft spoken, but he comes up with very clear message. He's in the leagues of people like Peter Kigia, and I think lately, actually, he sang one of the songs that is going to be a hit now, Tuabe Turehe Vire. We first pay the debt. You know, he sings political songs in a way, both the secular and political songs. You will always find that people love his tune. He is very good at his guitar. During the campaigns, he actually bought us, I remember very well, the thing that is coming to my mind is that you would even call him in your own personal musafara, but also presidential musafaras, you know, for the campaigns. And for me, I feel the loss. I remember that after one of the heavy musafaras, he took us somewhere near the blue post where he has died. There is a joint he loved. I don't remember the name, but there is a joint just a walking distance from blue post where he would put meat, and he actually hosted us to a meat late evening, early evening dinner. Very good roast meat there, and so John will be missed by even the people of Gatanga.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
All right, of course, Kenya has lost an icon.
Yeah, I mean,
yes,
of
please.
course.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Allow me just a second to pick up on something Morgan said. The accidents on our roads, the sheer waste of human life, and the tragedies on our roads reminds me of one thing, and I hope President Uhuru Kenyatta will listen to me. The minister in charge of this docket is so busy with the infrastructure department. He has no time for the transport, because the big money and the big deals are infrastructure. Let them continue doing that and cutting deals and eating if they must eat. But surely give somebody the transport docket to concentrate on transport, because the rate at which we are losing lives on our roads, honestly, Alice, what would you say about what you see on our roads? The state of our roads.
It's appalling.
The president honestly ought to split this ministry into two. How he will do it, I don't even care. Because Macharia is fixed on the infrastructure, the big projects. Wapatie mtu mwingine hii kazi ya transport.
But NTSA, I mean, that is their sole function.
No,
to make sure we have safety.
head, uko ministry. Watoe hapo kwa infrastructure. Wacha ya kai infrastructure na housing na billions and trillions. But let somebody care about human lives on our roads.
I think NTSA
doesn't deal with the roads.
No, they used to. I think we
No,
need
the
to. They had started. In fact, they were also on the road, but I think they have been called off from the road because we now use more of the traffic police officers. But even when they were on the road, they used to be facilitated or assisted by the traffic officers because they had not reached a point of training, and in any case may not be necessary to train more personnel. But of course, you know, most of our traffic officers have very bad manners, especially corruption, small bribes.
Right.
They let all these bad habits be practiced on the road. It also speaks to Kenyans. Kenyans are very bad drivers. Really, Kenyans are very bad drivers. They are impatient. They are rude on the road. They just, you know, do all manner of bad things. You know, when you go outside of our jurisdiction, you really, even yourself, you find yourself crossing the road at the wrong place at the wrong time, and you stop remembering. You now remember, Allah, this is not the way it is done here. You know, because we just are not very good people on the road. But I want to say there are several things that can be fixed, you know, especially bumps at the right places, ensuring that the traffic flows properly so that all these frustrations we are seeing on the road are not there. And potholes, including on the highways, should never be, you know, high roads and the main trunk, you know, connecting roads should never be on the road.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, and of course, this is just highlighting, yes, that we've lost an icon here in the country as far as local music is concerned. That is the death of John D. Matthews. And of course, he's bringing about that particular subject of safety on the roads here in the country. We seem to be losing very, of course, important lives as well as far as roads are concerned. We want to buckle down to a discussion with our panelists this morning. And of course, one of the contentious issues that has been on the floor of the House is the division of revenue of bail. Now they were seeking an advisory opinion from the Attorney General, and he made his comment as well. He says that he cannot release funds on the National Treasury. That is the National Treasury, not him, cannot release funds to the counties without Parliament's approval. The AG thinks this action can only be sanctioned by the National Assembly, and we seem to have been caught up on the sharpest edge of the horn of dilemma as far as this is concerned, because now we have the House or the National Assembly that is in recess until the 9th. Should we wait that long for us to have a way forward? And also, we'll just get informed because Okongo Omogeni is one of the team that has been also selected on to actually mediate on this particular stalemate as well. Herman Manyora, should we wait until the 9th?
The Parliament has been recalled.
Yeah, before even call, the Speaker says that even this is not the making of their own, I mean the stalemate, so it should not even be worrying them at all, so they should not be recalled. Let's just continue and rest until the 9th. People in the counties should be wallowing, you know, in a crisis right now as far as the salaries is concerned. So there is no fig, they don't care a fig as far as the stalemate is concerned.
Parliament has never cared for anybody other than themselves.
Continue, Herman.
The bar, I knew I would get into this. Protect me, please.
Please, you're protected.
Yeah,
Continue.
thank you. You see, Parliament has been recalled to do much more useless things than this. When we are talking about counties getting money and Kenyans going without salaries, Kenyans who have families to feed, who have loved ones in hospitals to take care of, and through no fault of their own, they have no money because there's this tug of war between Senate and the National Assembly. Really, if what it would take is for Parliament to be recalled, let it be recalled. But the much more fundamental problem here is how the Supreme Court got us where we are. I have firmly believed, and off camera, I talked to Omogeni here and told him, in my reading, very plain reading, that was a wrong advisory. Issues of revenue allocation at that level is strictly a matter of the National Assembly and not Senate. We shall change the Constitution to give Senate some powers, but as it stands today, that Supreme Court advisory, in my opinion, was wrong, and that's why we are where we are. But I call upon the President. Times like this require leadership. Kenyans must see there's somebody in charge. Let the President use his office, his powers, to get whoever he needs to get so that money can get back to the counties. And the final debate, this is not the time to debate whether it's the 335 or 316. Let the President give counties 335, but going forward, the National Assembly, Senate, the President, and everybody else, Attorney General, must sit and come up with a clear way of sorting out this mess we have gotten ourselves in. But for now, they must pay counties 335, and it must be done immediately. How? The leaders on this table can tell us, but they must do it now, not tomorrow. It could have been yesterday, but it was Sunday. So let them do it today. 335 to counties. How is not important. You get to a point where we are now, and the hows are not really important. The details are not important. Leadership requires you sort out the problem as it is. And then moving forward, you sit down and now chart out how in the future you will be handling that problem.
Right. Richard Onyonka.
Yes. Well, I think as a member of Parliament, the truth is that we have been always blamed for having not given the county governments more money. And I can tell you, Madam Alice is here. When we are in that house, we go through the normal deliberations and discussions as whether county government should be given money. Yes, we do. We believe they should be given more money, irrespective of the issues which are outstanding. And we have various issues. In fact, currently, when you find us discussing whether you should give county governments money, and people say, oh, but all this money, the governors are actually stealing it or misappropriating it, then we are told, but even you people at the national government, you're exactly doing the same. For me, I fault the governors. Why do I fault the governors? I also fault the Jubilee government. I mean, the truth is, Jubilee has a majority in Parliament. Jubilee has a majority senators. Jubilee has a majority governors. So it's Jubilee fighting. That's how I look at it. Number two, the monies which the county governments, why do I blame the governors? The monies which the county government should have been given as we speak, even in the American democratic system, governors will lobby. They will discuss with the congressmen. They will engage them because the congressmen are linked to the grassroots. But governors never talk to us as members of parliament. I don't know whether they even talk with, I know Kongo Mogeni has a very good relationship with Governor Nyagarama. But most governors think that the money just comes and we take it. And since it is a constitutional prerogative and the constitution stipulates how much we are to get, then in fact members of parliament are inconsequential, senators are inconsequential. So what I would like to say is that yes, let us not punish the employees, let us not deny county government's revenue if it's available. But because I sit in the budget committee, my suggestion would be, I think, I agree with Professor Manyora, let Parliament be asked to come back from recess. Some of this money we are using to travel around the world, some of the money that is going to places which are irrelevant or things which are irrelevant, let's cut. I know if the budget committee was given 3 to 4 days with our chair, Mr. Kimani Ichung'wah, we would actually be able maybe to raise 5 billion extra. But I'm asking the governors to, and the team that is going to have the negotiations, to look at this thing as a national issue and look at it from the point of view that we can have a win-win. It doesn't have to be the winner takes all, and it doesn't have to be this cantankerous, annoying thing that has been going on.
Okongo Magini, you are in this mediation team that has been constituted by the Attorney General. What is the way forward? Is it the Attorney General or actually the Supreme Court? The Supreme Court.
Dibal, I think first you are getting the Constitution wrong. We are not subject to directions from the Attorney General.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, I'm correcting myself. Yes.
The mediation actually flows from, Article 112 and 113 of the Constitution, which implies that if a bill is passed by one house, and if it's sent to the other house does not agree, then we have to set up a mediation committee to look into the bill and then try and see if we can do some negotiations and send, a bill that is agreeable to both houses. So this is a really a legislative process that is anchored in the Constitution. And it arises from the fact that the National Assembly passed a bill that has at the figure of 316 billion. It was sent to the Senate, and the Senate amended it to 335 billion, and that's what has put in motion the mediation process. But I think, Dibal, what is important for us as leaders, and I think Honorable Nyong'o has alluded to this, is that in countries where you have bicameral houses, like in the US, where you have the Congress and Senate, these differences do arise. But the faith of citizens of those countries is normally placed on the leaders. And in this case, the leaders is we, members of National Assembly and members of Senate. People argue, even in the US, they disagree on issues, but at the end of the day, you are able to compromise and arrive at a solution. I think it is shameful, really, that as a country, elected leaders cannot sit down and see the kind of pain that we are causing at the counties. And remember, counties are the entities of these two levels of government that are providing services to the people, especially on areas like health. So what is happening is that we have allowed the government that deals with policy, for example, in the Ministry of Health, to access money. But county governments that are doing service delivery have not been able to access money. I think we need to call order from the National Assembly and the Senate and understand that this Constitution, at the assumption that we are going to have gentlemen and gentle ladies being elected, people can sit down and put national interest first. And if you read Article 94, we are the people who are supposed to protect the government, the Constitution, and promote good governance. Now, if you read Article 218 of the Constitution, what is expected of us, and I'm saying us to include members of National Assembly and the Senate, is that we should first agree how we share the national cake, money that is collected by Kenya Revenue Authority and put in consolidated fund. We agree how to share this money. And that's where we all come together as members of Parliament and members of the Senate. Dibal, once we agree on that process, and that is critical, Once you agree that this is the share that is supposed to go to the national government and this is the share that is supposed to go to county government, we part company. We allow National Assembly to go back to Parliament and appropriate money for the national government. We retreat to the Senate and pass CARA, County Allocation Revenue Act, that will enable counties to access money. Now, what has happened, finally, Dibal? What has happened, Dibal, is that we have a serious violation of the Constitution as we speak today. Because the national government has gone ahead to appropriate money before we agree on how to share money that has been collected nationally. So going forward, I think first we need to clean our houses first and agree on constitutional principles. We don't need to rush to Supreme Court to tell us what is plain. You can read Article 218, you have the Constitution there.
Yeah.
It's a shame that as leaders, we are rushing, elected leaders, we are rushing to the Supreme Court.
To be directed back to the
Constitution. To be directed on what the people of Kenya expect of us. And I know Honorable Nyonka, Alice Wahome, myself, and Mwaura, we took oath to respect this Constitution, including our own President Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta.
And of course, we can see you're paying also good, tidy sum of money to some top-notch lawyers as well for this particular exercise.
We shouldn't get there. Really.
Yeah, so it really goes to show that truly, when it comes to discretion, as far as even mediating and some of these things, there's a lack of discretion with amongst you people.
No, in fact, as I've told you, Dibal, this Constitution.
Because you only knew that they'll direct you back to the Constitution.
Yes.
Right?
When you
in fact, even here is what's the revenue. Before we take a short break, this is what the AG said. He said his office takes note of the Public Finance Management Bill 2019, which seeks to empower the Senate to divide among the county governments 15% of all revenue collected nationally in the event that the Division of Revenue Bill is not passed by the 10th day of June in the preceding financial year. The AG says the bill is of itself a recognition of the fact that there currently exists no legal mechanism for disbursing money to the counties in the absence of a Division of Revenue Act. So we're just circling back to the same stuff.
That's very unconstitutional.
Thank you. Can we take a short break? When we circle back, of course, we shall continue with this. You're watching This Is the Point here on AM Live. We continue with the Division of Revenue Gordian Knot. Will we break this particular Gordian Knot as it is right now? Should we wait until the September 9th for us to come up with an amicable solution? The Speaker of the National Assembly is not rowing back. He's saying, no, this is not the making of our own. We did not actually begin this particular stalemate. It is the Senate who did this, and we're not coming from recess. So they shall be staying until the 9th because they think they don't really care what is happening in the counties. So we shall continue with the discussion on the other side of the break.
Wanajitambua, yani wale wanajiamini. Yani someone took their sweet time and thought about us. Rembo TV, simply beautiful.
Oh, wewe ndio uliosha hii gari?
Yes, umeona venye iling'ara.
Kazi yako ni nini hapa kwa hii estate?
Security.
Exactly. Ustick kwa line yako.
I want chicken.
We're having rice today.
Let me call my dad and tell him to bring me chicken.
Alois, zima hiyo kitu. Trying to put my child to sleep.
Sikuski.
Dad, you buy me a hoverboard.
Yeah, we'll see about that, Cal.
I know my real dad can buy for me one. Anti-bus.
Super Loaf, slices of life.
Jinunulie nakala yako ya gazeti la Taifa Leo kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. Kwa kufanya hivyo, utanufaika pakubwa kwa maswali ya mitihani ya marudio kwa masomo yote yanayotahiniwa shuleni. Soma gazeti lako la Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo, Gazeti langu, lugha yangu.
Breakfast is not complete without the new Minute Maid Nutri-Defense's Nectar Plus. Complete the most important meal of the day with the goodness of great-tasting juice fortified with vitamin E and zinc to complement your family's nutritional needs. Minute Maid Nutri-Defense's Nectar Plus. Breakfast complete.
It is always on the edge. It is always football time.
Get an HD decoder, dish kit, plus 2 months of DSTV Family for only 4,999 shillings.
This is a point, is what you're watching this morning. Thank you for your company. We continue pace with the conversation with the panelists this morning. And the topic at hand right now is Division of Revenue breaking the Gordian knot. Should we wait until the 9th, I should say, when actually Parliament will come from recess for us to find the way forward as far as the Division of Revenue is concerned? Already, the Attorney General has given his advisory opinion, and he says, of course, this action can only be sanctioned by the National Assembly. So, which way forward? And before we took a short break, we were actually hearing from Okongo Mogeni. Let's just hear also and pick the brains of Isaac Maura.
I think, Jabal, this is a circus. In 2015, the Division of Revenue Bill was actually originated from the Senate. So there's a precedent. But then the problem we have is because the National Executive has never seen the inside of Senate. So they don't appreciate the Senate.
But should they?
They should, because they think Parliament is the National Assembly. And that is where the problem is. When you have monies raised for CDF, 20 million per constituency, if you calculate that, it's about 60 billion.
Right.
But there is no money.
No.
But there is no money. There is no money. There is no money for 21 billion for counties. And that tells you the selfishness of this exercise. You have a budget of 1.8 trillion in terms of ordinary revenue, which is a projection of the National Treasury. If you are to share this money, you find the national government is receiving 106 billion. You cannot get 21 billion to counties. And what I don't like is the patronizing language of the executive. There is no donation happening here. This is preemptive sharing. It is not money that is being given to local authorities or local government, as it were. So you have a thinking that is stuck to the past and a misinterpretation of the Constitution purely on the provisions of Article 94 and 95. But you must read, even when it is very clear about the division of revenue and county allocation of revenue, you have to read the Constitution by applying also Article 110 and curiously also Article 114. Because even when you define what is a money bill, you still cannot say that you're excluding the manner in which Senate is supposed to appropriate, as part of Parliament, resources to counties. Now, division of revenue is really very critical because it is sharing of resources between two levels of government. And well, let's do a quick calculation, Debab. If you have a budget of 2.7 trillion and you're only getting about 335 billion to counties, what formula are you using to say that you are giving 316? I mean, we are not on a butcher's table where we are sharing a carcass. If you look at the formula, so, elucidated by Senate, it is scientific, it's logical, it is consistent with Section 5 of the Division of Revenue Bill, where any form of shortfall must be borne by the national government. Because the PFM law got it wrong by having the National Treasury as part and parcel of the Ministry of Finance. The National Treasury was supposed to be an independent body, in a way, to arbitrate issues of resource sharing between the two levels of government. But because of lack of imagination, which you also see in the Constitution itself, by imagining that Parliament is a National Assembly, and buttressed by a National Executive that is, in itself is a product of the National Assembly, by the virtue of the President and the Deputy having been members of the National Assembly, then you have a situation where the President is misled by the leader of majority in the National Assembly and the Speaker, as to occasion a situation where they think that Senate decisions are suggestions. They are mere suggestions that do not hold weight. Because sincerely and strictly speaking, so what is it that we are contending with, the bar? It's about resource allocation. How comes we are not being told there is no money for the executive functions of government? But when it comes to county governments, that patronizing language around the fact you are the ones who are stealing money, I mean, really, I have said it and I want to repeat on this show. If corruption is not a devolved function, it's a shared function. And so, therefore, we must not use this as a big stick. The National Executive has not demonstrated probity in its use of taxes as to occasion its big brother syndrome around county governments. Yes, indeed, we can argue that the oversight capacities of county government agencies and bodies is still wanting, because you can't have a situation where, let me just finish this moment. You can't have a situation where border riders and so-called people, who people really elect to be MCAs, oversighting a governor with billions. It's not practicable. But that does not preclude the fact that if you look at the dividend of devolution, it has worked well. It may not have taken up well. And as Julius Nyerere said clearly, if you have one center, you can make mistake, it affects the whole country. Now we have many centers, and some are working, some are not. That is the way to go.
Thank you. Alice?
Yeah. I think this question has already been answered. Just before we closed Parliament, the Speaker, we closed National Assembly, went to recess. The Speaker made a very detailed ruling. And I believe that is why he's saying we are on recess. And by the time we reached where he had to make that ruling, I think it is looking at the manner in which the people who are supposed to be actually making this exercise, end quickly, are not really keen on that. They are keen on litigation. Every lawyer knows it is hardly ever a solution to actually visit the courts. Not all. I think normally we should go to courts as last resort. And therefore, I agree that maybe mediation should have helped. But you see, even listening to Mwaura, you can see where the problem is. They have, what do you call, small man or girl syndrome. They feel like we slight them. Yeah. I don't know where this thing came. And,
they have a Peter Pan. It's a Peter Pan syndrome.
And this is historical. If you look at the beginning of this Senate, the last Parliament, when it started, the Senate started lauding and saying how they are the upper house and all those kind of connotations and statements on the floor of the House. And from there on, there has been a history of the Senate and the administrative arms of the Senate trying to lord over the National Assembly. And that's why they quickly ignore Article 95. Because Manyora has said here before, division of revenue between both levels of government is the business and the mandate as per Constitution Article 95B of the National Assembly. Those other articles they want to visit don't help. The court can give advisory, the Supreme Court can give advisory. And when it gives advisory, I think it was addressing itself to that stalemate. And this bill is annual. So that, you can always decide whatever advisory was in reference to that specific bill. However, of course, it's supposed to create a precedent that we should follow. But also, advisory is legal advisory. It has no force of enforcement of law. You can advise, and I think they have business to advise. This issue will be resolved by answering the question, is there money or there is no money?
Thank you.
The last statement by the head of state clearly said, and he looked to be at pain. What there is between the executive, national government and the county assemblies is just not enough. And we need all to raise money. Both the levels of government need to raise revenue. So I think, is there money or there isn't? So I don't know whether there will be any change.
So Alice thinks that the Senate should actually seek the help of a councillor because they have inferiority complex. This is what they've been grappling with. Instead of going for advice and opinion, they should
so that they come out winners. How is that going to help look for the money that they are looking for?
Thank you.
I think, you know, everywhere in the world, you can justify anything by just going to the Constitution. If you have a position, even a clear one, you can always try to go to the Constitution, flag out, bring out one clause after the other, sub this, clause this, sub this, but this, and you justify it. That's what Senate is doing. However, I'm not a lawyer, but I do know when there are express provisions on something, please don't waste time fishing out for other things. The express provision in the Constitution is that division of revenue is the business of the National Assembly. That's one. Number two, Senate has a problem, not necessarily the small girl syndrome. The problem was created.
Don't leave small boys. No, don't leave small man. Both.
The problem was created. The problem was created at Naivasha. Let me just finish. Let me just finish.
Before you proceed,
let me just finish. Then you take over.
It's not fair. Yeah. When we're in Parliament, there is something Speaker calls use of parliamentary
language. Oh, now.
But can you just finish?
I'm a senior counsel. Yeah. And I think it's not right for Wahome to address us as people who have small boy-girl syndrome.
He's not really addressed to us.
That language should not be used.
He's likened.
That language should not be used on forum.
Okay, point of order then. Alice, will you withdraw?
No. There is a small person syndrome. I mean, how do I put it? I'm going to say,
let me help you.
They suffer from inferiority. The word is inferiority complex. Yes. Inferiority complex.
That small boy, small girl is not good. That's why I didn't want to use it. You can say they have a complex that is acceptable. That's now parliamentary. So there's a small complex. But my problem here, I'm trying to see the problem here is very simple. It was created at Naivasha. We came from Bomas with a Senate that is a really Senate, that is an upper house, that has clear powers. When we compromised at Naivasha, we came up with a Senate that really is neither here nor there. Honestly, Parliament, in a plain reading of the Constitution, Parliament simply means the National Assembly. And you can see in many things. If Senate, look, who is the Speaker that is the Speaker? Is it the Speaker? Is it Lusaka or Muturi? Who? If there's a vacancy in the office of the President.
In terms of gravitas?
No, I'm saying if there's a vacancy in the office of the President, and the Deputy President, for some reason, cannot assume that office, it automatically goes to the Speaker of the National Assembly, who chairs the Parliamentary Service Commission. Look, in the Constitution of the Republic of Kenya 2010, Parliament means National Assembly. This other is an appendage that really doesn't have clear functions. And this is the real reason why we need to have a constitutional amendment. To remove this amorphous arrangement, let us be clear whether we want an upper house or not. If we don't need an upper house, we shall erase Senate completely and remain with the National Assembly. If, however, we need, and I think we do, we will have to make it clearly the upper house. It can never have been intended, Onyonka and Omoge, it can never have been intended, I agree with you, that on such a serious matter as the division of revenue bill, we could go into a circus. One generates one bill, the other one generates the other, then mediation, endless, and it can go on for 10 years. It can never have been intended. And therefore, the framers of the Constitution were clear that the division of revenue bill would be the business of the National Assembly.
Okay.
This mediation business is over other things.
Okay. No, but we have a crisis right now. We have a crisis.
I addressed myself to the crisis and said the President should step in, give counties 335 billion, but sit down in the future and chart out how to do it.
There's no money. That's what the President has been very categorical. There's no money. So how do you tell him to actually step in and say,
give me the budget, I'll show him where the money is.
Diban,
yes.
I I'm happy that we are having this discussion. In fact, it's the reason why some of us are talking about we need to make certain either changes through the referendum or amendments to our governance structure. The truth that is out here is this. There are certain things I think I wanted to clarify to my brother Mwaura. Mwaura, we don't collect 1.8 trillion. That is a budget which has got estimates, and the revenue collection as we speak is that we're at 1.2 trillion shillings. Is that justification why county government should not receive money? No. Should something have been done so that we don't find ourselves in this scenario over and over? In fact, Senior Counsel, if you go to our constitution and you look at 113.
There you go again.
Yeah, and you are talking about what do you do with money bills? This bill in the constitution, which we enacted, actually takes Kenya to a cul-de-sac in law. It tells you once you have disagreed, you go for mediation. Once you reach mediation and you disagree, you stop there. It doesn't say the next thing you need to do is this. And these are the changes that are required so that we don't have the mess we are in. The other issue I wanted to raise is very simple. When you look at the in Parliament, and I wanted to tell our brothers the Senate, and with a lot of humility, that House has got very intelligent, very reasonable people. We have a budget office, Professor Manyora, which sits with us and we go through each and every item that we need to discuss in terms of where the money is going to be allocated, the expectations of the Treasury, how the money is going to be allocated, what do we do with the money when it's in the consolidated fund, and all that. The reasonableness or the argument which was made at that time when we passed our current budget and we agreed on the appropriations and everything that is taking place is that we made an assumption that there are government direct transfers which are coming, which are going to particularly the health sector. In fact, that is why Uhuru is saying we do not have more money to give you. My argument is very simple. Let Kenyans be reasonable. The point I want to make, Dibal, is this. When you are talking about the governors asking for 335 billion, yes, and Parliament has already agreed to 316, we can get a middle ground. We can actually agree. But somebody's going to cut. And my point is, whoever that is going to cut, let's be reasonable about it. Finally, the point I want also to finally make is this. Governors need to understand that we have a problem in terms of how they are spending this money. Governors have been dismissing and actually at a level like I hear my brothers in the Senate are saying, they just disrespect us. They have no time to engage members of Parliament. In fact, they say we have small minds. Many of us want their jobs, so they are very upset with it. And Dibal, what I would wish for is that we find a way on how we can sit, discuss this matter, like Professor Manyora has said, agree amicably, then let us go back and agree.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so I need to know then, because we have this advisory team, not really advisory, but the mediation team, what is the way forward? Because I know we understand since 2013 you've been seeking an advisory opinion. We have it expressly from the Constitution, where also the AG has directed you back to.
The Constitution.
But I think.
But the question is, I wanted to just know, because I don't want us to be stuck up into the upper house, lower house debates. I wanted to just find an amicable solution, because how much money are we losing in the counties right now because there is paralysis?
Well, I think it's always good to be fair to debate, as you always are. And, you know, when I attended the funeral of the mother of Peter Kenneth, I was very impressed to hear that she had ambitions to become a member for Kandara, because Gatanga used to be part of Kandara. And I was very happy, even if her son became MP for Gatanga. But I was very happy because I saw Alice Wahome having fulfilled that dream of becoming the MP. But I'm also very surprised to hear that she can compare small syndrome to a girl. You know, as a gender activist, I think I'm very surprised because does it mean that in the taxonomy of issues, then women rank lower because of small? Anyway, but let me come to the issue. The issue about
information. He has selectively left. The fact that I said small boy,
but no, you started with small girl.
Small boy and small girl.
Let me proceed.
So I mean both.
Let me proceed.
You can suffer even whether you are big.
Let me proceed because I even saw her in a commotion in Nyeri. But let me say this.
What commotion again? I think now
he's being personal. Yeah, he's being personal.
Guys, you're going really off.
No, because the women's function.
We'll come to it.
Maura is being personal. And I really want to challenge him. Let him answer me like that after he has been elected member of parliament.
Actually, I will be elected. Right. I'm also very, I'm very happy to be nominated to represent the people I represent, and I have no apologies as per Article 19.
You're out of order, please.
No.
And Alice, please, let's just do the debate.
No. You have to
division of revenue.
You have to accept to be criticized.
I'm the old man.
Anyway, let me proceed.
Give him time to continue.
Yes.
No, let him not be personal. Let him
not be personal. But also, be calm, calm down, Alice. Calm down. Now, the revenue collection.
Please, yes.
The revenue collection deficit. Let me prosecute my point. That's part of politics. The revenue collection deficit is the revenue collection deficit is actually cumulative. If you look at how we overproject our revenue, and this is something that we need to address as a country, because if we continue to have a situation where we overproject revenue, and by the way, Honorable Onyonka, it is true. If you look at what is declared by KRA, there's a variance with what is actually projected in the budget. How do you address this? So this effect is also what is affecting the division of revenue. But who is overprojecting? It's the National Treasury. Number two, if you look at the issue of institutions between the National Assembly and the Senate, yes, I agree. Because you see, we are in the 3rd Senate now, but we are in the 12th National Assembly. So even if you have to look at the capacities around the Senate and the National Assembly, the National Assembly has been there longer. I mean, I was there in the Budget Committee. I'm now the Vice Chairman of Finance and Budget Committee. So you have a situation, even the public psyche is such that there is a favor towards the National Assembly. And that is a practice that I also hear Professor Manyora advancing without full realization of the role of the Senate. If you look at what we are actually arguing against or about, you cannot talk about division of revenue without two issues. Number one is how do you define national interest? If you look at the current allocation of resources, national interest seems to mean national government functions. And nobody wants to address that elephant in the room. That is where national government is getting unfair share of the current division of revenue allocations. And if we are not able to ensure that national interest also means, and this is my second and last point, national interest means the implementation of national policy by county governments, such that then that responsibility is also shared as to occasion, some modicum of, some formula of sharing revenue. Then we do not have a territorial boundary between the national government and county governments.
Right. Yeah. Let's bring it to a close. Okomogini, you have an advisory opinion, not really advisory, but you have a mediation team already.
Yes.
We want to know what is the way forward. Alice?
No, I think, Dibal, as I told you, if you read, Article 1 of the American Constitution, it says the legislative authority of the American people is vested in Congress, and it says Congress means Congress and Senate. If you read Article 93, and I'm trying to answer Manyora here, who says that Parliament in this Constitution refers to National Assembly. He's very wrong.
Very wrong.
He's actually misleading himself very far. Now, if you read Article 93, it says there is established Parliament of Kenya, which shall consist of National Assembly and the Senate. And more critically, if you read Article 94, it says that the legislative authority of the Republic of Kenya is derived from the people and at the national level is vested in and exercised by Parliament. That means Senate and the National Assembly. Now, in terms of borrowing best practices, Dibal, if you go to, and I want to answer Honorable Nyonka, if you go to America, the Constitution does not give a prescriptive way out of any kind of disagreement between the Senate and the Congress. What it tells you is that if you can't agree, then that particular bill stands defeated. And what happens if it's an issue dealing with revenue? It means you are shutting down government. That the way out is for you to realize when you're on the table negotiating that if you don't agree, you're going to shut parliament. And I want to tell you, Dibal, that in just a minute, in bicameral kind of legislature, there must be what we call a PRA mechanism. PRA mechanism means that the house that receives the bill from one house must either pass, reject, or amend. That's the PRA mechanism in bicameral parliaments. Now, what we have at stake, Dibal, is that the mediation team that you have put there must act reasonably and in the best interest of the Kenyan people. Realizing that if we don't agree, if we don't sit down and debate, give and take, look at what we say costing of services vis-a-vis enough provision of money to support provision of those services, when being a disservice to the people of Kenya. So when these 18 men and women sit down to discuss, we are not going to bring on the table what my friend Alice Wahome is doing, saying that small boys and girls.
Small girls.
You know, I think that I'm surprised that can come from a lawyer. You know, there's some language you don't expect from lawyers.
I think we have moved. I thought we have moved.
We have moved. But I'm saying if we go to the table with that kind of language debate, we would not agree. But I think the team that I've seen, I think constitutes men and women who are reasonable, tested guys, and I think we are going to sit down and find a way out. Because if we don't, then the reality is that Onyonka's auntie, Onyonka's uncle at the county level will not be able to access services. That's the reality, Dibal. So we must find a way. Finally, Dibal, the president has got no role in this mechanism. He has got no role completely. He can go to rallies, he can go to meetings and make pronouncements, but at the end of the day, the solution will come from the Senate and from Parliament. The president has got no role. He can say there is no money. He can say there is money. Whatever he says, the solution on this
from the two houses.
Will be from the two houses.
Can I make a quick response?
Can we close with you, please, on this? Yeah.
You know, one, my colleagues, Mwaura and Okongo, are taking offense over this particular issue. But they know actually what I mean. Maybe they should take an offense on the language, but they do understand the complications that the Senate has brought itself to. One, it's not just about this revenue bill. Every day they are encroaching on the mandate of the National Assembly. In terms of even of the bills that they discuss, you will hear them calling the National Security Committee. Yes, parliamentary sittings and committees. Actually, there is a lot of duplication because they have refused to stick to their mandate. And this is one instant case where they just don't want to see themselves doing what they... Because there is Article 95 and 96. 96 clearly tells them what they should do in terms of this revenue bill. Then 95 gives the National Assembly the mandate. You know, if we are talking about negotiations, let's talk about negotiations, but that may not necessarily have the force of the Constitution to be implemented, because negotiations is when you give and take. But when they stick and they say, now we'll go to the Supreme Court to enforce something that does not exist, they lose. Actually, and because what Manyora is talking about is not now within the Constitution. He's saying just give them. You know, so it means then the executive would have to be considered. Let me finish, because he talked quite at length. Has to be considered in terms of variations, in terms of changing. Then Parliament, of course, the National Assembly would have to look and see, because there is the Committee of the Budget. These guys, you know, as we are talking here, these two gentlemen here have never even, on behalf of the county government...
She's closing on it, actually.
I'm closing. On the county government, have never even lobbied some of us, if it's about negotiation. I don't need... And, you know, you had this guy, gentleman here, good member of Parliament, saying himself, he has not seen any major lobby. Finally, the question that they feel that have rubbed them the wrong way. You had Mwaura saying that even the executive has never taken the Senate maybe seriously, or they have never even set foot in the Senate. You know, the executive cannot, is actually a stranger in both National Assembly and the Senate unless by the Constitution. And if Maura looks at Article 132, he will find that, again, as Manyora said, when the makers of this actually talked about, when they talked about Parliament, it's like, I think they were referring to the National Assembly. The executive, the head of state, is mandated to submit a report to the National Assembly, not to the Senate. And that's why he addresses the nation through the National Assembly.
Let's close it with Aman Manyora,
we need to
a neutral party.
one or two things. When I say the president should step in, I mean exactly that, and I'm repeating, the president should step in, President Uhuru step in, give counties 335. This is why it is so early. Kenyan budget is an executive budget. You don't make budget. You simply rubber stamp budget. And that's why, in order to show that, to pretend to Kenyans you make budget, you are trying to raise dust and hell and everything over 20 billion in a budget of 3 trillion. You think Kenyans are foolish? You don't make budget. In Kenya, this is an executive budget. It's made by Uhuru's government. Rubber stamp by Parliament. If you had the power, would the stupid, useless things I see in the budget be there?
Right, Alice, have we or any of you...
Would you be giving, for example, to NYS money they can't even absorb?
I wouldn't go. You see, these are the same people who said we should use parliamentary language. I think the language he has used is totally out of order and very offensive because he wants to show to the world that Parliament is a useless outfit.
But don't you, do you make budget? Do you make budget? What is your role in budget making?
These are people who have never been elected.
Give him chance.
Just a moment.
Just keep that.
All right, just, okay, order. Why am I not being fair? Just a moment, Alice.
They just love demonizing members of Parliament.
No. Debal, we are not short of vocabulary that can bring down Alice. But no, I can't sit here as a senior counsel and start using language that I'm trying to delete.
Yeah,
that's not talking about
but she's raising scruples with what Haman is saying actually.
Every time you give, Debal,
just a moment.
Every time, you know, there is something that is expected from us as leaders. You know, when you are national TV here, when you leave Alice to go to a
no, just a moment.
I think you do need to control. You know,
no.
But I was talking when he actually stopped me.
Just a moment. I thought I just gave this opportunity to Haman Manyora to finish his point. How come then you both of you are talking? Right, point of order, please. Let Haman just finish. No. Just a moment. No, we close the chapter. Haman, please, Haman.
If you allow me.
No, please, Haman.
It was Haman.
I was concluding by just saying, let common sense prevail. Let the president step in. 335 to counties to end the stalemate is nothing. Let Parliament do, by Parliament I mean the National Assembly and Senate, let them do what Kenyans would expect them to do. And please, these games and fights between yourselves is not helping you. It's portraying you as people who are not quite the leaders we expected you to be. At a time like this, when we have crisis in every county, we would expect the president, the National Assembly and Senate to rise to the occasion and give counties the money they require. Let talking go on later.
Thank you.
Later,
thank you very much. Yeah. So we buckle down to the referendum quest right now. And maybe also this is where we can give a handy opportunity to Isaac Mauro to tell us what squabbles were happening in Nyeri. You were in, was it Kagio Primary School in Kirinyaga County?
I think Maura is the one who started that. But I was in Kagio Secondary School.
What was happening in Kagio?
I was in Kagio Secondary School and Muslim, DB Muslim in Nyeri town. We had 2 county events of the Inua Mama Njenga Taifa initiative that we have been doing every month. And therefore, I think Maura then can talk about what happened. You see, the same question I was raising, some person imagine that you cannot go to Nyeri and hold a meeting. I believe he was invited by the member of parliament for the county. And then he comes into a women meeting.
What was he coming to?
what was he coming to do there? The MP for Nyeri, that Mwaura now wants to defend on national television, was out of order because we had a very peaceful, very successful meeting. Members of parliament in where Mama have raised money.
But for heaven's sake, he's a member of parliament of Nyeri.
No, there is no problem.
He doesn't have the preserve of actually being
He
invited.
has no preserve of holding meetings in Nyeri because there will be many meetings in Nyeri, including church meetings, football meetings, public rallies.
It is very unacceptable.
It is not acceptable.
Why are you harassing
So it means Mwaura is sympathetic to that kind of behavior. He should be actually condemning.
I think areas in this country.
You see now, they don't even let me finish. He should be condemning.
Just a moment.
He should be condemning the activities of Nyeri member, the Honorable Ngujiri Wabogo, to actually bring, that cannot be Siba, that's cowardice. Actually, that's major cowardice, because even looking again at the manner in which he tried to bring young men who were rowdy and drunk to try and disrupt the session of now the public address, you know, because we had finished all other logistics in terms of what the women member was giving, you know, checks to persons living with disability, children's homes, women groups, and all the bursaries. And then at the time we wanted to address the gathering now is when he brings these more boys. Yeah. And that's the second time. Same faces, same man. He will come, he will find it.
But, anyway. But looking at the BBI...
But we did very well. In short, we did very well, both in Kirinyaga and in Nyeri town.
All right. Isaac?
Yes, I think I must say that it was quite disappointing to see the fights. And as Alice has said, it is the second time that this is happening, and it's unnecessary. Those contests, I saw them between Rahab Mukami and Wambogo. It appears now that Tangatanga and Kieleweke are trying to tame each other. The reason why Inua Mama went to Kirinyaga is because Waiguru had also pronounced herself as telling Mount Kenya that it is ready for Raila. And of course, they also declared that Girishi is their candidate. So for me, I'm not of either of the opinions. I think it is shameful to see leaders fighting over who is going to be the next president in 2022. It's, I think, premature. And you know, people are now taking up the pecking order. Now, coming to the issue of referendum, that's why for me you don't see me in those things, by the way. Coming to the issue of referendum, it's quite interesting to see that now Punguza Mzigo is being supported by Tangatanga. It is public. And the BBI is, of course, under embrace and handshake. So already people have taken sides on which referendum to support, which is quite curious because these two referenda are independent of each other. But in them, there is an inherent question that becomes the definitive, you know, aspect, what we call critical juncture. Under the BBI, even before the question has been put, in fact, for me, I'm saying put the question because we don't know what is the question, is the issue of expanding the executive to de-risk our politics. That's the elephant in the room. Because this is seen as a means of stopping Ruto, because then whoever were to occupy the 5 positions are already the household names around Raila, Uhuru, Musalia, Kalonzo, Wetangula, that group. That is where the issue is. You know, tribal kingpins of the 5 antagonistic ethnic, ethnopolitical, you know, formations, that is Gema, Luya, Kalenjin, Luo, and Kamba. Number 2 is the hugely popular Punguza Mzigo, but which also is inherently flawed by suggesting that every county should have 2 MPs. So that then in Kiambu County with almost 1.2 million voters, you have 2 MPs like Isiolo, so it's a case of Nairobi of 2.5 million voters. But ideally what is happening here is succession politics.
Okay.
Because then what people are, let me just finish this answer. People are seeing a referendum as a mobilizing factor that will define the contest in 2022. And in these 2 formations, the real people is Raila and Ruto.
Right. So what do we make of these comments, if my director Diana may just pick up from Mutai Ngunyi, that also on Uhuru and Raila's BBI, he says that Uhuru and Raila's BBI is dead on arrival. Most Kenyans are in the dark on their plans, and that is how it will boomerang on them.
Can I?
Please.
Thank you. For me, Diba, there are critical issues about...
on the comment first.
Yes, I'm coming to that comment. Yes. I'm just trying to give it a preamble.
Okay.
There are actually very critical issues about our governance structure. The truth be said, for example, if you take our country today the way it is, and say we are going for the next elections without anything substantial being done either to IEBC, organizing it, because there's some things I've seen which under the BBI are really interesting, like devolving IEBC and taking to every county, making sure that all that is done, making sure that we have a believable, acceptable election and all that. Mutahi Ngunyi, for me, is in that category of Kenyans who are actually right now confused between those who are saying it's going to be Punguza Mzigo and those who are talking about the BBI. BBI, you get tidbits of what they are suggesting is supposed to be discussed and what are the critical issues. Then you have now the two groups. You have the Kieleweke and Tangatanga. Kieleweke is saying, we are going to be supporting BBI because we are the president, and that is the position. You have the Tangatanga guys who are saying, no, our candidate is William Samoei Ruto. You guys are coming up with a scheme to stop him, and it doesn't matter what you do. I believe, very, very honestly and sincerely, I believe that both sides can actually sit and agree to certain changes to our constitution which are necessary without necessarily both of them being antagonistic. But whatever that takes place out of these two formations, that is what's going to determine on what the succession policy is going to be and who the next president of Kenya is going to be. Just the way it was during the 202. You remember when we were in the outfit saying we are in no. We went to the elections. No actually won. You remember President Kibaki went out and dissolved his cabinet, brought in new formations. We went to the elections, and you know the history of those elections. So I'm seeing the same scenario playing itself out, and I would pray to God that the leadership of this country would actually sit down and somehow come up with a win-win scenario for our country instead of forming the two formations where, in fact, it's like Britain. You have got the Brexit team. One is saying out, one is saying in.
Right.
Yes.
So where is the political will also from the executive, especially where the deputy presidency is concerned? Because he says this is at waste of taxpayers' money.
I mean, it's common knowledge, Debal. I mean, you're asking the obvious. We all know that the president and the DP, they don't speak from the same
I thought
page.
the DP was warming up to the BBI as far as...
no, in terms of where we are, in terms of the current politics, it's common knowledge that the president and the deputy president don't speak from the same page. But I want to disagree with Mutahi Ngunyi. You know, you have not even seen the recommendations by BBI. And we still have a long way to go, because BBI will come up with a report, but we're still going to deal with the politics. Because whatever report that is handed out by the BBI, we still have the legislative process that will take place. You know, it's like you have a wife, she has not conceived, but you are here saying that's not my child. I mean, really, that's so premature. I mean,
if Richard Ononga is seen hovering around.
So, first of all, first I think, Debal, let's agree. And you know, look at the statistics. When we were enacting this new constitution in 2010, it was passed by 68%. William Ruto was on the no side with 31%. And I believe that 31% is the one who was pushing the agenda that there were provisions in this constitution that he was not comfortable with. Now we have an opportunity to look at this. I think if we are leaders who are honest to our people, let's see what BBI places on the table. And then we can now have an objective discussion, chapter by chapter. If we reach the one which deals with trimming on the powers of the incoming president, and William Ruto is sure is the next president and doesn't want us to touch, let us discuss that issue on the table. But constitutional amendments are no more thing. The Americans, they took 5 years to amend their constitution after they enacted in 1787. By 1791, we had 10 amendments. So let us divorce politics from a process that is supposed to strengthen this constitution.
Thank you. Aman.
First on Mutahi Ngunyi, he says why the BBI is dead on arrival is that Kenyans are in the dark. I'm surprised Mutahi Ngunyi can say that. That is exactly what it was intended, that the Kenyans should remain in dark, so that the movers and the dealers, and I call them the big boys, they'll just have their way. If you put things in the open, you no longer have control, because then they assume a life of their own. The people come on table, they discuss with you, they get the direction, they decide certain things. But if you do not want people to decide, and this is the intention, who knows about the handshake? We don't know about the handshake, and it has to remain like that until the intention in that handshake is realized in 2022. So darkness is really intentional. Kenyans should be in the dark. But about the two initiatives, BBI and the Punguza Mzigo, I have said on this table, and allow me to say for the sake of Kenyans once more, that you cannot have both. Because if you start with the Punguza Mzigo and then you amend the constitution, you have to wait. I'm not a lawyer, Morgan should help us here, and Alice. In my thinking, then you will have to wait until that constitution becomes a constitution that you may now then seek to amend. You can't have two people amending the same constitution. One has been done before it becomes the constitution. What will BBI be amending? Assuming the Punguza Mzigo amendment goes through, but before there must be a process through which it then becomes the constitution of Kenya. So you have to wait until the end of the process.
Thank you.
So what I'm saying is, I am almost convinced we shall only have one. And I'm willing to bet the Punguza Mzigo will be still born, still birthed.
Punguza Mzigo?
Yes. The only referendum that we'll have in this country next year is the BBI initiative. I may not agree with it. I may have a lot of good things to say about Punguza Mzigo and a lot of bad things equally. But I think it is dead on arrival. Mutahi Ngunyi should know it is Punguza Mzigo that is going against the establishment, is going against the big boys, and to that extent, it is dead on arrival.
Right.
Yeah.
Let's get our closing remarks finally. We begin with...
But I haven't talked on that subject.
Briefly.
Yeah.
That will serve also as your closing remarks, please.
Goodness, okay. Well, I think the question, the statement by Mutahi Ngunyi is simply speaking to in my thinking is that he's speaking to the fact that the BBI is actually not anchored in law. Manyora has really put it very well that it is not supposed to be known what it contains until maybe very late, so that no preparation or even thinking is put around it by other people who are not part of this. And we have said before, if this initiative, the handshake started last year, and from then it still has not been released to the people in terms of content, in terms of discussion. And the fact that you are talking about amending a constitution and you are sitting somewhere in hotels and various places without opening these discussions to the general public, then you come up with a document and then you want to take it to the people through a bill, I think you are starting the whole thing the wrong way. However, for me, I have said before, people should not go very far. This is a political tool. BBI is a political tool. It's a it has nothing to do with a referendum in terms of serious amendment to the issues like we are speaking to.
Thank you.
It's basically to provide positions and space for some 5 communities, which is completely illogical because this country belongs to more than 42 communities.
Thank you.
But let it not be known. I mean, Punguza Mzigo is not Tanga initiative. It's a quote, and he has a party, Third Way Alliance.
Thank you.
But there are good things in it, and there are things that maybe one can say shouldn't have been there.
Thank you, Madam Alice. I would never disagree with you more. I believe in the BBI for the simple reason that some of us, as a political leader who represents people, I was actually extremely excited when I saw some members of parliament from Rift Valley screaming and saying, you see, Raila is taking all the projects to Nyanza. I said, that is how you feel when you are marginalized. That is how you feel when you win elections and they are stolen. That is how you feel when you are in a country where you feel you are a second-class citizen. So we must solve that problem. Otherwise, you have no country.
Right, thank you. Okongo Mogini?
The bottom line is to appeal to the 18 men and women who have been picked to be in the mediation team to act in the best interest of Kenyans and find a quick solution on this impasse on the division of revenue.
Thank you. Isaac, finally?
Yeah, I think is to give my apologies to the people with the Rai market whose thoughts have been burnt this morning. Really, we stand with you. Number two also is the issue of census. I mean, if you see the way I'm wearing this is a scarf. Intersex people are going to be counted for the first time. Very important. They should come out in large numbers. Albinism also, in fact, I was in SADC, helping them to come up with a resolution. Congratulations, Magufuli. Then finally, the issue of the youth. Can you advertise for 500 jobs? There were 75,000 applicants. We need to find a solution for the youth of this country.
Right. So you still seem rolling that particular intersex bill?
Yes, yes.
Right. Finally, Hamad?
My closing remark would have been to ask the president to facilitate and make sure the counties get money to end the kind of crisis, to get the 335. However, let my closing remarks be about suffering Kenyans.
Suffering Kenyans.
I've been trying to help a childhood friend secure his pension.
Briefly?
Yeah, very briefly,
yes.
To secure his pension. I've been going to that place from January up to now. I have then met many Kenyans there, including those who have suffered for many years. I'm asking the government and the pension people, I thought we made some law or something that when somebody retires, please give them their dues in 30 days. How do you send somebody home before you have processed? These are some of the things that give us the third world tag. 6 months to somebody's retirement. Process their package so that on the day they leave,
thank you,
let them go home happy that they served this country and that this country appreciates their service.
Right, thank you. Of course, we hope that, the particular organization or maybe that institution will take cognizance of that, what Hamad is saying this morning. I want to thank your panelists as well for this wonderful treat we've had this morning, and we look forward to see what will be happening at this juncture as far as the stalemate is concerned. After the tweets also coming through, but because of time we can't be able to read all of them. Thank you for your valued company. My name is Dibala.
Buy a Smart Cab Plus from us at 1.25 million shillings and get 47,000 every month. A Smart Chop Chop Cab at 675,000 shillings and get 25,000 every month. Maridadi Motors. Move your status.
It's only a witch says.
Unaongelesha nani hivyo wewe?
Can you stop talking to my nieces like that?
That guy has to go.
When was the last time you went to church?
Sasa unauliza tu ya pizza, tunauliza kazi ndatoa wapi ingine?
Ulinileta hapa ni kwa slave wako. Ukinileta hapa uliniambia unakuja kunisaidia.
Mimi sitaki house girl, nataka houseboy kama Nyambekea.
Kuna wale ambao wako in the gospel industry just for the fame and the money. Wako wengi. Hata naweza wataja. Wa kwanza ni
Super Loaf, slices of life.
Ankole Longhorn cattle are one of the most famous breeds in Africa.
I'm in Uganda to learn what it takes to run a business that transforms this horn into finished products such as this bowl.
Sandy is a logistics as service. We help small businesses move their products to their customers efficiently and affordably.
When we talk about renewable energy, this is it. The technology behind me is powered by our most abundant natural resource, the sun. And this 500-hectare plant generates 100 megawatts of electricity directly into the national grid.
Super Loaf, slices of life.
NTV, turning on your world.
Living with S in association with Minute Maid.
Good morning, everybody. We have the pleasure of hosting today's show in the most grand, beautiful, ornate resort that we've ever been to. The resort is Sun City Resort in South Africa, and I've got Didier Bayeye, who's the acting group manager for Africa Sales Sun International. Hello.
Hi, Sharon.
Didier, man, you've completely spoilt us. Okay, I don't know how you expect me to go back to like shooting and it's just like normal day when there's no mountain backdrops, and this, you've just completely blown my mind. Thank you for hosting us.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for accepting the invite.
I mean, first of all, I'm proud of and happy to be part of the celebration. If you don't know, Sun City are celebrating 40 years. Sun City Resort, 40 years. It was opened in 1979. And so it's the big 40. So tell me a little bit about Sun City. Can you give me the history of the resort?
Well, first, thank you so much for accepting to join us for this memorable event, the Big 40, the celebration of one of the African icon known as Sun City Resort. Sun City is a prime resort, not just in Africa, but it's counted among the top 10 in the world.
Oh, wow.
And of course, the #1 in Africa.
Right.
But there are also a number of things that amongst the top of the world, they still don't provide what Sun City provide.
Okay.
It's one of the rare, if not the only destination that packs so many activities, so many things to do within one place.
Right.
I guess throughout the program we have the opportunity to mention them and say what, not that you can get these things anywhere else, but it might cost you a little bit more of your time and distance to combine, but in Sun City you have everything within one resort.
Yeah.
This is why you might have noticed places where it's written a world within a city.
Oh, a world within a city. And I mean, I can attest to that because the number of things that we've been able to do and just how vastly different they are and how accommodating of different interests, different age groups as well. I think that's really special. So when the resort was started in 1979, what was there? How much was it? All this land? Was it just mountains and beautiful resorts? I mean, beautiful hotels, rather.
Sun City is located in a crater, as you can see. We're surrounded by mountain, right on the edge of the Pilanesberg National Park, which is a Big 5 national park, and the 4th biggest national park in the country, in South Africa.
Yeah.
Nature was there. This is part of the nature. So the resort has been built and set within the nature. But as you will notice, everything else has been considered not to interfere, not to kill the nature,
and to blend
but
in.
rather blend into the nature. And that all becomes part of the experience. Yeah.
So actually, I just realized I never shared where we are exactly. We are in Sun City, but we are in the Palace of the Lost City. Even the name itself, I'm like, lose me. I am not coming back. I'm lost forever. I'm not going back. So we're in the Palace of the Lost City, and there's 3 other hotels in the resort. So back in 1979, when it was open, were there still 4 hotels within the resort?
No. In 1979, when Sun City opened, it opened with the very first hotel known as the Sun City Hotel, which is today Soho. It used to be called Main Hotel. Some people call it Main Hotel. That's because it's the mother of any other hotel. And even today, Soho means simply a place of light, or where there's light. And you've been there, you can see there's life there. It's like wherever you stay, but at some point, at the end of the day, you go to Soho. Because no matter how your day runs, it comes to a time where you need the light. Okay, now it's dark. Now we need light all the time in our life. So that is where everything began, and that was the first hotel. And then followed by Cabanas, then Cascade. The Palace where we are was actually the last one, and was opened in 1992. Yeah.
And so
it was quite a journey.
Right. And I like that you also offer an array of options to meet different budgets, right? So that it's more accommodating of different people's pockets, but also interests as well. So the Palace is a 5-star hotel, is that correct?
That's correct. Palace is a 5-star deluxe hotel. And some places they will make talk of 7-star. But it's 5-star just because of the grading council has not approved anything like 6 or 7-star yet. So it's a 5-star deluxe hotel. We also have Cascade Hotel, which is 5-star as well. We have Soho, it's a 4-star hotel, and we have Cabanas, which is the 3-star hotel. What is good, Sharon, and the message we drive to the consumers, to Africans to discover what Africa has to offer, is because people hear about Sun City. Some people have seen the pictures, watched movies, documentaries, or through the website. Just by the look, people give it a connotation of very expensive place. But it is really not the case.
And it's accommodating.
Yes, and it is very, very accommodating from every budget. You can enjoy Sun City.
So typically, what are the kind of clients that you have come to Sun City Resort?
Oh, wow. Every client. Every client. Like I said, we have from low budget, middle, high to top.
And
politicians, celebrities,
families.
Families, yes. And all the hotels have family rooms. All the hotels accommodate families. No age restrictions.
So I love that. So you've got all sorts of people, and I guess I want to try and also paint a picture of who would be comfortable here, which I think essentially is anyone. You've got the couples, and you've got really romantic excursions that they could do. You've got kids activities, lots of kids Valley of Waves. Let's not even go there just yet. So families setting is good. If you want to party it up, like he said, Soho is a fun place to do that. So it's very accommodating.
It is very, very accommodating. You've mentioned the Valley of Waves, which will be reopening soon because of the season winter. It closes, it gets too cold, water is cold. So we strategically use that period for yearly maintenance of the Valley of Waves. We'll be opening in a couple of days. Back to activities. And it's not just the Valley of Waves. I mean, the the man-made beach that people see. There's a lot more slides, the lazy river, a lot more of activities. And this is all part of the offer. When I say the offer, I mean guests staying with any hotel in the resort don't pay
to go to Valley of Waves.
To the Valley of Waves. And also don't pay to access the resort, because if you don't stay, Sun City receive minimum of 3,000 visitors daily. And
wow.
Yes, because the in-house, the residents and the day visitors, we call them day visitors. You can come to Sun City even though you're not staying in Sun City, in any hotel. Families, friends, colleagues, sometimes they come spend the day and they leave in the afternoon, or in the evening, they leave late. So, but there's the entrance fees. But if you are booked to stay in the resort, then you don't pay the entrance fees to the resort, and you also don't pay the entrance to the Valley of Waves. Yeah, that already comes to you
as part of the package.
Yes.
So now that we've mentioned Valley of Waves, can you highlight some of the activities that one can do while they're here at the resort? And this is wild. You'll just be like, where are you again? How are you able to do all of this? But can you just list some of those?
Valley of Waves, it's a man-made beach. But not only that. There are some activities also, kind of adrenaline rush, such as the Temple of Terra.
What?
Temple of Terra. Yes, you. It's a water slide where you literally lie on your back, and it's very steep.
I'm already
very high, and you really need courage.
No, that's not for me. That's not for me.
to do it.
I'll do some of the other activities. Like I really enjoyed. We've already done a few actually. I know the zip lining. What else did I hear about? There's the entertainment center.
Entertainment center. There's hot air balloon.
Hot air balloons?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
There's bike.
Very
far there you can see the lake where there's jet ski. You can do the boat cruise. You can do the parasailing. And this tube with a speedboat pulling a tube, you sit on it. Yeah, there's a lot, but there's a lot, including the racing track, but for kids.
Really?
Yes, right that side, there's the Quena camp that offer activities for kids. There's Segway. You know what Segway is?
I feel like I should, but
yes.
the thing that moves?
With two wheels?
Yes, the thing
yes.
Okay.
Golf, we didn't talk of golf.
Golf, of course.
Two massive golf courses. Both of them 18 holes of courses, and then one is the Gary Playard and the Lost City Golf Course.
I think I also heard that there's like 18 tennis courts? Or
how
many? 8?
Or
like a big number.
Big number of tennis courts.
I'm not sure, but I just thought, what?
It's just a lot. And each hotel, beside the Valley of Waves, has its own swimming pool, a massive swimming pool. And we even have the Royal Pool, which is part of, between the Palace and the Valley of Waves. But this is only adult pool, not under 21.
You'll find me there. You'll find me there.
Are you above 21?
Am I? Do I look youthful? But Didier, let's talk about why we're here.
Yep.
You, or Sun City rather, is celebrating 40 years. So what big plans have you got? What are you doing to sort of mark the big 40, as you're calling it?
Yeah, it is indeed the big 40. The big 40 is made up of celebration, 40 weeks of celebration. And the actual opening was in November. So we are already into the period of celebration. That's why there's celebration every now and then. Like the one we had yesterday, last night.
Right. Oh, that was nice.
Yes, very, very nice. And you could experience, that's what Sun City is about. You know, we call it the city that never sleeps. So for the 40 weeks of celebration, which started right in May throughout November, there were amazing packages. And the good news is that this is applicable only to African trade partners in any African country. So we came up with a concept. Big 40 is a 4 and a 0. So how do we make everybody profit and enjoy the celebration. So we say, since it's a 4 and a 0, so if you pay for 4 nights, we 0 the 5th night.
Oh.
Yes, that is valid to a lot of agents.
Okay.
But I know a lot of Kenyans will watch this. It's also available in Kenya. We have partners in Kenya, agents. We work with,
and that's a really good package as well. And again, I mean, I can't even begin to stress how this space has blown my mind. So I've been to Sunset before, but it was a day tour.
Oh, okay.
And it can't come close to what my experience has been having stayed in Sun City and enjoyed and had a few days to sort of enjoy the different activities. And I also really like that you were able to merge your Big 40 with Terry-Ann's Big 40. Terry-Ann Chibet turned 40 this year.
Oh, yes.
So it was like a double celebration with girlfriends and everything, which just makes it even more interesting.
Of course, we can't ignore the Big 40. It's a big number. That is why we're celebrating with Africa. The Sun City, the Las Vegas of Africa, and as well as the Palace of the Lost City, which is the Palace of Dream, inviting everybody to join us in this celebration and experience. What we have mentioned as activities, I can say it's not even half of the list.
And I concur. It's just that I can't remember some of the things that they were saying, and I was like, what? But which part of the resort is that in? All right, we've got to take a break. When we come back, we'll speak to Shirley, who will help package this for you and show you that really you could be a part of this big celebration. And truthfully, I might just join you because I think I'm coming back. I'm coming back. We'll be back in a moment.
You have to come back.
We'll be back.
Breakfast is not complete without the new Minute Maid NutriDefense's Nectar Plus. Complete the most important meal of the day with the goodness of great tasting juice fortified with vitamin E and zinc to complement your family's nutritional needs. Minute Maid NutriDefense's Nectar Plus. Breakfast complete.
Je, maumivu ya kichwa na kukosesha amani? Kaluma Strong hutuliza maumivu ya kichwa, maumivu ya mwili na hata huondoa joto jingi mwilini. Kaluma Strong ina aspirin kama kiungo. Maumivu yakizidi, muone daktari.
Rough and tough quality textured coating gives your walls a tough and beautiful finish. Available in over 6,000 shades, it hides surface imperfections. Call us on 0709 887 000 to place your order. Crown. If you like it, crown it.
My name is Joyce Njogu. I'm the head of consulting at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's a business membership organization for manufacturing value-add industries with close to 1,000 members. From Daily Nation, we've been able to build our brand as CAM. We've been able to build the credibility of CAM because the more you communicate through the Daily Nation, the more we have partners wanting to engage with us and be part of the development agenda.
Our leadership is unchallenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
You are watching Living with S in association with Minute Maid.
Welcome back, everybody. If you're just joining us, we've been talking about Sun City Resort, which is celebrating the Big 40. That's 40 years since they opened back in 1979. And right now, I've got Shirley Nailante, whose last name, when she said, I was like, Nailante, are you playing me here, Shirley? Because that's a special name to me. One of my family members is called Nailante. But she's a group director at Convent Group, and she's helping facilitate and organize trips and packages, which Who knows? Maybe the next package has your name on it.
Yeah.
Hi, Shirley.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks. Welcome. Thanks for you know, accepting the offer to be on the show and helping us break down how, well, one, how you got to do what you do now and where, you know, be sort of run Convent Group, what it's about, and two, create packages. I'm going to ask for all the tips, especially pocket-friendly tips when it comes to traveling.
Okay.
But first, can you tell me a little bit about you and your background and Convent Group as well?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And it's an honor for us to at least be part of your Sun City experience. I've always loved traveling from when I was young. And I actually used to do something else, not travel.
Okay.
So I'm passion-driven than education-driven.
Okay.
So I had a very bad, nasty experience once when I was traveling.
Okay.
And I felt that it should have been done better. And because of that, then it provoked me to start my own company. And start now organizing different packages for people.
Right.
From across, you know, the budget shift where it's the cheapest.
Right.
To the, of course, the most expensive.
The luxury.
But then there's also something that I noticed when I was planning.
Okay.
There is no expensive holiday.
What do you
Did
mean
you know
by
that? You can actually stretch payments over a period of a year. So there is no expensive holiday.
Oh, is that an offer that...
we always do that.
Yeah.
We always do that. So it's something that we noticed when we were coming into the Kenyan market especially.
Yeah.
That there was a bad concept of the whites are the ones who travel. So when we started back in 2007, we decided to take a different approach and tell the Kenyan traveler, you can actually leave the country and have an experience. Or you can go to Mombasa and have an experience. It doesn't need to be expensive.
Yeah.
Of course, to crack that ground took almost 6-7 years.
Right.
Because they were like, really, why would I start paying you in January?
For a trip that I'm taking.
For a trip in December.
But essentially I think that's one of the best tips when it comes to traveling. A lot of times we see people moving from like destination to destination every year and you're like, how are they able to just afford that? And then school fees is the next.
They're convert clients.
Yeah. And then school fees is the next month. Like, how are you able to afford that? But it really starts with planning.
It starts
ahead.
with planning.
And I think an agency that helps you structure that as well, I mean, it goes to show that you really are thinking about the client and making the trip as smooth as possible. Because you don't want to go on a trip and be thinking, wow, did I pay rent? Oh gosh, I need to pay this, I need to pay that.
I know. And then families, you know, you find, because we deal with every type of client. So after that, then there was a huge need for visa. Huge.
Okay.
And we figured that a lot of people are also not traveling.
Yeah.
Because when you tell them, do you want to go to South Africa?
Yeah.
For instance, where we are right now. Someone starts with visa.
Yeah.
How am I going to get from Kenya to South Africa?
Yeah.
How am I going to get from Kenya to the US or Europe or
Yeah.
wherever? And we told them we are going to help facilitate the process. And now we do visas for 195 countries.
Oh, good.
Yes, we actually help that. You see, some of the embassies you have to go in person, even the South African one.
Right.
But paperwork is needed.
Yeah.
So
and you help
we help facilitate that.
All right. So tell me, why Sun City? How did this partnership come into play?
I have been here before. And in the year 2008, I actually lived in South Africa for 1 year. So for me, South Africa has always been my baby. You know, it has been a driven passion for me to have Kenyans come back. There is a small, brief history that is unknown. Over the years, until around 2014, thereabout, you would easily find that Kenyans were coming here. And then now the immigration and the visa rules shifted. So immediately the travel agent in Kenya then decided to venture into new markets, and Dubai took over. So that's how you find there's Dubai being sold a lot in the Kenyan space. But it's because of the visa restrictions that we were having. But with the new president in South Africa, that has been reconsidered. And now we are coming back and saying, hey, you know what, Kenyans? and East Africans and the rest of Africa, we can actually come to South Africa. And for me, my choice, of course, will be Sun City.
Right.
And the Sun International Resorts, because they have more hotels than Sun City.
Right. Yes. Oh yeah, right. You mean that there's other, in fact, there's one in Pretoria, I know one in Santa.
They have 13 properties.
13 in South Africa.
In South Africa, in Africa. Let me say in Africa before I get the number wrong. Okay. But they have properties that we are working with them to build. Okay. And so we have offers for the Sun International Group.
So yeah, so let's talk about the offer, the Big 40 offer. Yes. What went into creating the perfect package? And what generally, when you're considering these things, what do you look at?
So we look at price first. Because you see, you also need to fulfill a need of your traveler. If a traveler sees the first package you're giving them for a certain destination is above $2,000, $3,000, first things first is they will consider, really, do I need to spend that much for 5 nights? So for us, we had to now talk to our partners, that is Sun International, through the African sales office, where we told them, give us a package that will work for every Kenyan. So our first entry package is $890.
Whoa.
Yes.
That's really good.
Plus flights, because our partner is South African Airways. Okay. So they've given us really good discounts on the flights.
Wow.
And then now we also had to come in and say even the paperwork facilitation is going to be part of it as a contribution by Convert. So we want everyone to travel.
Wait, that's really good. $890.
$890. That in Kenya shillings is roughly
like 90K.
90,000
yeah,
shillings.
90,000 shillings. So, and that would be flights and
visa assist service.
Yeah.
Minus the visa fee.
Right.
The visa fee
is
officially
separate,
is $50. That's 5,000 shillings.
Yeah.
And then there is the taxes for the flight. See, sometimes when you have a package done by an agency, they don't include the taxes for it. So you have to end up paying more.
Right.
But for us, it's return flights and taxes, visa assist services, accommodation for 3 nights. That's a 3-night package.
Yeah.
Accommodation for 3 nights in Sun City, plus breakfast.
Okay.
Plus transfer from the airport into Sun City.
I mean, I don't know about you, but this just feels like a no-brainer.
I know.
It feels like a no-brainer. And the offer runs till?
Until 30th of November.
30th of November.
Yes. And then we have an amazing deal where we are, because of the package and it is coming directly through Convert group from the partners, they can only, just to create a seamless affair, they can only then use an agency to mobilize, you know, the facilitation of everything to be done. We have a discounted further offer for travel agents. So now travel agents can come to us, get a discount from us to do as a resale for their clients. So we're not restricting that either.
But I think essentially this just feels like a really great opportunity to escape into, like Didier said earlier, it's like it's its own world. It's a world within a city, and all the different activities that you've got on offer. You've got access to Valley of Waves, and then I don't know if you've been to South Africa or not, but it is a gorgeous, it's a gorgeous country, and with such vibrant people that if you've never been, this is your chance. If you've been, this is your chance to come again.
Yeah.
I actually have a mind to book another trip and just because I've really had an amazing time. But now that we're talking about trips and travel, and I'm sure that you're someone who travels quite a bit, maybe as we finish up, you could share some of the travel tips, because I'm sure you've got a number, and specifically coming to South Africa, like what are some of the things that you think would help people coming in for the first time to feel more?
First timers, let me tell you, South Africa is safe. I mean, you know, that's the one thing when you're trying to sell it. I don't know where the stigma comes in, you know, how safe is it? It is safe, because then when you land in Joburg, even if you're coming to Sun City and you have you've come with the evening flight, for instance, we'll not take you to the CBD in Johannesburg. We're going to take you to Sandton in the property called Maslow under the Sun International Group. Or we can take you to Pretoria. So we will ensure that our clients are safe, number one. Number two, always have insurance, travel insurance, very important.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to always push a client
to get
travel insurance.
Yeah.
It is not for us to get the money.
Right.
It is for you to be safe, you know, in case you need a quick medical cover.
Yeah.
Sometimes to cover for baggage, losses,
lost luggage,
you know, and delays in flights.
Yeah.
And we are finding that is also something that, yes, the Kenyan traveler is not really very keen about, which is very important.
Yeah.
The third thing is, even before you travel, is to get your paperwork right.
Right.
Every embassy would want to give you visa, you know, because visa is your right, but only when you get it right. So if you have the right paperwork, they have no justifiable reason to deny you visa. But if you don't have the right paperwork, I mean, you know, there's no way they can give you visa.
Right.
The next thing is, at least when you come, learn something. That is the other concept that we have with Convert.
Okay.
We always merge our travels with business.
Okay.
For instance, what business idea have you picked, you as Sharon, coming to Sun City?
Ooh, what business? Yeah, what business idea?
Anything. Like, what did you see and say, wow, I wish I would do this in Kenya?
I don't know if I had like my business hat on for this trip, but I do think. Let me see. Let me actually think about. I'm not sure.
Living with us focuses on
lifestyle.
Yeah. I'd tell you, even the beds, their furniture is really amazing. Yeah. So we always tell people, have an eye to get an idea of what to do when you go back to your host country.
So
you understand?
Yes, but in that case, then it doesn't even have to just be business.
It doesn't have to be business.
Yeah, business
something
idea.
You can even do in your house.
It could be a lifestyle change.
Yes,
it could be
exactly.
a decor tip.
Yes,
it could be a courtesy. Maybe you've learned something about like South
African
culture and you want
like
to
that.
Yeah. Well, in that case, absolutely. Like, I do think this, for me, what's been very clear about my experience at Palace Law City is how their attention to detail and such ornate moldings and structures and decor pieces, and I want so desperately to infuse a little bit of that
we don't have back
in my
home,
house.
You know, even in your house perhaps. So we always tell people, learn something, just don't travel. You know, because then there is holiday. Pick something that you can replicate in your home country.
Oh, that's a good,
Very
that's
important.
a good tip. Thank you. Thanks, Shirley.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well then, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to take a break. When we come back, we'll take a tour of the African suite. And I think Didier also has another surprise for me that involves going up to a tower. I'm not sure. But we'll be back in a moment. Don't go anywhere.
wanajitambua, yani wale wanajiamini. Yani someone took their sweet time and thought about us. Rembo TV, simply beautiful.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Nation FM. More music and less talk. Nairobi 96.3, Mombasa 101.5, Meru 93.9, Nyeri 104.9, Eldoret 102.7, and Nakuru 97.7. Follow us on social media on Facebook at Nation FM, Instagram at Nation FM, and on Twitter at Nation FM KE. Nation FM. More music and less talk.
Oh, wewe ndio uliosha hii gari?
Yes, umeona venye iling'ara.
Kazi yako ni nini hapa PSA?
Security.
Exactly. Ustick kwa line yako.
I want chicken.
We're having rice today.
Let me call my dad and tell him to bring me chicken.
Aloy, zima hiyo kitu. Trying to put my child to sleep.
Sikuski.
Dad, you buy me a hoverboard.
Yeah, we'll see about that, Kyle.
I know my real dad can buy for me one.
Simple Loaf. Slices of life.
By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife.
Our world felt like a storybook. We were unstoppable. Eternity was ours. She never wavered from the vow she made to me on our wedding day. I wish I could say the same. I need you to sign the divorce papers.
The greatest gift a father can give his children is to love their mother.
As the days turned into weeks, I could feel myself changing inside, not just emotionally, but physically, spiritually, and even mentally as well.
You are watching Living with S in association with Minute Maid.
Who is it? Oh, it's you guys. Come in, come in. Welcome to my crib, ladies and gents. Kidding, it's not my crib. It is, however, the African suite, and I've got Didier to take me on a house tour, a room tour. Though it feels like a house. It's not
Of course it is.
Yeah.
In the palace, you stay in the house.
Palace of the Lost City, ladies and gents. Okay, by the door already, you can tell we're in for some big details and rooms and sizes. Right.
Great. I would prefer we start right from one end to another.
Okay.
Then we'll give you a quick explanations of different part of this suite.
Oh, so we'll come back and you'll tell me everything.
And then as you can already see, let's come right in one hand.
We've been walking for so long.
Yes. This is just one of the bathroom, not the bathroom, but one of the bathroom. You have amazing view of the resort and mountain, and also the other wing of the palace as well. So as you can just lie down on the basin and enjoy your bath and explore the beauty of the reserve.
No big deal. Just, you know, a bath in the mountains. I don't know what your shower days look like. I love that you've got, with even gold details in there.
Yes. Everything is considered. I know that sometimes people don't pay too much attention, but as a brand is the most important thing. For example, Sun International, if you have to put Sun International, you just write S, you know, like living with the E-double-S. That S, it's not Sun. The Sun International S, it has to look, for example, you see the branding, such as things like, you know, that's the palace. It's just tissue, but you can see it carries the brand design. That's why you also see even the handle, the step.
Everything is so well considered.
Designed just for the palace.
I love it.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna take this home with me, Didier. Let's go.
Okay, and the shower as well. Same. Look at the shower handle and the detail.
It's gorgeous. I really, really love that basket. If one went missing, would you be very upset about that?
Of course we will. We will. Because the next person would still want to get the same experience. Look at the bed. By the way, this is not the main bedroom. In most of the hotel, when they tell you about a suite, this would probably be the main bedroom.
Right.
But this is not the main bedroom. You have look at the size of the wardrobe. Right on the other side. So
this is incredible. And a little living area.
Living area. Yes.
All right. So
By the way, like I was saying,
Yeah.
we are in African suite. So this room, the bathroom we just saw, it's only the second bedroom and the second bathroom. This is not even for the king or the famous person staying here.
All right.
And then this is guest toilet.
Guest toilet.
So while staying in here, having meetings or just relaxing, friends, they might use this bathroom. They don't have to go through the bedroom to go use the
bathroom.
The washroom.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then of course this gorgeous office area.
Fully fitted library and connected direct to internet.
Because
Just
business
to-
must go on.
Yeah. And we have the the TV room.
Yeah. This is just extravagant.
This
is
and the TV is connected to internet, so you can access internet through the TV.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, you can relax there. Beautiful canapé. And the suite comes, of course, with a big piano and the pianist.
No.
If it's booked, yes, while you're relaxing, reading, or just lying down, you get your pianist playing piano
You're
for you.
kidding me.
Constantly. That's why the piano is there. It's not a display.
I thought it was a display.
Can you play piano, Sharon?
Oh, no, I
All
can't
right,
play to
then,
save my life. No, what are you doing? We're not going to embarrass me on national television.
All right. Then we have a dining, of course, because it also comes with a private butler. The chef will make meals. Yes, specifically for the guests
So,
staying
like,
in here.
can you share which kind of people have stayed at this suite?
As you might have noticed, we take everybody and anybody.
Okay.
Okay. If you feel you need to spoil yourself and
They
stay
come.
in here,
Yeah.
yeah, of course. Why
Any
not?
celebrities that you
yes,
can share,
a lot of celebrities, politicians, anyway, all of them. We don't even need to mention from any country.
Yeah.
Celebrities, we have celebrities like Elton John's, Tina Turner. We have Michael Jackson, who's also stayed in here. We have many of them. That's few international ones, but yes, Africans, and they all, the list is endless.
Right.
Yeah.
And I can see a balcony, but I guess we'll see that
And
last.
there is a bar.
Oh, of
So
course.
yeah,
a
it
bar.
comes with a bar. It's a full, and this is the kitchen.
Okay,
And
the
also you
butler's-
notice the kitchen has a door that side.
Right.
So the butler, the chef, doesn't use the main door. They come in here and go out from here with everything they need. You can even close the kitchen door. So he comes in there, does his stuff, put food on the table.
Like a butler's kitchen. No
Yes.
big deal.
Now,
no big
this
deal.
is the main bedroom.
Wow.
That one was a second bedroom.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the main bedroom. Yeah.
Wow.
Beautifully
Four-poster
done
bed.
that will make you realize that the night has never been long.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I'm just curious to
And
sneak
the
a
view
peek.
you have
Yeah.
is just really
incredible. I'm just gonna
incredible.
open this. Beautiful, beautiful. So what's back? I'm just curious to know what's here. Oh, a TV.
Yes.
Because obviously you've got to watch TV
You've
from
got
your
to-
bed.
From your bed.
Obviously.
You don't need to. I'm tired, I just want to lie down, but let me be in the lounge. I'm
Yeah.
in the lounge. I'm lazy to go to bed. So every part of the suite is comfortable for what you would want to do. And this is another very important part of the suite.
The suite.
Look at the bath.
This bathroom is bigger than some people's apartments.
Yeah, it is. It is. And yeah, it's not just a comment.
I'm not just saying that. I think this bathroom is bigger than, it feels like it's bigger than where my first home, like my childhood home.
Yeah.
The two bedrooms, it feels like it's bigger than the two bedrooms and the bathroom.
Yeah.
It's huge.
And when somebody said, I heard of Sun City, I went and came back and telling people there's no way you'll describe that place to anybody. People always think we exaggerate. But how do you explain all this if you don't experience?
You've got to see this. You've got to see this, guys. No big deal, just a sauna. Excuse me, as I go into a sauna.
Like
just,
I'll
be right back.
Big deal.
I'm just going to go to my sauna in my bathroom.
Of course.
Yeah. Don't you have one today? No.
We do, of course.
Of course,
and
of course.
It's the jacuzzi.
Which fits a family. This is huge. I mean, this is just extravagant.
Yeah. And look at the shower.
Oh, wow.
Look at the size of the shower.
So, the Tina Turners, Elton Johns, Michael Jacksons of this world.
It feels even good.
We
just
might
to
as
relax.
well.
We might as well.
This is where we should have hosted the show.
Yes.
Look at this.
Cool to have
and there's more space. You all can come and fit in. I don't know.
You know, we can have drinks here.
We can take a nap. Everything.
In shower, yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. All right, so I know that there's somewhere else you wanted to take me. Oh, no, there's a balcony area first.
There's a balcony area.
Let's go take a look at that before we go up to the tower.
That's very important to see as well. Oh, that way. You see,
it's so big, you don't even know where.
Okay, I guess we can just use this door.
Okay.
That opens direct from the main bedroom.
Right, because there's also a balcony on every, like main bedroom,
second bedroom,
and the living
lounge.
room.
Yes, the living room. So which leads to this massive space, and that's you have an outside jacuzzi.
Oh.
So you can just relax.
What is this life?
Right here. Yeah.
Wow, this is the dream. This is absolutely the dream.
Indeed. And you have the beautiful view of the main pool on the other side. So you can host a party here, you know.
Yeah.
Ladies' night out.
Oh
Sharon,
my God.
From
I
Nairobi.
never leave. What
bring your
happens?
friends.
What happens if I never leave, Didier? What happens if I just say I'm staying? No.
You're already leaving.
No. If
well,
I just
you are at the palace.
If I just say I'm not going back, how bad is it going to get? Look at that view.
Well, it's going to be a loss for Kenya again for SA.
Oh, bless you. Look at that pool. I mean, look at the greens. Look at the landscape. Yeah. Oh, look at the lake at the end.
Lake. You can see a speedboat or jet ski.
Right,
I think that's a jet ski.
Yeah.
And that structure you see there with a big tube, it's one of the slided value
Oh
ways.
my gosh.
Yeah, which will be reopening soon. The refurbishment is done.
My goodness, this is
also mentioned, remember I mentioned that it's just in the extremity of Pilanera National Park.
Yeah.
So there's game drive.
Oh wow.
Available in Sun City.
Yeah.
And this is a Big 5 National Park. So that's why we say you get so many things in one place.
Right.
For example, many other countries offer activities such as game drive, safari. You can go on safari. But people know and prepare their mind when we're going for safari, then there's no city life.
Right.
There's no nightclub, there's no pub, because it's in the bush.
Yeah.
But in Fun City, you have
it
everything.
all.
You have it all.
You spoil us. All right, so take me to that place. What did you call it?
The King's Tower.
The King's Tower.
Yep.
I'm ready. Let's go.
All right.
Okay.
Let's rock and roll. We have to use the same.
So we've come up to the 9th floor.
Yes.
And headed up to the King's Tower. Let's go.
It's going to take us a couple of steps.
Okay, 2 flights, 1 flight. You know, actually, whichever way, I'm just happy I'm walking up steps because I've been eating all sorts of things.
Non-stop.
Non-stop.
All right, almost there.
Okay. Oh, wow. It's a tower. And it goes all the way up.
Yes, it goes all the way up. If you want, you can still go up there. But this is the King Tower that gives you 360 degrees of the resort. Oh, yeah.
It is deep.
Yeah.
And there's some people
I
up
guess
there.
there are some people, they went to take the view. And from here, you also have the view of the Valley of Ways. You can see, though, it will be opening soon.
Oh, so it's just here.
It is just here.
Yeah, you can see.
And then where you see the palm trees there, that's all the beach. Yes, they're covered with water, and you have the beach sand.
Oh, so which resort is that there? Or which hotel, rather, is that there?
That is Cascade.
Cascade.
Yes, that's the Cascade Hotel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay,
you can see the maze from distance, from far there.
Where?
Yeah, where there's like a canvas. The
that's
structure
yeah.
That.
Oh,
like
yeah.
The walls.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the maze of the lost city, and this is the main pool of the palace. Yeah, we can walk around.
Yeah, a quick walk around and see what else. So these are animals. Oh, it's like a deer.
Yes.
Or antelope or
impala.
something. Impala.
Sorry, this is a kudu actually, not impala.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. This feels like a scene out of Jurassic Park. Speaking of scenes out of a movie, you've had several movies shot from here.
Yes.
Like Hollywood films.
Yeah.
Like which ones?
Like Blended has been shot in Sun City.
Yeah.
What's the other one? I can't remember. Anyway, I'm not really a movie person, but yes, I do the business side of it.
Yeah. But there's some
African
international
movies as well,
and local.
like in Hollywood, 10 Days in Sun City.
Right.
We have Mr. Bones. You have it's a number of them.
I mean, this is incredible. The waterfall over there.
Yeah, a lot of waterfall.
Right.
And like we can see another waterfall there. You can even the sound they echo you.
All right. Oh my gosh, DJ, this is just out of this world. And that's the entrance to the palace,
yes, this is the main entrance to the Palace of the Lost City. And over there you have the Lost City Golf Course, which is a 18-hole golf course.
Incredible. DJ, this has been such a great trip. And I think, ooh, did you see that?
Yeah, beautiful.
Do they want to be part of the show? I just want to fly with the birds. Oh no, but I was just saying thank you so much. Thank you. This has been great getting to learn more about the history of Sun City and celebrating the Big 40 with you.
Well, it's a pleasure. It's all a pleasure anytime, Sharon. I would love to have you again.
Oh, you're going to see me again for sure. And remember, if you want to join, you can very easily. Just book a package and you can enjoy this life yourself. But for now, we're going to bid you farewell and enjoy this view. Bye, everybody.
The life we
living with us.
Live it with S in association with Minute Maid.
Complete the most important meal of the day with the goodness of great tasting juice fortified with vitamin E and zinc to complement your family's nutritional needs.
I think it's time for us to reunite again and help your brother in his situation. You and I really need to make him feel that we're still a family.
Why did you allow Eva to come back to the Philippines? My daughter's life is in danger. I know it was Stella who wanted me dead.
So is he your favorite son now? You're just like Papa. Do you love Eno now?
Listen, I don't love Eno.
Of course you love him! He's your son!
He's not my son!
You two are destined to be together. It was written in the stars, and that's what I saw.
Rebecca, I'm glad you're awake.
Where is my daughter?
It's only I will just say so.
Unaongelesha nani hivyo?
Can you stop talking to my nieces like that?
That guy has to go.
When was the last time you went to church?
Sasa unauliza juu ya pizza para uliza kazi ndatoa wapi ingine?
Kwani ulinileta hapa ni kwa slave wako? Ukinileta hapa uliniambia unakuja kunisaidia.
Mimi sitaki house girl, nataka houseboy kama Nyambegea.
Kuna wale ambao wako in the gospel industry just for the fame and the money. Wako wengi. Hata naweza wataja. Wa kwanza ni
Super Loaf, slices of life.
Buy a Smart Cab Plus from us at 1.25 million shillings and get 47,000 every month. A Smart Chop Cab at 675,000 shillings and get 25,000 every month. Maridadi Motors. Move your status.
Nation FM. More music, less talk.
It's just us against the world in the life of sin. Ain't nobody gonna take us out. It's our ways of never them. So put your phone down, down, down. They look at me when I'm here. They look at me when I'm here. They look at me when I'm here.
Nation FM. Nation FM. More music, less talk.
Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Kisha tusonge mbele, kisha tusonge mbele. Tusonge mbele.
Tusonge Mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge Mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Ankole Longhorn cattle are one of the most famous breeds in Africa. I'm in Uganda to learn what it takes to run a business that transforms this horn into finished products such as this bowl.
Sandy is a logistics service. We help small businesses move their products to their customers efficiently and affordably.
When we talk about renewable energy, this is it. The technology behind me is powered by our most abundant natural resource, the sun. And this 500-hectare plant generates 100 megawatts of electricity directly into the national grid.
Super Loaf, slices of life.
Oh, wewe ndio uliosha hii gari?
Yes, mbona venye iling'ara?
Kazi yako ni nini hapa kwa hii estate?
Security.
Exactly. Usiku kwa line yako.
I want chicken.
We're having rice today.
Let me call my dad and tell him to bring me chicken.
Aloy, zima hiyo kitu. Trying to put my child to sleep.
Sikuski.
Dad, you buy me a hoverboard.
Yeah, we'll see about that, Cal.
I know my real dad can buy for me one.
Super Loaf, Slices of Life.
I am Joseph Mungai Gikonyo, the proprietor of Garam Investments Auctioneers. I came to the Daily Nation because it was then, as it is still now, the newspaper with largest readership in the country. I didn't have to think twice about it. The Daily Nation is the cream of the crop. And I have seen tremendous growth in my business via the use of the Daily Nation.
Our leadership isn't challenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
This is NTV.
Well, a very good morning to you this 19th day of August 2019. You're watching NTV today. My name is Zainab Ismail. We have a number of stories making headlines across the country, and we also have our reporters from the different counties who'll be giving us an update on what is happening there, but also give us a glimpse of the state of water pollution in those parts of the country. Bernard Ojwang is in Migori County, Ouko Kusa in Kisumu, Melita Oletenges in Nyeri, and Kevin Mutai is in Mombasa. But Kevin will be giving us a brief on the annual conference bringing together over 150 judges from the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, High Court, Environment and Land Court, as well as the Employment and Labor Relations Court. And the National Environment Management Authority is also expected to release a report detailing the progress made in the ongoing cleanup of the Nairobi River. Our Charity Mwangi is on that bit, which is in line with our discussion this morning. We'll be able to introduce our panel in just a moment. But before that, we're going to take a look at that story that aired yesterday, toxic flood. Now, the Nairobi River is famous, but for the wrong reasons. Wherever it passes, it leaves a terrible stench in the air. The result of serious pollution. Over the last few weeks, NTV traveled the entire journey of the river, accompanied by scientists, to find what the dirty flow contains. The results may explain the increase of diseases that were previously unheard of in the rural areas, but are now prevalent. Could Nairobi River be the common denominator of the increase of non-communicable diseases in the 5 counties that the Nairobi-Athi River Basin flows? Well, NTV's Charity Mwangi has the sights, sounds, the confessions and the outcomes of our investigations of the toxic flow.
The green vegetation and the flowers scattered around the little-known Ondiri Springs creates a picturesque environment nourished by a water source that runs deep underneath the ground. The sparkly treasure peeks from underneath and is seen in different spots around the vast area, letting out the secret of its great potential. This is the source of the Nairobi River that swells into the Great Athi River. The river travels through 5 counties, but its reputation becomes murkier the further it flows. NTV, in partnership with the University of Nairobi, has conducted a study to find out how bad the pollution is and the damage to the river. Our 2-month investigation shows that River Athi has formed a corridor of disease as it flows to the Indian Ocean. Although those worst affected are the communities that depend on the river directly, the issue is of national concern. We sampled 10 spots from the source at Ondiri in Kikuyu, Kiambu County, to the mouth that is at Sabaki in Malindi, Kilifi County. The Nairobi River is a feature that reveals the architectural prowess that went into the design of the city under the sun. Nairobi was designed to be a city surrounded by streams of water, Nairobi River to the east and the Ngong River to the west. The vision and the reality have flowed in different directions with the passage of time, turning the two sources of life into a shame and an eyesore for one of the most progressive cities in Africa.
This particular river is a concern not only to Warma, but to many key and stakeholders, investors, tourists. We are losing a lot of money in terms of billions. And not only on the side of investors. I want you to look at the other side of spiral effects of how much we spend in medicine, how much we spend in our hospitals. It turns to billions of money.
Our scientists are all geared up to check the biological and chemical pollutants that lurk in the waters. We follow them on this journey, recording their findings and meeting communities that depend on the Nairobi Athi water drainage basin.
We want to capture whatever is happening at source as we go downstream. And we have chosen this area since there's very few human activity. Of course, there's a few, but not as intense as we go downstream. And that's why we have decided to pick water at source. We want to understand the quality of water, both chemical and microbial, what we call the physiochemical and the microbial quality. For that, we need to sample water using different apparatus. And that's why we use this bottle. This is a sterile bottle, meaning that it has no bacterial contamination at all. We prepare it in the lab. And then when we come here, we handle it aseptically and pick water from the river as it flows without disturbing and without contamination. That means that we won't take it as it is.
The water here is clear. A thick forest acts as a buffer to protect the river by limiting human activities at close proximity. However, this quickly changes as the first pollutants are introduced into the river a few kilometers from the source. Farming activity close to the river compromises the integrity of the river as pesticides and fertilizers seep into the water through the soils.
So we are at Nairobi River, just after Ufero, before Kawagware. The river is relatively clean compared to downstream, but relatively with a bit of sediments. And the sediments would be as a result of the farming that is along the river beds. That's why it is a little bit brown.
As the river snakes its way to Museum Hill, its appearance changes significantly from the pristine, clean liquid to downright filthy sludge. It carries with it the pollutants picked up from the heavily populated Kawangware and Kangemi estates and the upmarket Riverside Drive. The presentation of the water tells of the possibility of injection of raw sewer into the river.
The color speaks for itself. There are a lot of impurities and sediments that you can see. And I had said earlier on, we can also pick the smell that was not there when we arrived.
On its onward journey, the river moves from bad to worse. At the country bus terminus, the recklessness of some of the city dwellers and their attitude towards the environment can be seen through the garbage that collects at the riverbank.
The water is highly polluted. That's a fact. If one would use that water, then of course a number of things may happen. And that would only take an investigation to have any depth understanding.
That notwithstanding, this is home to a group of street urchins who seem not to be disturbed by the stench from the river and the dangers it poses.
Maji ya kunywa huwa mnatoa wapi?
Maji ya kunywa hapa hivi.
The further the river flows, the more troubling the water appears, and the more blatant the abuse of this natural resource becomes. Residential houses next to the river often directly discharge their waste, including raw sewage, into the water.
Once we tried to touch some informal settlement, the many MCAs that came to this authority, please don't come to my section, I'm talking to my people to get out of the river. Because for them, they are seeing votes, they are seeing numbers. But you want to be voted by people who are dying.
You don't have to victimize this person by telling them to move, all right? Yes, maybe they have violated the law by building so much close to the river. But what remedy do you have before you destroy their property? I would suggest that first we look at the solution we are bringing on board, whether it will save that house or not.
And as it moves further east in Dandora, it meets and joins Madare River, which is equally flowing in filth. The Dandora dam site lets us into the government's attitude towards the country's rivers. Of all the places that could have been used as a garbage field, this appeared to be the most appropriate. Environmental standards require a 6 to 30-meter distance between any water source and any human activity. That doesn't seem to apply here. It seems then that the public is taking the cue from its leadership. The body of water then cascades into the Dandora Falls. At first glance, it has the markings of a beautiful destination that will provide great recreation for Nairobi residents.
Si vision yenye tuko nayo, tunataka ikue ni park. Park yenye ati si lazima mimi saa zile nataka kutembeza familia yangu, ati nitoke hapa niende places zingine. Naweza leta mtoi wangu hapa na feel ako ndani ya community yake, lakini community yenye iko sawa.
However, the potential has been snuffed out by the garbage and sewage that has transformed the river into a flowing sewer.
Right now, nothing can survive in this river. It got choked up with so much garbage and so much waste, such that ipendezi hata macho, you know.
Nonetheless, it appears that the river provides nourishment to vegetables that may make it to the dining tables of some city dwellers. The water here appears heavy with sediments. It is dark in color and foamy. Area residents say the situation was different in the past.
Once tukiwa watoi hapa, tulikuwa tunakaa fishing hapa. Tunaweza come to fish hapa, na tuwashe moto hapa na tuipikie hapa. No due time, juu pia county government ilikam ni kama ikaslip kidogo. Wale malandlord walikama wakaanza kuown land hizi areas karibu na hii mto, walianza kuelekeza sewer lines zao kwa mto.
This group of youth has taken it upon themselves to clean the waterfall, which in itself seems to be a mission in futility.
It's a combined effort. If those who are removing waste continue removing waste, and those who are dumping waste continue dumping waste, then it will be a tug of war where we cannot win.
They have, however, grown this forest as a way of honoring a river that provided great memories of their childhood, even as they hope for better days ahead. From here, we visit the 14 falls whose reputation precedes itself. We anticipate to see the 14 majestic falls that draw locals and foreigners alike. But on arrival, we are disappointed. The air is heavy with a strong familiar stench that wards off any desire to interact with the water.
We have a lot of human or animal waste, and mostly human waste because this is Nairobi. That ends up in the river. There are chemicals that may be released in the river. So a combination of all that would be an explanation of the foaming that we are seeing, as well as the color that of course indicates a lot of sewer contaminants.
At this point, the Nairobi River has joined the Ngong River and now officially becomes Athi River. The source of the Ngong River is at the Embakasi Forest in Ngong, Kajiado County. And just like Nairobi River, the narrative is the same. Clean at the source, passes through several slum areas, including Kibera slum, goes through the industrial area where it mingles with all manner of chemicals, and the end result is filthy and life-threatening.
There are a number of parameters that you check for water to qualify for domestic use. And the simple ones would be color and smell. If you can't attain the qualities at that level, you don't even have to go deeper to the things that you can't see. And this water has failed with that.
On our second visit to the 14 falls, the water levels have significantly dropped, but still this area continues to enjoy visits, more specifically from students. Athi River acts as a boundary between Kiambu County and Machakos County at the 14 falls. Residents of this area largely depend on agriculture, and yes, farmers rely on water from this river for their produce. Huge trucks of pipes reveal this secret. Agnes Katungua, a farmer, says Athi River is their only hope.
Hatuwezi kusema ati ni kazi mzuri, hapana. Tunasema hii maji ni mbaya. Surely ni mbaya, hata ukiinua hivi ukiangalia si ni ya green. Hiyo green hebu niambie uende wewe ukiweka kwa karai uone ni green uoge. Unaweza? Enda usafishe vyombo, unaweza kusafisha naye. Kwa hivyo hii maji kusema ukweli haitusaidii hata. Kwa sababu kama inatusaidia kama saa hii ningekuwa na nyumba ya mawe. Lakini saa hii niko na nyumba ya matope na niko kwa mto, inaweza kunisaidia niwe tajiri.
We find Katungua at her farm with her 2 children. She grows vegetables that not only feed her family, but also provide her with an income.
Hii shamba yangu ni ya eka 5. Siwezi kujisaidia naye kwa sababu ninalima. Maji kialifika, ile pesa nilikuwa natafuta, si imeisha.
The food that she grows is, however, dammed from the point she puts the seed into the ground. Water source slowly poisons the fruit and the damage is evident.
Unaona mmea kama sasa uangalie hii mimea, unaona inaanza kukauka na chini. Kwa hivyo inaanza kuaffectiwa na hiyo maji. Tukifika mwezi wa 7 tunaondoka kwa wa 8, wa 9 tunaanza kuondoka kwa shamba kwa sababu ugonjwa inakuanga mingi kwa sababu ya maji vile inakuanga mbaya.
Katungua tells us that she knows the water is unfit for farming as middlemen who engage in the export market continuously reject their produce. This has led them to redirect their market to the source of the pollution, the city dwellers.
Wenye wananunuanga wanakujanga kwa masamba. Wanakuja wanajua misiri inatoka wapi ama biribiri. Hata biribiri washukuangi. Hata hii mabaubau washukuangi.
They would feed, they will feel okay today and tomorrow, but 1 year down the line you may not tell what's happening.
Hata mimi nikipeleka hii sukuma huko kwa soko, siwezi kusema inatoka Athi River. Mimi nasema inatoka huko Ukambani. Ndio wasiseme inatoka kwa sewage.
And so it seems that the pollution has come full circle, as the polluters are served up a slice of the poisoned fruit. But it is not just the small-scale farmers who use the river water. NTV can confirm that Del Monte Farm, that produces pineapples both for export and the local market, uses the Athi River water. Our cameras captured this pumping device, siphoning water directly from the river into the farms. The water that is sprinkled onto the pineapple plantation bears a familiar smell at close range, which confirms our suspicion. A company employee who will remain anonymous informed us that the farm uses the river water in its raw form to irrigate its produce. The same is confirmed by an engineer with the National Irrigation Board in charge of the Galana Irrigation Project, who discloses that many other irrigation projects use the polluted water to grow food for the country.
Right away from 14 Falls, we have the Delamonde farms. And the Delamonde farms are released from the Mukamuku Cooperative Society. So we have big areas there under pineapples and pumping directly from the other river. Then from there we have the first Alcora public scheme, which is called Kayata. This is a gravity-fed system which we have stocked directly, and it's commanding up to 3,000 acres. These farmers are growing horticultural crops, they are growing maize, they are growing bananas, and just across all the crops you can imagine for food security. Then from there now, right from there, we have now some bit of individual farmers pumping straight from the river. Then just as you go a few kilometers, like some 20 kilometers or so, there's a Kaba, the Kaba irrigation scheme. It's also an gravity system, which commands about 500 acres. Farmers are also growing food crops and horticultural crops. And most of these crops find their market in Kidimani and also Mwala and after Machakos. Then just downstream, about 5 kilometers or so, we have the Kamudhampia irrigation scheme. It's another project with about 500 acres under irrigation. Farmers are also equally growing horticultural crops of sale to the market and food crops like maize. Now from there, we go down towards Makueni region, towards the Thwake Dam, where now we are doing the storage. And you are aware that once we do the Thwake Dam, we are targeting to put 100,000 acres under irrigation with the Thwake Dam, using the same source of water.
Sasa mimi nikiwaambia, kwa sababu hata wakiwa huko kwa factory, kwa sababu naona sasa wakimwaga maji yenye iko na chemicals kwa hii mto, hata wao tunawaafect, kwa sababu hii matunda wanaenda wanakula. Hii sukuma ninapeleka Githurai. Sasa si hao hata wanakula. Kwa hivyo kama wanaweza, watafute mahali wawe wanaweka hiyo uchafu mbaya, wanaweza kutusaidia sana na wajisaidia hata wao.
Further downstream in Galana, a project is ongoing. The vastness of the maize fields reveals that this is a grain basket in the making. The mechanized watering system is an indication of the great investment that has gone into the project. However, at the water source, the only attempt to purify the water is a light filtration to ensure that the pumping system isn't clogged by the debris carried by the river.
We are now trying to realize the full potential of the Athi. Now that we are doing the Thwake Dam here, and we are doing the Galana. Because much of what has been happening are small schemes which are stocked indirectly from the river. So what I would say is that eventually we are looking at a river now which will be able to command up to almost 4,000 acres under crop.
The Galana irrigation project seeks to cut the food deficit in the country by half. The project will utilize at least 170,000 acres to grow maize for feeding the areas that are affected by drought, specifically the lower eastern region, northeastern region and the coast. While the scientists tell us that the grain may be safe, the stocks are not. However, the government's plan for the stock means that the danger remains.
ADC, their main mandate, and what they are doing majorly in the other part of the farm in Galana, is livestock. So we are looking at a scenario whereby also now the stocks will be used on livestock. And you know, this one we recently complement. We are doing production of maize, and in the other side we are also now undertaking in a major way now livestock production in Galana.
All right, and that's just the first part of the disturbing report there by Charity Mwangi. The second part, you will find it on our YouTube channel. But just to sample some of the comments and feedback we've been able to get on our social media platforms, at Keegan Finn saying, CS Chelgui, please act immediately with collaboration from other affected state departments to rehabilitate this urban river. And since the disaster is human-caused, it can be resolved and the river will have no toxic flow. Irene Bula saying toxic flow expose is telling us that we ought to recollect when did the rains start beating us. Clearly we have been incubating problems, cancer being one of them. We also have at Rehema Maria saying one would have expected that with the upgrading of irrigation schemes across the country in the past few years, this glaring fact would not go unnoticed. I once collected data at Kaba irrigation scheme. Blackish water rained the farms and all the green around me was blinding. Also, Viet Mchunguzi is saying toxic flow. The problem is big. Almost all companies across the country do not comply with waste management regulations. They pollute rivers, lakes, and use local drainage for toxic materials. Visit Nakuru and you will cry. And here we have the problem at Masculine Soul saying the problem with our nation is we are running an expensive system. We are living a lie. Everything course of action has a consequence. There is no trust, honesty, and goodwill in our system. So toxic flow is due to 1, system failure but not pollution, and 2, pretending, 3, arrogance. And this follows that page there, that picture there from the Daily Nation, today's society. Sure glad the whole isn't at our end and everybody is disposing and dumping their waste to the river. And my panel this morning, just to introduce them to you, on my left, my immediate left, is Robert Kisiula, who is the County Executive Committee member, Water and Environment, Makueni County. Thank you so much for joining us. Yeah. We have Elizabeth Wanjiru, who is Elizabeth Wathuti, who is an environmentalist and the founder of Green Generation Initiative. Thank you so much for joining us. We also have Joe Mutambu, who is the chair of the Water Resources Authority, and Dr. Nduhio Gitahi, a toxicologist from the University of Nairobi, who also was part of the scientists and toxicologists who went to collect samples from the Nairobi River. Will also later on be joined by Veska Kangogo, who is the County Executive Committee member for Water and Environment from the County of Nairobi. Thank you so much for joining us, gentlemen and lady. Maybe we can just start with your reactions to this. This is not the first time that you've seen this report. Of course, it was published on our Daily Nation, our sister paper, and that was aired yesterday as well. Maybe I'll start with you, Dr. Nduhio. What do you make of this? You're part of it, but what is your reaction to it?
Maybe firstly, let me indicate that the toxicologist is Professor Balia. I'm an immunologist.
Okay.
Therefore, taking care of the microbiology part of it.
All right.
It's good to clear that.
Thank you.
However, I went with the Daily Nation team, picking the samples, and the situation is there. And I think it's time that something is done. Mm-hmm. Yes.
All right. Joe, what is your reaction to this?
Well, allow me first to say well done, Nation Media Group, for amplifying what we've been doing actually in our institution. Mm-hmm. This is what I've been advocating for as a chairman of Water Resources Authority. My institution is in center of this. We are the regulators. Mm-hmm. And what you are saying today with the microphones, we've been saying with papers. What do I mean? That all the people who have been polluting, those who have been emptying and polluting the rivers, we've been warning them on a daily basis. Mm. Our officers have voluminous order book, which we have issued to all these companies and to the institutions, which are the main corporate. County governments, we have written to them several times, telling them what they need to do.
Is the implementation a problem?
The implementation by the agencies is one of the key problems we are facing. Mm-hmm. But that does not mean that we don't have a solution. All right. We have a solution of cleaning Nairobi River. Mm-hmm. Cleaning of Nairobi River per se is not part of our mandate. Mm-hmm. Our mandate is to regulate and to make sure that the river is cleaned. But the protection of that river is purely our mandate, and that's why I'm saying there's a window. My take would be, or my wish would be, before I leave the office, a Nairobian or a Kenyan walk to Nairobi River and wash their hands there.
All right. Yes. Elizabeth, what is your take as a young environmentalist? What do you make of this?
think this is an issue that actually came as an eye-opener to the public and to everyone out there, that it's an issue that we have often ignored and also failed to prioritize for a very long time now, the issue of environmental conservation and the issue of the water crisis. And it's an issue that can actually wipe out an entire generation. So I think it was great that it came out there to the public to know that it's a problem that we need to address as early as yesterday. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
And Robert, your take as well.
Yeah, firstly, let me start by saying thank you so much, Nation Media Group, for highlighting this problem. And I would say your investigative journalism, I mean, really was clearly demonstrated. It's a very good strength. When you hear and you see, you actually feel a bit sick. And more so when you realize communities oblivious of this problem historically have continued to use this water. And people responsible of ensuring that we have safe and clean water historically have ignored or have slept on their job. So it's my hope out of this discussion that firstly, the users of the water will be more informed to make right choices. Number two, the people responsible for ensuring safe and clean environment takes their mandate seriously.
All right.
So this was actually the best thing that should have been done, particularly from Makueni, where I come from, where Athi River is our main source of water. During the drought, most of our rivers dry up, and that remains the only source of water. And it's by coincidence, when the other rivers have dried up, is at the peak of pollution of Athi River. It's just a bad situation.
It's a bad situation, all right. And Dr. Gitahi, you know, with the work that you've been able to do over the past few months, 2 months specifically, what was the most shocking revelation for you?
Well, I would not call it a revelation, since even before we did the work, at least we knew that the river is polluted.
All right.
But we needed to put the science part of it. Since when you have data, then you can have this talk. Otherwise, somebody just going down there saying that it's polluted may not make a lot of sense to it. However, going through all the sampling and all the testing, then we proved that our fears were proved, that the river is contaminated with heavy metals, that is chemicals.
Which include lead?
That, yes, which are poisonous, and which of course should not even be in water that is being consumed. And that sewer is released to the river just without any treatment.
And so the levels were extremely high from the metals that you found in the river.
Let's say some of the metals ought not to be there at all, because some of them are poisonous when consumed. There are those that would be found there, and to certain limits they are health to the body. But when they exceed a certain limit, then they are poisonous. To start with, they ought not to be there. Yes. So the fact that they are there means that we have a problem that needs to be addressed. Yes.
All right. And Joe, you know, the water quality is definitely toxic for the environment and the humans as well. And this cuts across all the counties that depend on this particular water. So really, you've talked about, you know, Nairobi River doesn't really fall under, or rather fall under the Water Resources Authority.
No, I said we do not clean. We are not part of the cleaning agencies.
All right.
But we are the regulator.
Or as a regulator.
Our
mandate as a regulator.
Is a regulator.
What are some of the long-term policies are you going to ensure that you're put in place to remedy this situation? This is a situation that has been there for decades. For past few years, people have talked about Nairobi River and its pollution and the impact it has on the environment.
You'll be surprised. Regulations are there. Regulations are there. What you did is what we've been doing all through. And that's why I alluded in my first statement that we are just amplifying what we've been talking about. The problem is that people live in denial. And most of the polluters, they don't respect the law at all. Some of them actually, and I'm ashamed to say this, being government institutions, because the main polluters of Nairobi River, the main polluters, are the government institution, Nairobi Water Company. They are responsible for sewer system in the country. Nairobi County government is responsible for collection of, and not Nairobi County government alone, Machakos County, Makueni County, they are responsible for collecting garbage. And they are charging Kenyans for that. Nairobi Water is charging Kenyans for the water they use. And that water they use, there's a fee to connect them to the sewer system. Do they do that? The answer is no. So they discharge direct to the river. Companies, okay, industries, whenever they get a license to set up their factories, they get a license which has terms and regulations printed on that license we give them. Any license we issue out there, it bears all the information of what need to be done, that you don't discharge waste to the river, you don't discharge toxic to even storm collection points. They have it there with them. So they disregard all that and they do it in the full glare of daylight, and they don't respect. So what is the problem here? The problem is how we handle our situations, how we act, how we think, how we behave. So if Nairobi County being responsible to collect garbage, and this is what you are seeing right at the river, Nairobi County being responsible to dispose the garbage, okay? You need to ask yourself, what is it that they are not doing right?
All right.
Those are the questions we are asking as an authority. When we say we are going to close today, if I tell Kenyans or Nairobians that actually from where we sit, we are not supposed to allow Nairobi Company to operate. We are supposed to shut them down. Otherwise Kenyans will die. The next thing you will get is that Mutambo is a bad man. He is denying us water in Nairobi. But the company which is charged with the responsibility of doing whatever they are supposed to do to make sure that there is no discharge of either direct effluent to the river, they are not doing their job. We cannot say that we do not have facilities. I want to tell you that Tanahath, they're constructing a very huge sewer line in Nairobi. Who is responsible to connect the people of Nairobi? It is Nairobi Water. They have not connected them. We have informal settlement, Kibera, Mukuru Kayab, Madare. All those people, they habit near where those rivers are passing. What solutions have we given them? We need these people in Nairobi. We only love them when they are voting for us. But now after that, we don't take care of them. Right? So the solutions are there. Us as an institution, we have come up with the solutions. Are we ready to implement them?
So you're talking, I'd like Robert to respond to that, of course, as we wait for the County Executive Committee member from Nairobi to also expound on some of these issues. Joe has raised some issues in terms of the counties not being able to implement some of these policies that are already there. Is the county failing with that?
Well, if you go back to the Constitution, Schedule 4, it clearly defines the mandate of the national government versus the mandate of the county government. And the county governments have been in operation from 2013. And let's be fair here that as institutions that are forming, that are starting to take shape, there could have been issues of capacity, issues of organization, issues of delivery. But when you look at the problem we are dealing with, the problem of pollution of the Nairobi River, it's not an issue of 2013. If you remember the times of John Michuki, when very drastically he initiated the cleaning of Nairobi River, it was in response to a problem that had been existing. So I agree with my brother here, Joe Mutambo, my chair, that counties have a mandate, a constitutional mandate to do that, and enforcement also of the same. But if I pull a bit and look at Makueni, for example, where the water companies are supposed to be in charge of delivery of water and sanitation services, and they are very, very rudimental levels of capacity in doing that. So without apportioning blame, I would say we all share in this. The national government, the county governments, and the industrialists, the manufacturers, the people of Kenya. People of Kenya, first and foremost, from the fact that if you go along this river, you find somebody who has built their home, they have, if at all they have a septic tank or they have a toilet, it's connected to the same river. That somebody who can choose to do that, and I think from your investigation, I'm sure you met a number of people who are operating like that. So, and bring in the inspectorate, the people who are supposed to investigate and establish whether things are being done right. And I'm sure there are people who know this factory does not have a proper mechanism of disposal of their waste. Where it goes, somebody within different institutions, KEBS, NEMA, WRA, whoever, knows there's somebody who is disposing waste in the wrong way. So my point here is, as a nation, as a people, we are all guilty. And I think as I come to this discussion, I was thinking about, we've now exposed this problem. We all know there's a problem. I think we need to dwell on what is the next step. What do we do to make Nairobi River and say Athi River, Galana, Sabaki, rivers that are source of life and not source of death? We depend on Athi River in Makueni. God in his wisdom provided that river to traverse the driest part of this country, in his wisdom, so that it becomes our survival line. But as it is today, and I like the way you have said is a toxic flow of death, I mean, it's unfortunate that we are there. So let's look at it slightly different in terms of, as my brother said, we all established there's a problem. We have just confirmed it through a scientific process. We have talked about it historically, but now it's time to start saying what should be done and by who. Because one institution, the river being a transboundary river, from Kiambu, Nairobi, back to Kiambu, Machakos, Makueni, Kilifi, all the way, one county may not. Of course, the duty, the bigger part of the duty will go to Nairobi and partly Machakos, who are the main polluters. And in law, I mean, we say the polluter pays. So we should actually be, with all due respect, be asking Nairobi to pay for some of their sins. Nairobi, Machakos.
All right, and just to invite into the conversation Veska Kangogo, who's the County Executive Committee member of Nairobi Environment and Water. Thank you so much for joining us. But before we get to you, and of course getting more reactions from you, Nairobi County has definitely been put on the spot. Let's just cross over a bit live to Mombasa County, where I said 150 judges from the different courts are currently holding their annual conference, and our reporter Kevin Mutai is on that beat. Let's listen in.
Transparency requires to receive feedback as a way of improving our service delivery. To this end, we arranged, as part of this colloquium, to have an engagement tomorrow morning with some of our key stakeholders to get some form of feedback on the services that we offer. They will not touch on any live issues in court, but we will generally talk about the services that we render. This is because some of the decisions we make on matters that are brought before us have an impact beyond the parties who appear before us. Even beyond the colloquium, we must always be open to receiving some feedback on our work. When some concerns are expressed regarding inconsistencies in the granting of bail and bond and in sentencing, for example, it is not always an attempt to question our exercise of discretion. As I have said, we must vigorously defend our decisional independence, but also always recognize that it comes with a lot of responsibility on our part. It must not be brazen, whimsical, or random. We must act at all times in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. Fellow judges, ladies and gentlemen, hearing, determining and disposal of matters is our core business. Efficacious and efficient disposal of matters remains our core promise to the people of Kenya. Some cases take inordinately long to resolve. We must therefore never tire of interrogating the issue of backlog clearance. When we met here last year, we talked at length about the need to improve the speed of the resolution of cases in all our courts. At that time, there were over 110,000 cases that were more than 5 years old. In all stations developed action plans aimed at bringing this number down. We had hoped, and I made repeated promises to the Kenyans regarding this, to have all of them cleared by the end of last year, using strategies such as service weeks. We were also looking at increased use of technology as a way of speeding up our work. So where are we at the moment? As of June this year, the number of cases older than 5 years in all the superior courts, that is the Court of Appeal, that is the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, the High Court, the ELC, the ELRC, had come down from 110,000 to 15,278. This is no doubt a remarkable achievement, and I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all of you colleagues for this splendid job. While tracking the movement of all cases, we have found a number of interesting trends, some of which are difficult to explain. I would like to bring to your notice, for example, that it takes, on average, 1,235 days to dispose of criminal matters at the Court of Appeal. That is on average, and an average of 727 days to conclude a civil matter in the same court. However, the trend is inverted at the High Court, where criminal matters take a much shorter time, 522 days on average, while civil matters take a little longer, actually much longer, on average 1,057 days. At the ELRC, cases take on average 849 days, while at the ELC, they take 1,141 days. While all these are an improvement from last year, they are still not as good as they should be. The magistrates' courts, for example, take an average of 665 days to conclude both civil and criminal matters. Is there something we should learn from the magistrates' courts on this? That we should reflect and think about that. Another matter of significant concern is the variation in performance between the different courts. For example, whereas the ELRC had an average overall case clearance rate of 160%, and the High Court 134%, the Court of Appeal managed only 49%, meaning that the build-up of backlog has been continuing. For the Court of Appeal, this is of course attributable to the significant shortfall in the staffing levels, a challenge that we recently addressed with the recruitment of 11 new judges. At the Supreme Court, we had a clearance rate of 93%, even though we still managed to bring down the backlog by 7%, and of course with no cases older than 5 years. The ELC had the highest change in backlog clearance, with the total number of all the cases coming down by 19%. Some of the stations have had extremely good performance. The Milimani Civil Division, for example, had a case clearance rate of 583%, leading to a 21% reduction in the overall case backlog count. Compare this with Narok. Compare this with Narok, which had a paltry 38% case clearance rate and 106% increase in the case backlog counts. Just so that you appreciate the disparities further, let us contrast the performance at the Kiambu High Court, which had an overall productivity rate of 1,067, with that of Kapenguria, which had 64. Just to be clear, I would like to make this clear so that we understand each other, that the difference between case clearance rate and the productivity rate is that whereas the former is a percentage of the resolved cases in a particular court station in relation to the filed cases in the same court, productivity refers to the total resolved cases divided by the number of judicial officers at the station. So you can see why, in relation to productivity, the difference between Kiambu's rate of 1,067 and the Kapunguria's of 64 is a matter of great concern, particularly when the latter ended up with a significant increase in its backlog numbers. I'm not raising these figures to criticize or embarrass anybody, but I would like you to spend time, if not in the main sessions, but then on the sidelines, to borrow a leaf from each other, from those stations that have done well, so that we can be able to perform in a relatively uniform, at a relatively uniform rate. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the stations which have done well and see what we can emulate from them. The adjudication of justice requires a knowledgeable judiciary, a judiciary that remains aware of the evolving issues facing the world in which its clients live, and a judiciary alive to the emerging jurisprudence in various fields. This year's program will also offer an opportunity to interrogate the emerging jurisprudence on global warming up and climate change, as well as some touchy issues such as what we hope to explore under the topic, the judicial approach on sexual offenses and the age of consent, facts and figures, as well as challenges. Fellow judges, as you know, one of the transformation elements we have been pursuing vigorously has been digitization of our key processes. Over the last year, the judiciary has made significant progress.
All right, Chief Justice David Maraga there in Mombasa for the annual Judges Colloquium. Of course, Kevin Mutai is on that beat. Let's just also cross over live to the Githurai market where fire raised down about 45 the market, which is also along Thika Road. Our reporter Sharon Baranga is there. Sharon, a very good morning to you. What happened in Githurai? What is the situation at this point?
Yes, Zainab, definitely not a good morning for traders who frequent this place or come here to earn their daily income. It is reported that fire broke out at this place around 4 a.m. and the market has been reduced to ashes. Right now we have fire engines, around 3, that are still trying to control the fire, but we still have fire that can be seen from distance in this market. We have a number of this market was a furniture place. Most of the people who are operating here had furniture businesses. It cannot yet be valued how much was lost, but some people say around millions. The loss can be added up to about millions that have been lost here. And we also have some people who are selling clothes, and right now they're trying to salvage whatever it is that they can, but currently not a good mood right here because they don't know what is going to happen next. Initially, there was a traffic snarl up along the Thika Super Highway as a result of the fire that started here at around 4 a.m. Now, the cause of the fire is yet to be established, but the Red Cross team has also been here, and currently there are still no reports of any person who has been injured. So right now we just have a number of people trying to salvage whatever it is that they can from this place as they try to forge forward and see what else or what next for them. Back to you, Zainab.
Sharon, of course, will be keeping us abreast on what exactly is happening in Githurai market. Let's just take a short break. We'll be back and we'll be continuing with our conversation.
Why aren't you wearing the ring? 2 is company.
I don't know what I'm supposed to feel about this.
Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
I think it's time for us to reunite again and help your brother in his situation. You and I really need to make him feel that we're still a family.
Why did you allow Eva to come back to the Philippines? My daughter's life is in danger. I know it was Stella who wanted me dead.
So is he your favorite son now? You're just like Papa. Do you love Eno now?
Listen, I don't love Eno.
Of course you love him! He's your son!
He's not my son!
You two are destined to be together. It was written in the stars, and that's what I saw.
Rebecca, I'm glad you're awake.
Where is my daughter?
By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife.
Our world felt like a storybook. We were unstoppable. Eternity was ours.
She never wavered from the vow she made to me on our wedding day. I wish I could say the same. I need you to sign the divorce papers.
The greatest gift a father can give his children is to love their mother.
As the days turned into weeks, I could feel myself changing inside, not just emotionally, but physically, spiritually, and even mentally as well.
Gazeti liloboreshwa la Mwanaspoti linakuletea mengi ya kufurahisha macho na moyo. Kwa taarifa zote za soka, riadha za kusisimua, burudani za kitaifa na kimataifa ambazo zitakukonga moyo, bila kusahau vivutio na usasa katika fasheni na ulimwende. Yote haya katika toleo jipya lililoboreshwa la gazeti la Mwanaspoti
utakalopata kila Jumanne na Jumamosi na sasa la Alhamisi
kwa shilingi 35 tu. Pata toleo lako sasa.
It is always on the edge. It is always football time.
Get an HD decoder, dish kit, plus 2 months of DSTV Family for only 4,999 shillings.
All right, thank you so much for joining us. You're watching NTV today. And of course, like I said, on set, we have joined now by Veska Kangongo, the CEC for Environment, Nairobi County. I'll start with you, like I asked everybody else on this panel. What is your reaction to that story that was aired yesterday by NTV, also published by the Daily Nation, on the toxic Nairobi River?
So thank you very much, Zainab and my fellow panelists. One, I'm very glad that now this is a national discourse. For a very long time, the issue of Nairobi River and the Nairobi River ecosystem has been just domiciled within the county government and a few of the agencies that are concerned with the maintaining a clean and healthy environment. One, let me say, first of all, it's a fundamental right for every Kenyan to have a clean environment. It is espoused in Article 42 of the Constitution, and it goes further to give us responsibilities as leaders and as managers of these resources in 69 and 70 to give our other future generation a healthy environment. Now, why I'm glad that we're having this discussion is because other than it looking like it's an expose, it's not actually an expose. It is the actual true reflection of what human activity can do to destroy the planet Earth. And when I say the Nairobi ecosystem, it's because Nairobi River is not just the Nairobi River that you know. We have more than 5 rivers that cut across Nairobi as a city, and it comes all the way from Kiambu for Mathare River, for example, goes down through Westlands to Mathare and joins Athi River from the other side. Ngong River is the other one that now has the major source of industrial pollution that cuts across through Athi River, industrial area, South B area and down. Then we have the main Nairobi River. So for me, I am glad that all the stakeholders and the CC for Makueni thinks Nairobi is responsible. I want to tell him that Nairobi belongs to all of us. All of you live in Nairobi. All of us work in Nairobi. But we just have a responsibility as a county government to ensure that Nairobians and the nation at large, as you have seen the way the Nairobi River cuts across through Machakos, going down to Kitui, to Makueni, down through Galana, all the way to the coast. And I really want to thank the scientific approach that we are taking now. Majorly, when I took over as the CC for Environment, I was first disgusted and disappointed with the level of solid waste that was being deposited in the river. Because however much we want to talk about the quality of the river, there's nothing we can talk, Zainab, if all the solid waste from upstream is landing in that river. We will not talk about quality of the water. First of all, let's agree the ecosystem of the river is dead. The biological organisms inside that river is dead. Someone was talking about Thwake Dam, and I'm like, it's good we are recognizing that we are doing a 68 billion dam that might be the largest reservoir of human waste and industrial waste. Really? So I like the discourse. Let's discuss it and agree that human activity, irresponsible human activity, has changed the natural state of Nairobi River into a toxic river that cuts across our country by close to half of that ecosystem. And we'll definitely have a discourse and conversation surrounding it, but when it comes to the very essence of implementing and ensuring that we have to do something about this. So we've seen before, NEMA has closed down a number of industries. Even some people have been arrested for depositing and dumping there. But then
what is the county of Nairobi really doing, knowing the fact that, you know, the river is polluted mainly? From the source in Ondiri, this is where the dumping actually starts.
So thank you very much for that. Now, one, let me just take you back slightly to 2017. Through the leadership of His Excellency, the President of this country, Uhuru Kenyatta, who is the chair of the Nairobi Regeneration Team. And the co-chair is His Excellency Governor Mike Mbuvi Sonko. After realizing the amount of challenges that was cutting across several sectors in the county, decided to have a common regeneration meeting where the sectors were given responsibilities to tackle that affect their sector. So one of it was water and environment. And the president and the governor were concerned with the kind of degeneration of the Nairobi River. I know the late Michuki had done a lot of work. And when we came in after the second administration of this government, one of our responsibilities was to make sure that the Nairobi River ecosystem is restored back. Now, we had to take the bits that were first practicable. Number one, the amount of irresponsibility of our human behavior is one of the major threats. So number one was to do sensitization, and first of all, even map out the polluting points up from Kikuyu, from Ondiri, as you've said, down. Number one, we have issues of human or sewer waste. Most of the upmarket apartments are not joined to the main sewer infrastructure. And this is just complete irresponsibility, which I want to say our planning sector now has already mapped out all the apartments that are discharging waste directly either to the soil or to the rivers. That's number one. Number two, downstream to the industrial area, we've mapped out, and I really want to thank, I don't know if an officer from NEMA is here. Working with NEMA, we have identified industries, and we have closed down close to 26 of them that were discharging industrial waste directly to the river. What does this do? It not only poisons the water because of heavy metal deposits, but it also increases the cost of Nairobi Water Company treating the grey water in Ruai and in our Dandora treatment plants. So what we have done is we have already identified the last one, or the third major source of pollution is human waste. And Zainab, I would really wish that after these discussions in the studio, I want us to go down to the river. We show you how structure owners who live in the leafy suburbs of Karen, of Lavington, of Buruburu, have grabbed riparian land, developed structures, rented out, and they have actually strategically put all the toilet facilities inside the river and flushing the raw waste directly to the river.
All right, and you've talked about, you know, the county government mapping out and, of course, pointing at these particular residential areas, especially from those areas. But what exactly has the county done? And I'll come to you in just a moment, Veska. Okay. I understand Okokusa from Kisumu County is also on the same issue. Okokusa, very good morning to you. What is happening in Kisumu?
Well, Zainab, a very good morning to you too. Where I'm standing is on the shores of Lake Victoria, the second largest freshwater lake in the world, which of course, as we all know, has been going through challenges to do with pollution. Environmentalists, they are saying that the lake actually has faced a lot of challenges as far as pollution is concerned. We are talking of both solid and liquid waste being discharged into the lake from various quarters. We all understand that this particular forms of pollution caused even the emergence of the obnoxious water hyacinth weed, which first appeared on Lake Victoria in 1992. And thereafter, there has been a lot of concern and efforts being made by conservationists just to try and save the lake. We are talking of dwindling fish stocks in the lake being actually attributed to that kind of pollution. Even as we speak now, there is a dredger that was brought in by the government to try and desilt the lake. We are talking of the lake basin or bed reducing to less than to less than 6 meters. So that dredger is supposed to be desilting the lake and creating some 6 meters, which is, they believe after that will be the big ships will be able to dock on the port of Kisumu, which, as we all again understand, is under refurbishment. But just to paint some more picture on how polluted the lake is and the efforts that are being made, I have besides me here Mr. Michael Nyaguti, an environmental activist, who is going to tell us what are the challenges that Lake Victoria is currently facing. Welcome, sir. Let's start by just telling us how great is the threat on Lake Victoria?
The threat is very great. In fact, it is overwhelming. Currently in Kisumu City, for example, we have a lot of municipal waste that is running off to the lake in terms of when it rains. We also have issues of the factories around here that are releasing their waste into the lake in terms of chemical wastes, and some part of this could also be waste that is used to clean. We also have chemical waste coming as a result of poor, land use in terms of agriculture. We have chemicals that are being sprayed, and most of these, when it rains, also ends up in the lake. Unfortunately, again, we also have waste that is coming from the government side. We have a treatment plant for sewage that sometimes don't work well. When it doesn't work well, you'll find that part of raw sewage sometimes spills into the lake, and this also helps in contamination. We also have other facilities like prisons around this city. For example, we have had problems with Kodiaga prison at times, in fact, more often than not, releasing raw sewage into the lake through River Saka. So some of these issues actually have overwhelmed the lake, and you'll find that apart from that, we also have solid waste that is coming into the lake. A lot of plastics have been thrown around, and when it rains, most of these through the trenches will move into the lake. We have also had issues of earlier on, sometimes back, we used to have problems of chemical fishing in Lake Victoria. That also became a problem. But as at now, I think a good bit of that has been contained. So we have problems in the lake. The water that we have may not be of very good quality because outside there, we also still have people who don't have actually toilets. So you'll find that open defecation is still a problem. So when it rains again, that part of the chemical contamination from the waste also goes into the lake. We also have a lot of construction work that is ongoing. Now, when actually it rains again, part of this soil siltation ends up in the lake. We also have on the hilltops a lot of deforestation. This has also caused a lot of challenges.
So sometimes back there were some spirited efforts by NEMA to rid the lake of car washers, because they're saying that there's a lot of oil spillage that happens during such activities. And again, we also made to understand that even the engines that go into the lake for fishing sometimes spill oil into the lake, and that also contributes to pollution. I don't know whether how that is also a serious challenge as far as you're concerned.
Oil pollutants are also a challenge in the lake because actually right now there is an increase in use of engines for riding and then of course for fishing. But again, NEMA, as you have said it, tried to actually remove people from particularly this area and many other areas, but it has not been enforced properly because you'll still find people coming back to do that. Even though there is that kind of pollution, it is not much as compared to what we get from the factories that we have around. You remember we also have sugar factories from this region that have also been releasing sometimes raw vinasse. This is a waste coming out of sugar factories, and in fact it is more of molasses and things like that, the other far end. So some of this also ends up in the lake. But now the challenge is we've had instances whereby the lakeshore again is also destroyed because we used to have plants along the lakeshore. Hippograss, for instance, papyrus, and then now some of these grasses were actually consuming the chemical that was entering into the lake. Unfortunately, part of these wetlands are now being disturbed. Being disturbed by the fishermen, being disturbed including even by developers themselves. Many are encroaching onto the wetlands.
Okay, then let's, if you take a look at the lake right now, you can actually see some green algae. Is it algae or what do you call it?
Algal bloom.
Yes.
That is algal bloom.
What causes it?
This algal bloom is as a result of fertility of the lake because there's a lot of chemicals. So algae finds, a lot of content to feed on. And that is why actually you find them, and at the end of the day, some of it will die. But the green ones are still actually live. But then when it comes to a time when they're dying off, you'll find that it is now around brownish in color.
Then let's talk about what the water has in Thwide. Of course, we all understand that it has brought a lot of challenge to Lake Victoria. It's been accused of causing depleting fish stocks, besides other things. Are there any advantages that the water hyacinth does to the lake?
Given the fact that I have a background of being a fisherman, indigenous knowledge for those of us who have been working in the lake will actually explain this. The water hyacinth, at some point, it is a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise as in, when it is present, particularly in this Gulf of Kisumu, of Kavirondo, you'll find that the water hyacinth helps to clean the pollutants of this lake. And that is why, that explains actually why you'll find that the water hyacinth sometimes is very green. Because when it comes to this side, it will pick most of the pollutants that are actually coming from the city. Apart from that, the water hyacinth is also a conservator of the lake. We have illegal fishers in this lake who target every type of fish, including the tiny ones. And underneath the water hyacinth, unlike what scientists have always wanted us to believe, that there is no life under the water hyacinth, indigenous knowledge from those of us who are actually always going out fishing will actually refute that. We want to say that the water hyacinth is also a conservator. Underneath the water hyacinth, we have fish that are alive. Yeah.
Now, enough with the problems, solutions. What can we do to save Lake Victoria?
One, we call upon the community, because environment cleanliness begins with us. We call upon our people to ensure that there is no open defecation. Let everybody who can afford put up at least a pit latrine so that that waste can go into the pit latrine. Two, we are calling upon the municipal facilities to strengthen their capacity in terms of raw waste treatment. We are also calling upon NEMA to be much more strict, so that anybody who is found polluting should actually be forced to pay. Let the penalty be so much so that these people will now not actually allow their pollutants to come into the lake. Yes, I think this will also help us, and the county government and the county assembly should actually make even stricter rules on issues of pollutants. And we are also calling upon the city, the county, the city management of Kisumu, that actually we used to have a big problem, a big challenge at Kachok dam site. But unfortunately, at the very same Kachok dump site, we have a hole, a big one that has been dug, and part of this waste has been dumped there. This waste that has been dumped there and is being covered with soil now is actually going to cause leaching, and leaching will end up in the lake, and our fish will be contaminated. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. Zainab, that is Michael Nyaguti, an environmental activist here in Kisumu, just trying to share with us and shed some light regarding what needs to be done to save Lake Victoria from the pollution that has been witnessed over the years, and which has caused, as I've mentioned, the depletion of fish stocks, and of course made even the water unsafe for drinking. Remember, as we speak now, you cannot walk there and fetch water and drink it direct because it is highly contaminated, that is as far as environmentalists here are concerned. And of course, this is a conversation that has been ongoing for a very long time. There has been a lot of spirited efforts by both NEMA and even the county of Kisumu to just try and save the lake from further pollution. And as we heard from Michael, the recipe for that is very clear, and the authorities that are concerned, as mentioned them there, have their jobs well cut out for them. Back to you, Zainab.
All right, thank you so much, Okukus from Kisumu County, standing right at the Lake Victoria. And of course, the situation is not the best either, as compared, of course, to what is happening as well here in Nairobi, at the Nairobi River. And I'll ask you, Elizabeth, as an environmentalist, and of course, Veska has talked about trying to sensitize residents of Nairobi. Is it just ignorance that we end up dumping? We take everything that we have from our households, forget about the industries at this point. The households, of course, have built the structures along the river. Is it ignorance that we dump our waste there?
I think this is a question of individual responsibility, one, and the second one about strict law enforcement. And I think my fellow panelists will agree with me that we have a problem in the country when it comes to how we address our issues. We only act when disaster occurs. We are quick to act and rush into trying to solve challenges after a disaster has already occurred and after something is out there in the public, in the conversation. For example, maybe tomorrow or even today, someone is out there in the field after watching the show yesterday. And it's not that it's a new issue. This is something that has been there. We know it's there. It's only that it has been brought to the limelight of the public. So I think it's a great challenge when it comes to how do we address our issues in the country. Do we just rush to do things because it's out there in the public, or are we doing it to save the entire human race and the planet at large? So this is a great issue, especially to the individual responsibility. For example, most people out there when you're traveling, you'll find people throwing trash out of the car windows. So where does this trash end up into? It drains right back into our rivers. Number two, the issue of the law enforcement. People, they're directing their sewers into our rivers. And most of these industries, yes, we're told that they're being shut down, but maybe, are there untouchables that we are not being told that possibly their industries are still running up to date? Because they all need to be addressed, because I believe nobody is above the law. Everybody ought to obey the law as it's supposed to be. So I think it's an issue of individual responsibility of how we as citizens are actually affecting our environment with the little things that we are doing, from dumping waste anyhow. And number two, it's about these industries and agriculture as well, and every other person who is contributing towards the pollution of our rivers. So it's a two-way activity.
Two-way activity.
Yeah.
All right, and Dr. Gitai, would you, even with your scientific research, would you attribute the state of Nairobi River to the increased population within the city?
Yes, that would be true. Because as the population increases, more contamination is expected to be released.
Did you find that in your findings as you moved forward across the river?
That's true.
All right.
There is increased human activity because pollution is out of human activity. As you increase human activity, of course, you increase pollution. Generally, a river ought to clean itself. But when it is overwhelmed by contamination, then it reaches a point when that will not happen.
That
has reached, of course, that it is at the breaking point, that the river can no longer clean itself.
So what does that mean for us?
I would, hearing from the panelists, it's like we have done almost everything that needs to be done. We have mapped, we know what is happening, and yet we are not achieving what we need to achieve. I would want to think that we need to change the approach, completely change the approach, and involve communities. Let's have community involvement to a point that would be able to have behavior change.
And personal responsibility.
As Chia said, because at the end of the day, if I appreciate the fact that I'm polluting the water that is affecting me, either directly or indirectly, I would think that we'd be able to reach a point where we're able to do this. And we also need to borrow from other areas, other developed countries, where we have very clean rivers flowing in between cities. But have they been clean? At times they were as bad as our river. Maybe not that bad, but they were polluted to some point. But they have been able to work it around to a point that today, if you go to Europe, most of the rivers are attraction sites.
So, Joe, change of tactic?
I think I will be more happy if we change the narratives of this discussion. Because whatever we are discussing, like Dr. is saying, we've been to boardrooms. All these matters have been discussed. There is nothing new. Feska will tell you she spent maybe 50% of our time discussing these matters. They are there, they are known. I will take the direction Kasiola is taking. We need to be discussing what we need to do. The moment we start apportioning blames to institutions, then we will not go nowhere. The answers are so simple that we have institutions which are tasked to do their part. Nairobi County, please wake up and collect garbage from the Nairobi River, period. Other institutions, Nairobi Water, connect sewer system. Companies, don't discharge. Water Resource Authority, do the regulations. Judges, I've seen judges in Mombasa. If I tell you the state of sewer system in Mombasa, and I'm having my judges in Mombasa, if I tell them what goes on there, I don't know whether there's anyone who will dive in the sea and swim. Right? I want them before, when somebody is taken to court, before they tell that person, or they lift an order, which has been either issued by Water Resource Authority or NEMA, I will tell that person, no, just go continue with your work, until the matter is heard, before they think of doing that and bringing the parties together so that we can highlight the problems people facing. I want them to go to Mombasa and swim. Let them have a sip of that water, and then tomorrow they will visit Nairobi So it is people doing what they are supposed to be doing. It is not the question of having boardroom meetings. This Nairobi generation team sat 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. They know the challenges. What next? You know, the way we do things in Kenya is the reason why we are in this state today. Because companies want to come out, sponsors want to come, people want to give money to institutions like us, and what do they do with the money? I want to tell you the money which is given by donors, 50% is used in research, or 90%. So if World Bank gives, for example, Water Resource Authority, let me take a blame, gives the Water Resource Authority some funding to clean Nairobi water, and we spent 90% in boardroom, right, and research, then what are we doing? We are wasting our times. Right. We need to wake up and do what is necessary. So let those institutions which are tasked to do their responsibilities perform them. Instead of rhetorics, instead of us people saying, you know, this is like this, just grab that jembe and wheelbarrow, go to Nairobi River, do your part. You say, my garbage is not there. What has happened? We have had so many interest of people trying to come to this country and say we want to do renewable energy. We want to ban this waste. Have they been given an opportunity to do that? The answer says no. Why are we not giving them? We are piling this trash day and day and day, and we are not taking it out. We are not burning it out. Where do we expect it to go? There's so much which we need to do, other than just sitting down and analyzing, bringing a technical team, bringing, I don't know, expert from where, thinking and going to... Why do I need to go to benchmark to clean a Nairobi River? I don't need to. I need to protect that river because that is my responsibility. Veska, you don't need to sit in a boardroom to discuss how Nairobi River should be clean or how Michuki did it. You have the wheelbarrow and you have the money power and you have the money which people are paying. Do that. Let the companies not discharge, and if they do that, let them be given orders to close down those factories. And if they go to court to lift them, let the judge not give them the orders to lift the orders which has been given by the authority. And if we do the right thing, Nairobi River will be clean.
So are the counties failing in terms of implementing these policies?
Not only county, everyone is failing in doing their job.
Then we can also say the Water Resources Authority with its mandate is also failing.
Actually, that's what I'm saying. We need to change the narrative. That's why we need to change the narrative and accept that everyone has failed. So can we do what is right? If it is Water Resource Authority, wake up, issue orders, follow it to the court, make sure the judge has not lifted that order. If it is order being issued to Nairobi County, let them not look at me and say, you know, you are being unfair to us. The trash is there. Until you carry it, I lift the order.
All right.
This is what we need to do.
All right, Robert.
Yeah, thank you so much, and I really appreciate what has been said by every one of us here. And one of the questions that you raised was, are we dealing with an issue of ignorance here? But when you look at the Constitution, what my sister is talking about, Article 42 says every Kenyan has the right to clean environment. It's a right enshrined within the Constitution. To the extent that if every Kenyan understood what Article 70 says, and I wish to quote that, Article 70 of our Constitution, it says that if a person alleges that the right to a clean environment and a healthy environment recognized and protected under Article 42, which is under the Bill of Rights, has been or is being or is likely to be denied, violated, infringed, or threatened, the person may apply to a court for redress, and I like the idea of court Jomo Rambo, in addition to any other legal remedies that are available. And it goes on to say, number 3, that for the purpose of this article, an applicant does not have to demonstrate that any person has incurred loss or suffered injury. So if Kenyans today understood that they have that right, that I feel, I don't need even to carry evidence like a nation you have produced a lot of evidence. I just need to feel that my right to a clean environment has been infringed by an individual, by a company, by a government agency, and take you to court. And actually the court is expected by law to take action. So I think there's an issue here of awareness of our rights. And I think that's one of the things that we need to take it up. Everybody, NGOs, governments, county governments, to educate every Kenyan that you have a right to a clean environment. And if you feel that right is infringed or is threatened, you can go to court You don't need to carry any evidence.
But Robert, instead of going to court,
Just
shouldn't the
moment,
county government actually just take the initiative?
I'm getting there. Secondly, I said, as Mutambu is saying, we already know there's a problem. Somebody said you cannot do the same thing the same way and expect different results. Everybody says there's been things being done. Promises are promises, my sister. Explanations are explanations. Words are words. It's only reality that is only performance that is a reality. So I like the idea of the counties implicated, the government agencies who have a role coming together without apportioning blame and saying we have a problem, and then start defining what we need to do. The county that needs to collect garbage. I'm not blaming Nairobi, but I'm only saying bulk of this pollution comes from Nairobi. That's a fact. But we're saying every of the counties where this river traverses needs to take their due share of responsibility. In that regard, I'm saying, can we think about a trans-county, a trans-boundary arrangement that is tasked with the clear terms of reference to deal with this matter? Article 42 says we have a responsibility of ensuring a clean environment for future generation. So we have a window of opportunity at this point in time to restore. And I like what my brother said. I was actually reading about Yorkshire, the river area, about the cleaning that has happened in London, and the river has been restored. It is not impossible. We just need the political, the professional will to do what needs to be done. And I like the idea, Dr. John Mutambu, that if an entity fails to do their job, there is a law that should be enforced, and they take responsibility. We may be dealing with an issue of symptoms here, Zainab. We may be dealing, we need to go, when you're doing development, you ask yourself, what is the root cause of a problem? Otherwise, you may be killing yourself with the symptoms. I still think this big animal called corruption is a root cause of some of the things that we are dealing with here. That I can get away with construction on a riparian side, and there's a government officer who issues that construction permit.
All right.
There's all that. So I'm saying, my sister, that we will not realize the big four, as His Excellency wants us, if we do not deal with the issue of pollution, issues of environment, issues of sanitation that are so critical. Even though we are talking about big four, I think you understand that the issue of environment and sanitation is a cross-cutting theme that, that provides the bedrock of the big four. If you don't deal with those, if you don't deal with environment and the climate change issues, the big four is a mirage. So, out of this, I will feel cheated if we don't take a concrete action. And that concrete action should be, I don't know who takes the responsibility.
Yes, Vasca.
Yes.
I think they are our clients, and we are at the center of the problem. We already have given solutions, and we have started working on some of the solutions. Number one, Zainab, I have told you we have already identified all the major polluting points in the whole of the 390-kilometer stretch that largely is on the Nairobi side. Number two, we have gone ahead to issue notices of closure and demolition of buildings that are on the riparian areas. And I want to bring in the political aspect. Remember when the green animal was walking through the parts of the Nairobi River, there was a lot of uproar that Governor Sonko was elected through a major populist vote, and he's here in office and he's already demolishing people's structures. And it goes back to taking responsibility. Here is a person who has constructed and done a major investment on a public utility land, majorly for this case, a riparian area. Number two, this same person is not only taking away our public land, he or she is discharging waste directly to the river. So what are we doing? We are now demolishing, and I'm glad that Governor Sonko is taking a lead, and we cannot do it alone. We have to do it with the national government through the Ministry of Interior. Most of the riparian areas have been allocated to investors by chiefs. You find a chief giving an allotment letter to someone to construct. and I cannot give instructions to a chief. The Ministry of Interior has to take its rightful place and do its work. Enforcement and surveillance. Before waste leaves your door, do you know who collects your waste? Every day, Nairobi County collects 2,700 to 3,000 tons of waste on a daily basis, which we designate all the way to Dandora, and that's where now we are going to deal with issues of dealing with Dandora as a landfill, which we are working on a waste-to-energy plant, which we are also thinking about other modern ways of dealing with it, like the circular model. Why can't we educate our people to reduce the amount of waste that they get out? On average, a household produces 0.7 kgs to 1 kg of waste on a daily basis. Is there a way we can teach ourselves to reuse, to recycle the waste that we generate so that we reduce the amount of waste? Number 3, are you responsible as a residents association to know who collects our waste and does it land in the right place or it is discharged?
But that's the work of the Nairobi County.
And that's what I'm telling you about surveillance. So we have surveillance officers that are moving around, but most of these things happen at night. I can tell you, for example, the discharge of human waste in the upper side of Ngong Road. Every day we get hold of 2 to 3 exhausters, and we take them to court and we penalize them. But this does not stop if we are not going to have a behavioral change. Finally, we are going to do canalization of Nairobi River. We are canalizing Nairobi River, and Governor Sonko has already entered into discussions with one of the investors, especially in the informal settlements. Canalization of the river, and as you've said, London and the other areas, the Ganges of India, for example, after cleaning, part of it has to be canalized to prevent encroachment and prevent sewer infrastructure going direct to the river. Finally, can we clean this water? And I'll tell you why we need to clean the water in Nairobi. And we will need your research findings. Zainab, it may be important for you to know that as we grow as an industrial nation and a city, we are having a serious shortfall of water. The demand of Nairobi residents and industries is 750 million liters per day. We produce as Nairobi Water 526 million liters per day, meaning we have a shortfall of 200 million liters per day. If any sensible person can sit down in planning, we should be thinking about how can we use this resource that cuts across our city to take care of the deficit. How? Teach industrialists to recycle their water. Have designated points along the river where we can clean the water and have it back to the floor and be used, for example, in farming activities as you have seen in Ruai, other than people cutting through a sewer line and using the sewage water to plant.
And those are fantastic plans, but is it feasible?
Now, that's where we are going. And that's what I was saying. Let's stop. I've said I feel I am tired of the discourse in studios and boardrooms. Today, Nairobi County has employed 2,000 casuals. If I take you today, if I can even get you photos right away, you will see our youths walking through Krogan area here. We've taken street urchins and street boys to help us to clean. Korogocho, you've been seeing Comb Green youths. And every day, on a daily basis, we collect between 50 and 100 tons of solid waste from the river. But what goes on? You remove. By tomorrow, it has been refilled. So what we are saying here is we need a collective responsibility. Right. Finally, resources. We cannot continue expecting Nairobi County government with the resources that they have. We use 1.7 billion shillings annually to clean the Nairobi environment. This money can be used to do other important things if we could take responsibility, as the Prime Minister said.
You say how much? 1.7
billion shillings. Billion shillings to collect waste and take it to Dandora to surveil.
But the environment is not one to show for.
Correct. And I'm telling you, the county government is doing its part.
Okay.
But Nairobians have continued to become irresponsible, and it is a high time to educate from our children to households to be responsible for their waste.
All right.
Because,
Look,
and I'll tell you where the
Vesca.
responsibility comes from. MCA 2015, the Environmental Management Act, puts the responsibility of management of waste on the generator. The person who generates the waste is supposed to be responsible for the management of that waste.
All right.
And for the county government, it's a complementary responsibility and enforcement.
And we'll come to the sewage system, and of course that's a big issue as well in Nairobi. I know, Joe, you wanted to respond to something there, then we'll come to Robert.
Yes, please. Yes, I think, my sister, you are doing a very good job. But I want to take you to the point which Kasiola alluded, that doing things the same way for many times and expect the different results is impossible. You are doing a good job employing youth, putting them to Grocon and Global about to collect garbage, and tomorrow to have the same. I would do it in a different manner. I would not even bother with a crop if from the source is not clean, because you do it at downstream and upstream there's somebody who's also putting the filthy. I will do it from the other side and make sure that I protect as I go down. If you don't do that, my sister, every day you'll be getting a blame, because the trash will be there, you'll be cleaning, you'll be picking, but you have not protected that area. So protection is also another aspect which is not in your budget.
That is talking about protection of that source when he's the chairman of WARMA. WARMA is supposed to be taking care of the sources of the rivers, for example, and the management of that river going down. Going upstream, I will be dealing with effluent. But what will you do if the effluent is coming out from the upper side and the major obstacle of solid waste starts midstream from Kibera going downwards? What do you do?
I want to help you, Fesca, on this.
Joe,
there is an issue.
Just to hold on to that thought, we'll get back to there. I understand it's raining in Muranga and our reporter is on standby. He's talking to the Chief Officer of Water in Muranga County, Martin Mora. A very good morning to you.
Thank you so much. As you can see, we are here with the Water Chief Officer, Mr. Anthony Maina. We just want to delve on this topic that you're discussing at the studio about the toxic flow, which has really been affecting this, not only in Nairobi, even some other counties. Without further much ado, I just want to talk to the Chief Officer just to tell me the measures that they have always put in place to ensure that the toxic water does not flow in Muranga. Muranga is one of the counties that provide water for Nairobi. And welcome to NTV, Mr. Anthony Maina. I just want you to tell me, or even our viewer, what measures have you put in place to ensure that there is no toxic flow in our rivers here in Muranga?
Of course, basically, releasing toxic materials to the rivers is a crime. So we have the existing rules. If one is caught doing such a thing, he will face the full force of law. And it's actually a very major issue, which requires stiffer penalties, which is something that I would even recommend even as at now. Because if we do not act now and prevent such things from occurring now, we may find ourselves in the situation that in the case of Nairobi, where you see that the river has completely been transformed into a sewer system. Yes, so we have the laws, and in case we find that there are some charges coming up, we even make it very stiff for those who will be committing such crimes. Yes.
I know such cases are not very rare here in Muranga. Why do you think so? Is it that the citizens are law-abiding, or is it that we lack so many factories here in Muranga?
Basically, we all know Kenya, Muranga is in the highlands, and the backbone of the Muranga economy is in agriculture, not really industrialization if you compare with places like Nairobi. With research, you find that probably the only toxic that we may get contaminating the environment are probably from the farm inputs, the fertilizers, the chemicals that are used, which are minimal. And again, our water is continuously flowing. It is not static, apart from the few dams that we have here. It is continuously flowing, thus eliminating in the eventuality where you may find that we may have a disaster coming up from the toxic elements flowing into the water. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Maybe as a county, what are you doing to do on water conservation and environment conservation? What are the measures that you put in place to ensure that this Nairobi Northern Water Collector Tunnel, which will be is meant to take 140 million cubic meter water to Nairobi, what are you doing to ensure that maybe the environment and water is conserved?
We are working with all the stakeholders. Basically, like the first thing, we are keen on the riparian land. We want to protect the riparian land because, again, if we don't do it now, you don't know what is going to happen in the future, and we don't want to get in situations where the situation gets out of control. On the issue of the collector tunnel, for us, and maybe if I mention this one, we are trying to ensure that Murang'a people have 100% connection of domestic water before the water flows to Nairobi. That way, nobody will have a problem if we ensure that one happens. So, in connection, in working with the other stakeholders, we have ensured that there are various measures. The tree planting, various conservation measures are being taking place to ensure that at least we safeguard the wetlands. So that we can have continuous flow. We don't want a situation where in the future we may find that all water has flown to Nairobi and our rivers are flowing up, we don't have sufficient waters. Okay. Yes, so we are doing a lot of conservation. There's a lot of conservation efforts. There are many organizations which are on board, and we will be able to contain the situation to avoid a disaster in the future. Okay. Yes.
Murang'a is slowly growing, and soon you're seeing industries being set up. You've said that maybe we have no cases of toxic flow in Murang'a. They're not high unless from the fertilizers or the farm inputs. Maybe what measures are you going to put in place to ensure that factories that maybe come up in the future do not do what other factories are doing in Nairobi?
We have clear guidelines in Murang'a. Before you set up a factory, there has to be measures that you must fulfill, especially with regard to the environmental impact. That way we ensure that you have met all the conditions, you have met the standards to ensure that at the production level, when the factories become operational, there are no effluents that are flowing directly to the river before treatment. We ensure that such happens, and there are stiffer penalties if you don't follow that guideline. Okay. Yes.
Thank you so much for your time, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Zainab, we were talking to the chief officer who is in charge of water here at Murang'a County, Mr. Anthony Maina, and he has clearly put it that Murang'a does not have toxic flow at that rate. They will ensure that they put measures in place to ensure if factory are set up in the future, it does not happen. Back to you, Zainab.
Thank you so much, Martin Mora, there from Murang'a. And as we continue the conversation, I'd just like to point a tweet here from Daniel Juguna. He says the biggest culprit is raw sewage discharged into rivers. Lack of a proper sewage system in high population urban settlements and slums is the biggest culprit. Where is Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company in this mess? Nairobi Sewage Company is broken and is squarely to be blamed for this mess. Of course, we'll get from you, Vesca, but Joe, you were speaking on something.
Yes, what I was saying that actually I've interacted with the Vesca, and I actually feel very disappointed when I see her effort, because she puts a lot of effort into this matter, going to West. And the reason is that it's the way things are done. If you do things in the wrong way, definitely all your efforts will be for nothing. There are key aspects which need to be looked into before we even implement nothing. We need also to understand our existing legislation. You will find we have a lot of overlapping legislation. We have Water Act, we have NEMA Act, we have Physical Planning Act, we have County Act, and each act or each legislation is talking something different when it comes to riparian and when it comes to what needs to be done to those rivers. And that's why I'm bringing this topic, because she has just said that they are planning to canal the Nairobi River. That is something actually which is also in our books, what we are trying to do. And once you do something and then you do not consult the other institution because the laws are there, then you also find yourselves in litigation issues which will also not make you move forward. Right. So the way forward is that as we have this Nairobi regeneration team and as we have the teams in the place, what we need to do is just to come together and agree on what needs to be done for the way forward. And if we do it that way, everybody will be a winner. But the moment Water Resources Authority wakes up and says, I want to do this, then the county government will come and say, no, this is my area, you cannot do this, or that will NEMA will say, you can't do that. You will find us, we are giving orders. Tomorrow, you find the same person whom we have served with an order, he has a clearance from NEMA. When they go to court, you don't know what to do. Those are some of the issues actually also which need to be looked into. I just said, and according to the tweet we have just read, I've just said, in this matter, Nairobi Water Company, which is actually also a baby of Nairobi County, is purely to blame. They are claiming that they do not have enough water. I can tell you from our records, we pumped to them over 2 million cubic liters. They can only account for 500. 1.5 million cubic, they call it non-revenue water. Where are they taking that water? Where is it going to? Those are the issues we need to highlight. Because we are the one who are, the regulator, and we are the one billing them on a daily basis. We know how much they are taking. So, yes, there's a demand for water. How much are we giving them? How much are we saying? There is also a cartel in this business, which also needed to be controlled. And there is also a cartel in the dumping of the
raw sewage into the river.
Raw sewage into the river, and which also need to be looked into. All those things, they need a strong, not organization. Organizations are there, laws are there, regulations are there. We need strong people. People don't fear bullets. Like Mutambo, I'll tell you, I will arrest you, do whatever you want to do. And this is what we need to do. But the people who just make noise and the people call themselves in the offices, this is not going to happen.
Okay. Before Robert, I'd just like Daktari to answer this question, because a lot of people are asking this, and this came out quite, in a huge term yesterday. So they're asking, can we connect the high cases of cancer that we're witnessing in the country due to this?
That could be so. Of course, you may not directly pin it to that, but that is a contributing factor.
We cannot directly connect it, but it can be a contributor.
Definitely. It is a contributor. Yeah, because the diseases that we are getting and that we are having, and going by the contamination that we are consuming, because we are consuming, then that would be a contributor towards it.
All right.
Yes.
And another question I would like you to answer is, can boiling the water help?
We have biological and chemical waste.
Yes.
Chemical waste will not.
All right.
Boiling will not help.
All right.
Biological waste, that means that you can remove it by boiling.
Okay.
And it also depends with the state of the water that we are talking about.
All right.
Meaning that you will require to take the water through a process, and that will take care of all that. But boiling the water that we are discussing now will not be a solution.
All right.
Yes.
All right. And Robert, tell us.
I think what I wanted to say, back to the statement that I made, Zainab, words are words, promises are promises, explanations are explanations. Only performance is a reality. We're dealing with a dam of 66 billion in Makueni called Thwake, whose water is from Nairobi. So one will ask, why invest that much only to collect everything that we are talking about here? So as we talk about all this pollution, let's not talk about stories, let's talk about a reality. Right now, Makueni rivers have dried.
Okay.
Boreholes have dried. The only remaining source of water is Thwake. Is the Athi River. Athi River, with everything we have talked about, people are forced to get there. So this is not a discussion, but a serious matter of life and death. Okay. And that's why I'm asking, what is the immediate thing that we can take home from this discussion, or even after this discussion, so that as we do Thwake Dam, we are sure we are not collecting more E. coli, more lead or whatever. Two, the people that are currently drinking water from that river, whose responsibility to save them from accumulating all these heavy metals, and in the long term, whether they are causing cancer or not, but the truth is these are metals that cause a lot of harm to the person. So I think it's important at this point in time to take immediate corrective measures. One, everybody who's polluting, and sister, you have said I think that's a good point. If we already know who the polluters are, why are they not in court? Why are they not? Why are they walking free? They should be actually behind the bars today. If actually we are serious, that's what I'm asking. Any company that is polluting should be closed today. Any structure that is throwing effluent into the river, those structures should be demolished. So I think, well, let's appreciate good effort to identify, but actually the best action should have been demolishing those structures, taking people to court, because downstream we are dying. One person dying because of 100 factories is too many.
All right.
And therefore we need action and now.
All right. Veska, your response to some of these issues, of course, and just pointing out at Luisa Kabiru saying, why don't we clamp down on residential buildings in Ndegwa, which mostly drain their raw sewage into the river? I just wanted to point that out. And of course, together with your closing remarks.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, so let me start from where Joe started. When I started this discussion, I said we require a multi-agency approach.
All right.
Because Nairobi County cannot be operating in isolation. We need NEMA, we need Marma, we need other counties like Kiambu, we need Machakos, for example, because of Athi River. And I can tell you, after the Athi River, the chromium deposits, and I don't know if you noticed that, from the processing of the tanneries in Athi River is one of its kind. And there's a lot of research information that is there. Two, in the last World Environment Day, we invited Nairobi University and other research institutions, and we said, can we share this information so that as we go out to even educate people, let's show them the impact of the activities. Now, you hear the multi-agency approach, everyone will want to be protectionist. NEMA will say, you are encroaching on my mandate. Warma will say, don't do canalization because you will affect the aesthetic and the natural flow of rivers. But we must agree, we are dealing with changing times that requires very drastic measures.
So way forward, very
Way
quickly.
forward.
Yes.
Number one, let the discussions leave the boardrooms, the studios, to where the action is.
All right.
When we are bringing down structures, let politicians not interfere with the operations of the county government and the Minister of Interior to give necessary support for all structures that are sitting along the river to be pulled down.
All right.
Number two, Nairobi Water Company, and I want to give you shocking statistics. 34% of sewer waste in Nairobi is the only sewer we can account for. It means for all the waste that we produce, human waste, for example,
All right.
we can only account for 34%. 66% is either in the soil or in the rivers. So, Zainab, I'm expecting you to be talking to the national government, for example, to allocate more water to Nairobi Water Company to increase the sewerage infrastructure.
All right.
Finally, I want to give notice to all institutions, especially the private developers, who have continued to construct without going as per the plans of the county government, that take notice that we will bring down your structures, and please don't blame Governor Sonko, because we are looking at the women and the children in Kitui, in Makueni, in Malindi, who are being affected by the operations of a few of us in Nairobi.
All right, thank you so much. In just 10 seconds, I'll start with you, Dr. Just 10 seconds, your closing remarks.
Well, I would say that it is doable. We have success stories in this country that we can borrow from, and even abroad. For instance, the plastic papers, we were able to take care of that.
All right.
And now we are proud of it. But I think we and every person must take responsibility.
All right.
We must realize that what we are doing is affecting us, directly or indirectly. And I think having taken that and involving everybody in this, then a solution is with us, because we have solutions.
All right.
And we should be able to apply that.
Collective responsibility.
Yes.
Thank you. Joe?
I think I'm happy to listen to Fiska. When I hear her speak, I feel I have a part in this madness, fighting this madness. But one thing I need also to advise her is that...
Very quickly, yes.
Yes, there's one thing I want to advise her. There is no developer in this city who will dig a trench without approval of the same Nairobi County. So you give somebody approval to build, right? Then tomorrow, after the building has been finished, you see them there with the green machine. I think we need to get it right before that person is allowed to build.
We get to the bottom of it.
And for your information, when they are building, they are inspecting from day Every day they are there. Okay. And then they wait until this person finishes. When now they are painting, you see them there. Why are we taking people to this kind of...
All right, thank you. Maybe let me get Elizabeth.
We don't need to do that. Then number 3, I want to tell Nairobians that they have good news. Because through my office and through other institutions like what the first case is talking about, we are going to join hands and we are going to clean Nairobi.
All right, and I think you've taken Robert's time. Elizabeth.
So we have put ourselves into this mess, and I think we are the only ones who can get ourselves out of this mess. And this is by putting people and planet before profits, because we live in a world where almost over half of the population have decided to put profits before people and planet. So we need to act fast enough. Everyone is trying, yes, as they are saying, but we have not done enough. And I think I'll end with a quote that I shared today, that it's only when the last tree has died and the last fish been caught and the last river been poisoned will we realize that we cannot eat money.
Wow. Yeah. All right, Robert, we have 10 seconds.
We need to mobilize all the users of Athi River from Mombasa to Nairobi, educate them on their right to a clean environment, and sue everybody, including myself, who are polluting the environment.
All right.
We need a serious campaign against polluters.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, and I think that's a fantastic note to end there. Robert Kisiula, who is the County Executive Committee member, Water and Environment, Makueni County. We also had Elizabeth Wathuti, who is an environmentalist and also founder of the Green Generation Initiative. She was also recognized by Prince Harry and Meghan Markle on her environmental conservation efforts. Thank you so much for that. Joe Mutambu, Chair of Water Resources Authority, Dr. Nduhio Gitahi, a immunologist from the University of Nairobi, and Veska Kangogo, who is the County Executive Committee member, Water and Environment in Nairobi County. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for this conversation. And we're ending it here. NTV Sasa is coming right up your way, but remember the discussion continues online. #ToxicFlow. My name is Zainab Ismail. Good morning.
This is NTV.
Buy a Smart Card Plus from us at 1.25 million shillings and get 47,000 every month. A Smart Capture Cab at 675,000 shillings and get 25,000 every month. Maridadi Motors. Move your status.
Introducing the new salad oil with a spout for easy use. Comes packed with omega-6 and 9 and vitamin A and D, and at a price that doesn't dent your wallet. Leo nyumbani. Salad, siri ndio hiyo.
Nation FM. More music, less talk.
Them me love it when you do that. Wait them on. Ahuda. Tell your bumper big me spot it from a few.
Nation FM. Nation FM. More music, less talk.
Jinunulie nakala yako ya gazeti la Taifa Leo kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi. Kwa kufanya hivyo, utanufaika pakubwa kwa maswali ya mtihani ya marudio kwa masomo yote yanayotahiniwa shuleni. Soma gazeti lako la Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo, gazeti langu, lugha yangu.
Wewe kwa nini unadhani sisi wengine tuna mami? Hapa it's only a which says. Umesikia?
Unaongelesha nani hivyo wewe?
Can you stop talking to my nieces like that?
That guy has to go.
When was the last time you went to church?
Sasa unauliza juu ya pesa, unauliza kazi ndatoa wapi ingine?
Kwani ulinileta hapa ni kwa slave wako? Ukinileta hapa uliniambia unakuja kunisaidia.
Mimi sitaki house girl, nataka houseboy kama Nyambegea.
Kuna wale ambao wako in the gospel industry just for the fame and the money. Wako wengi. Hata naweza waje. Wa kwanza ni
Super Loaf, Slices of Life.
My name is Joyce Njogu. I'm the head of consulting at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's a business membership organization for manufacturing value-add industries with close to 1,000 members. From Daily Nation, we've been able to build our brand as CAM. We've been able to build the credibility of CAM because the more you communicate through the Daily Nation, the more we have partners wanting to engage with us and be part of the development agenda.
Our leadership isn't challenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
Ankole Longhorn cattle are one of the most famous breeds in Africa. I'm in Uganda to learn what it takes to run a business that transforms this horn into finished products such as this bowl.
Sendi is a logistics service. We help small businesses move their products to their customers efficiently and affordably.
When we talk about renewable energy, this is it. The technology behind me is powered by our most abundant natural resource, the sun. And this 500-hectare plant generates 100 megawatts of electricity directly into the national grid.
Super Loaf, Slices of Life.
Everyone has a desire. Some desire and talk.
My name is Morebi Bob. I'm a press technician.
I wanted to be a driver like him.
From Zainab mzuri, nakula vizuri, naishi vizuri.
But some desire and make it a reality. Desiring is good, but getting the job done is better.
Sooner or later, utaona tu vijana wakikuja kuomba job.
Kuna miaka kama 6 sijalinda nafanya kazi. The mortuary has exposed me to the world.
My Job on NTV.
This is NTV.
Hujambo mtazamaji, natumai ubuheri wa afya. Ni tarehe 19 mwezi wa Agosti mwaka 2019. Karibu kwenye NTV sasa mtazamaji, kama ilivyo ada, leo tunaangazia masuala ya siasa, sera na uongozi. Pia tunaangazia masuala ambayo yanaendelea humu nchini. Kwanza kabisa tukielekea Pwani ambapo Kevin Mutai anafuatilia kongamano la majaji ambapo kufikia sasa tayari kongamano hilo limeshaanza na zaidi ya majaji 150 wameshafika. Na Kevin Mutai, tueleze tu ni yapi yanaendelea katika kongamano hilo.
Naam, shukran sana mwenzangu Nur Abdulaziz. Mtazamaji, tukuja kwa moja kutoka hoteli ya Sarova White Sands hapa mjini Mombasa ambako majaji zaidi ya 150 wamekongamana katika kongamano hilo ambalo wataweza kutumia muda huo kuweza kujadiliana baadhi ya vitu ambavyo vinafaa kuangaziwa katika idara ya mahakama. Na kumbuka kwamba tumekuwa hapa kutoka mwendo wa saa 2 asubuhi wakati kongamano hilo lilifunguliwa rasmi na David Maraga ambaye ni ni jaji mkuu wa mahakama ya juu humu nchini. Kumbuka kwamba majaji hao hivi sasa wako mapumzikoni, lakini wataweza kurejelea kule ndani ili kuweza kujadiliana baadhi ya masuala. Kumbuka kwamba muda mdogo uliopita tuliweza kuzungumza naye Maraga, na aliweza kusisitizia umuhimu wa mahakama kuwa sawa na kuwa wazi katika juhudi za kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wametekeleza wajibu wao kulingana na sheria ama katiba ya humu nchini. Maraga vile vile alionekana kuwa katika mstari wa mbele kuwataka majaji wote humu nchini kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba kesi ambazo wanazotatua wameweza kutumia muda mdogo ili kuweza kupunguza idadi kubwa ya kesi na malalamishi kutoka kwa wananchi. Na mara wanalalamika kwamba idadi kubwa za kesi zao zimeweza kukaa mahakamani kwa muda mrefu, na aliweza tu kuguzia kisa kimoja akisema kwamba kulikuwa na idadi ya kesi zaidi ya 100,000 ambazo zimekuwa mahakamani kwa muda wa miaka 5, na hivi sasa anasema kwamba hadi mwezi Juni mwaka huu idadi hiyo ya kesi imeweza kupunguza hadi takriban 10,000, akisema kwamba ni jambo la kujivunia, huku akiwataka majaji kuwajibika. Na vile vile kumbuka kwamba suala la ufisadi, Maraga pia amejitokeza na kuhakikisha kwamba kuwarai majaji wenzake kuhakikisha kwamba idara ya mahakama inafaa kutekeleza wajibu wake vilivyo na kupigana na vita hivi vya ufisadi, akisema kwamba yeye mwenyewe atakuwa katika mstari wa mbele na wenzake vile vile akiwataka waige mtindo huo ili kuhakikisha kwamba mahakama itaweza kuonekana kama idara ambayo inawahudumia wananchi au Wakenya vilivyo. Kumbuka kwamba vile vile aliweza kusema kwamba idara ya mahakama haitasazwa ama haitabaki nyuma katika kuhakikisha kwamba itatumia teknolojia kisawa sawa ili vile vile hata Mkenya ambaye anataka huduma yote kutoka mahakama ataweza kufuatilia kesi yake kutumia ujumbe wa SMS ambayo mahakama imeweza kuweka teknolojia ambayo itawasaidia Wakenya kutumia teknolojia hiyo ya kutuma ujumbe mfupi wa message, akisema kwamba kama nambari hiyo ya 22 ama 22490 itakayowezesha Wakenya kufuatilia kesi zao na kuweza kujifahamisha zaidi jinsi ama jaji yupi ama mahakama ipi kesi yake inasikizwa. Vile vile Magara alisema kwamba katika idadi ya mahakama ama koti 180 ama 32 samahani, zote zimeweza kujengwa na kuhakikisha kwamba ziko na teknolojia ya kisasa, akisema kwamba mahakama 4 ama koti 4 humu nchini pekee ndo bado zinakumbana changamoto kutokana na hali ama sehemu ambazo ziko humu nchini. Tutaweza kuzidi kukongamana na majaji hapa, kumbuka wako hapa kwa siku 4, na tutazidi kukita kambi katika eneo hili la Mombasa ili tuweze kujua kwa urefu tu ni yapi ambayo wameweza kujadiliana kabla ya kukamilisha kongamano yao hapa Mombasa.
Namshukuru sana Kevin Mutai akihudhuria kongamano hilo la majaji ambalo linaendelea kwa muda wa siku 4. Atatujuza tu zaidi katika taarifa zetu za siku. Na mtazamaji, kando na swala hilo au kongamano hilo la majaji, tunaelekea katika soko la furniture la Githurai ambalo liko katika barabara ya Thika. Mwanahabari wetu Sharon Baranga anafuatilia mkasa wa moto ambao umeteketeza soko hilo na kusababisha uharibifu wa mamilioni ya pesa. Na Sharon Baranga.
Naam, Nuru, tuko katika soko la Githurai 45, mahali ambapo wafanyabiashara wanaendelea kukusanya mabaki ya mali yao na vile vile kukadiria hasara aliyopata baada ya moto kuzuka mahali hapa mwendo wa saa 10 asubuhi. Tulizungumza na baadhi yao ambao walisema kuwa walikuwa wamechukua mkopo kutoka kwenye benki ili kuanzisha biashara hizi, na kulingana nao walisema kuwa hii si mara ya kwanza kwa kisa kama hiki kutendeka mahali hapa, na hivyo wangependa serikali iwajibike niweze kuwaeleza ni nini hasa ambacho kinachoendelea kufanyika hapa. Hapo unapoona ni mlingoti wa stima ambao kuna sehemu ambayo ilichomeka, na hivyo ni hatari pia kwa wale ambao kwa sasa wangali bado wako hapa. Na kulingana na baadhi ya wafanyabiashara wanaoendelea kufanya kazi mahali hapo, wanasema kuwa shamba hili ambapo wanafanya biashara zao ni mahali ambapo wamekodisha. Na sasa tunajiunga na mwenyekiti wa wafanyabiashara ambao wanafanya mahali hapa, ambaye atatueleza zaidi kuhusu mkasa uliofanyika mapema asubuhi wa leo. Karibu sana. Tafadhali anza na kujitambulisha, wewe ni nani, kisha utueleze ulijua ni lini, ulijua kivipi mkasa huu umefanyika.
Kwa majina naitwa David Kongo ama Waesta, mimi ndio chairman wa hii area. Nilipigiwa simu muda wa saa 10, nikaambiwa kumeugua. Kukuja nikakuta already kumeugua, kumeisha kote. Sasa ningeomba serikali itusaidie, kwa maana wale watu wameadhirika hapa ni watu wengi sana, ni watu kama 400, wale wafanyakazi na wafanyikazi hapa ni kama 1000. So ile hasara tumeenda hapa ni kama 1100 na so ni pesa mingi, ni dhamana ya pesa mingi. So ningeomba serikali tusaidie. Hii sio mara ya kwanza, hii ni mara ya 3. Na tunajaribu kutafuta usaidizi hatupati, lakini leo tuko mzuri kwa maana tuna mheshimiwa Bwana Madhenge, tumempigia simu na amekubali kukuja. So hata bwana governor akuja tusaidie juu hii sio mara ya kwanza. Hii ni mkasa imezidi sana. Na ningeomba hata serikali ikase mkasa kujaribu kuchunguza nini inaendelea hapa, kwa maana kuna kitu naendelea. Haiwezi kuwa mara ya kwanza na ya pili na ya 3, lakini imekuwa wasi. So ningeomba tu usaidizi wa serikali, kwa maana wale watu wameumia ni wengi sana kabisa. Hata sijui watafanya nini. Kuna wengine walikuwa na mkopo ya bank, sasa hivi wanaharakishwa na banki walipe pesa na mali yao yote imeisha. Hakuna kitu imerogotwa hapa. So ningeomba tu usaidizi kwa pande yote.
Na labda unaweza tueleza soko hili limekuwa hapa kwa miaka ngapi ama kwa muda gani, na kwa ile mikasa ambayo ilifanyika hapo awali unaweza tueleza kama mmeweza kuelezwa ni baada ya uchunguzi kukabilika kama ni nini kilisababisha mikasa hiyo?
Hapo ile inasababisha siwezi jua, kwa maana moto na wakaga tu. Hii imewaka saa 10, hiyo nyingine ilianza saa 4, hiyo nyingine ya pili ilianza saa 8. So mkasa sijui ni hasa ni nini nafanyaga ndio ianze.
Na labda mwenye shamba hili?
Mwenye shamba hana shida yote, kwa maana hii shamba ni ya mtu mmoja na hana shida na sisi. Hata mali yake bado imeugua tu, yetu ikiungua na ni kitu tunamlipaga. So mwenye shamba hana shida. So sijui nini inaendeleaga. Ningetaka serikali ifanye uchunguzi, itusaidie, na nitasaidia tujue nini inaendelea.
Asante sana. Na sasa tunajiunga na mwakilishi wa wadi wa eneo hili ambaye atatueleza tu kwa ufupi mpango ya serikali kuhusu wafanyabiashara wa soko la Githurai 55. Tafadhali anza na kujieleza, wewe ni nani?
Sasa naitwa Naftali Madhege, mimi ndiye mheshimiwa wa hii area MCA, na tunahusika sana juu ya hii kupoteza mali kama hii yote. Juu hii si mara ya kwanza, hii ni kama mara ya 3, mara ya pili hivi kupoteza mali kama hii. Over 100 million ni kama zimepotea. Na mimi ningeuliza ama ningeappeal to all the sectors ambayo wanaweza tusaidia. Wanaweza saidia hawa wafanyabiashara because hawa wamepoteza over 1000 jobless sasa hawako. Serikali ya county government, I appeal to the excellency of the governor Mike Sonko, akuje tu pande hii, hawa watu wote ni wake, tuwachagua na tuketi chini tuone vile tunaweza fanya. Pia the national government pande ya Uhuru, pia hawa watu ni wake, and we rely on them, the national government and the county government. Wakuje tuketi tuone vile wanaweza saidika, sababu hawana anything for us we are talking. Wako na biashara, walikuwa na biashara ambayo imesimama, wako na loans kwa banki, wako na watoto na wako na mambo mingi ambaye na wanalilai na hii biashara tu. Na hii ni biashara ambayo ilikuwa stable. Kuna machineries zimechomeka hapa. Kuna hata hardwares ilikuwa hapa ndani ya hii. Na hatuwezi tukasema hii ni wenye chaba, sababu wenye chaba pia wamechomekewa na hii chaba haina mfutano. Kwa hivyo tuangalie makini ya hii kitu inatoka wapi. Kwa hivyo vile sasa tutaform the committee on the ground ya wafanyabiashara na sisi, at least tuone njia itakuwa namna gani, tuone mwelekeo.
Asante sana. Hawa walikuwa baadhi ya viongozi kutoka eneo hili la Githurai. na tutaendelea kukita kambi hapa kukujuza kile ambacho kitakuwa kikifanyika mahali hapa, ambapo kwa sasa ni hasara tupu ambayo wafanyabiashara wa hapa wanaendelea kuhesabu. Kwako Nuru.
Na shukran sana Sharon Baranga akiwa katika soko la fenicha la Githurai karibu na barabara la Thika. Na mtazamaji, tukisonga tu mbele tunaelekea katika mahakama ya Mlimani ambapo bilionea au tajiri Humphrey Kariuki amefika mbele ya mahakama hiyo na anakabiliwa na mashtaka ya kutolipa ushuru ya zaidi ya shilingi bilioni 41. Kumbuka ana mashtaka haya anakabiliwa pamoja na washukiwa wengine 10 ambao pia wanatarajiwa kufika kama mahakama hiyo. Mtazamaji, kwa taarifa hiyo tutakueleza tu zaidi katika siku hii na wanahabari wetu wataweza kutueleza zaidi kuhusiana na swala hili. Na mtazamaji, hii leo katika NTV sasa kama ilivyo ada tunaangazia swala la siasa, sera na uongozi, na hii leo haswa tunaangazia masuala ya shughuli ya kuhesabu wa Kenya au census ambayo inatarajiwa kufanyika tarehe 24 hadi tarehe 25, na mwanahabari wetu au mwenzangu hapa katika studio Dorin Majala ataweza tu kuangazia swala hilo. Mtazamaji, swali letu hii leo tunaangazia mswada wa punguza mzigo, mswada ambao unawakilishwa na Akuru Aukot ambaye ni kiongozi wa Third Way Alliance. Swali letu hii leo ni je, kuna nia safi kwa wanaounga na wanaopinga punguza mzigo? Je, kuna nia safi kwa wanaounga na kwa wanaopinga punguza mzigo? Tuma maoni yako katika NTV sasa @Nuru_Abdulaziz @Dorin Majala na tutaweza tu kuangazia baadhi ya maoni yenu, na mtakuelekeza moja kwa moja hadi kwa Dorin Majala ambaye atakuangazia swala la shughuli ya kuhesabu wa Kenya.
Shukran sana mwenzangu Nuru Abdulaziz upande mwingine wa studio. Mtazamaji, ama kweli karibu katika kikao cha leo. Kama vile mwenzangu Nuru Abdulaziz alivyoelezea kwamba tunazungumzia kuhusu masuala ya sera na uongozi, hususan shughuli ya kuhesabu watu ambayo inatarajiwa kufanyika Jumamosi hii ambayo ni tarehe 24 mwezi huu wa Agosti. Je, wa Kenya wamejiandaa vipi, na je bodi hii ya kitaifa ya utafiti imejiandaa vipi, ama takwimu imejiandaa vipi katika zoezi hili zima? Ninaye Bernard Ojwang ambaye yuko katika kaunti ya Homa Bay hivi sasa, anajiunga nasi kutueleza ni yapi yanayoendelea huko waliko. Bernard Ojwang, kama unanisikiza, hebu tueleze kabla hatujaingia katika mjadala wa leo.
Naam, asante sana Dorin. Tuko katika eneo hili la Rongo. Kumbuka kwamba imesalia siku chache tu shughuli za kuhesabu watu humu nchini kuanza rasmi, na katika eneo hili la Rongo zaidi ya maafisa 300 tayari wangali bado wanaendelea kupata mafunzo kuhusiana na swala hili, na kumbuka kwamba ni shughuli ambayo itakuwa kufanywa mwendo wa saa za usiku, na kulingana na maafisa wa usalama katika jimbo hilo wanasema kwamba wao wako tayari, na vile vile maafisa wanaowapa wale maafisa watakaoshughulikia swala hii wanasema kwamba wao wako tayari. Na kwa sasa nitazungumza tu na afisa anayesimamia usalama katika jimbo hili ili watueleze katika eneo hili la Rongo, ili watueleze wao wako tayari namna gani na shughuli hizi itakuwa namna gani. Na kwa sasa hebu tueleze, mko tayari?
Tuko tayari kabisa bwana Ojwang. Maafisa karibu wote kama content supervisors wameshapata mafunzo. Nao pia wamekuwa walimu wanafunza enumerators. Tunaelekea kumaliza kesho, alafu tujitayarishe kwa kazi weekend. Usiku wa tarehe 24 tunaanza kazi. Yeah.
Kulikuwa na malalamishi kwamba kuna baadhi ya maafisa wa serikali wamehusishwa na wanafanya kazi wao pia waliene, huku baadhi ya ambao pengine wanatafuta kazi wameachwa.
Sio vile watu wanadhania. Content supervisors huenda watu wawili tu ndio tumeweka maafisa wetu hapa, departmental heads, ambao wanahamasisha wengine kufanya kazi kwa sababu wanaelewa mipangilio ya kufanya kazi. Na upande wa enumeration karibu wote ni jobless youths, ndio tumeweka kufanya hiyo kazi. Yeah.
Kwa sasa hali ya usalama wakati huo itakuwa namna gani?
Usalama ni kapambe kabisa, tumejitayarisha kwa sababu kila timu itakuwa led na village elder because yeye ndiye anajua milango ya watu wake. Alafu askari atakuwa hapo, alafu maofisa wetu. Yeah.
Je, hamasisho mmefanya ya kutosha kwa sababu kuna baadhi ya watu wanasema kwamba hawaelewi maana ya census, wanasema kwamba hawajui, hawajaambiwa, wao wanasikiza tu.
Tulikuwa na mkutano wa machiefs mwezi huu ulipokuwa unaanza, na tukawatuma nje. Kila chief, assistant chief wawe na baraza katika vijijini. Na wameelezea wananchi kwa upole na kwa kilugha. Kila mtu ameelewa. Yeah. Na pia radio hapa zinatusaidia, radio Rameny, Rameny FM, tuko na Mlolwe, tuko na Ramoke FM, tumekuwa tukienda kwa hizo vyombo vya habari vinatusaidia kueneza. Yeah.
Sasa tangu mwanzo shughuli hizi mmepinga kuhamasisha watu, changamoto pengine mmekuwa mkipitia, mkizungumzia na watu, je, mnapata maswali kadhaa na kadhaa?
Maswali na changamoto ni yale maswali umeulizia. Lakini tumewahakikishia ya kuwa wale watakaofanya kazi ni watoto wao wa hapa. Watawaona na watatambua hao, waseme ni watoto wetu ndio wanafanya kazi. Yeah.
Kwa hivyo mko tayari?
Tuko tayari kabisa. Yeah, tayari kabisa. Yeah.
Na ujumbe kwa wakazi?
Nina wasihi watu wangu Warongo hasa na Awendo, siku itakapofika ya Jumamosi usiku wawe katika maboma zao, wazee wasikae nje, muda upite, warudi. Na tumesema wenye maba wafunge mapema, watu waende nyumbani. At least kufika by saa 3 watu watakuwa wameshaenda nyumbani. Siku ya Jumamosi. Yeah.
Kwa hivyo kuna wale ambao pengine wako katika hospitali, mtawatembelea pia?
Yeah, tuko na aina ya content supervisors and enumerators wanaita special. Wale wanaenda kwa special areas kama police stations, kama mahospitali, watu ambao families naishi nje, wanashughulika na haya. Hakuna mtu atakosa kuhesabika. Yeah.
Asante sana. Na Dorin, nilikuwa nazungumza na mkuu wa wilaya huu bwana John Satia akizungumza, Joseph Satia akizungumza hapo akisema kwamba wao wako tayari, na vile nilivyokuambia tayari zaidi ya maafisa 300 wameanza kupata mafunzo kuhusiana na swala hili, na ifikapo hapo kesho wamaliza masomo hayo na watakuwa tayari sasa kushughulikia swala hili. Nakumbuka kwamba pia sisi tuko hapa tutafuatilia kwa makini ili tuone shughuli hiyo itakuwa namna gani. Kwako Doreen.
Naam, shukrani sana Ojwang kutoka kaunti ya Homa Bay. Mtazamaji, moja kwa moja basi na kuingiza katika mazungumzo yetu ya leo ambapo tunazungumzia masuala tofauti, lakini sasa ningependa tuanze na hili swala zima la hesabu ya watu. Ni shughuli ambayo inaongozwa na bodi ya takwimu humu nchini Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, na ninaye bwana Mangutu hapa ambaye yuko tayari. Manguti, James Manguti, karibu sana katika mjadala wa leo.
Asante.
Naam, sensa za kwanza za mwaka 1948 ambayo ilikuwa sensa ya kwanza kabla taifa lilinyakulia uhuru, vile vile sensa ya mwaka 1962 na kadhalika hadi mwaka 2009. Na idadi labda ya Wakenya, takwimu zilionyesha kwamba ni milioni 38.6 ya mwaka 2009. Sasa hizi labda idadi ya Wakenya inazidi kuongezeka. Je, bodi hii ya KNBS imejiandaa vipi?
Kwa kifupi naweza sema tumejiandaa kwa kuweka mikakati tofauti. Ya kwanza ni kuweka mipangilio. Shughuli hii tulianza karibu miaka 3 imepita. Tukaanza kwa kutembea kwa maeneo yote ya Kenya, tukaenda kwa kila county, kila sublocation mpaka kwa kila kijiji. Karibu tumetembea kila bona la Kenya, tukiendelea mikakati ili tuweze kujua ya kwamba ifikapo tarehe 24 kila Mkenya ama mgeni ambaye atakuwa katika mipaka yetu ataweza kuhesabiwa. So ni mambo mengi ambayo yamekuwa yakiendelea kwa ajili ya kufanikisha shughuli hii. Kwa sababu shughuli ambayo inahusisha wananchi wote lazima itahitaji kazi mingi, itahitaji fedha mingi, itahitaji mipango mingi. So kuna mambo mengi ambayo yamekuwa yakiendelea, na kwa wakati huu tunaendelea na kufanya yale mafundisho ya wale karani na wasimamishi ambao watakuwa wanasimamia shughuli hili, ili waweze kujua ni nini watahitaji kwenda na kuuliza kwa wananchi vile wataenda kupata hizo habari na yale mambo ambayo yataendelea mpaka tutoe idadi ya watu ya Kenya.
Yes. Na Bwana Manguti, swala muhimu zaidi ni shughuli hii itaendeshwa vipi? Tufanye mfano, mimi ni Mkenya hapa, umeingia kwangu.
Yes.
Shughuli ni ipi? Nitajiwezaje kujua kwamba wewe ni mwakilishi kutoka bodi ya KNBS? Na shughuli ni kama ipi?
Wakati karani ataingia kwa nyumba, jambo la kwanza atajitambulisha. Wale watu wote ambao wamepewa hii kazi ya kufanya hesabu, wote wako na vitambulisho za National ID. Hilo ndio kitambulisho ya kwanza. Jambo la pili ni kwamba tumewapatia another card yenye sasa hii itakuwa na namba ya ID. Kwa hivyo kwa Mkenya lazima ajue kwamba huyu kweli ni mtu ambaye ameajiriwa kwa kitambulisho chake cha kitaifa na akilinganisha na hicho ambacho tumempatia ambacho kina the same number.
Kwa hivyo yule mtu ambaye atakuja pale akiwakilisha KNBS awe na vitambulisho viwili kutoka kwenu na kile kingine.
Kile cha kitaifa. Kwa sababu bila hiyo ni kumaanisha kuna mahali alikuwa ameshika mkato na akaenda kasumbua wananchi. Yes.
Naam, taratibu hizi Bwana Manguti zinaangalia mambo kadha wa kadha, zinaangazia dini, zinaangazia idadi ya watu, zinaangazia mifugo, zinaangazia rasilimali, mambo mengi zaidi. Taratibu ni labda maswali kama yapi Mkenya aweze kutarajia kesho?
Maswali ni mengi pale, lakini hakuna maswali ambayo ni mangumu. Jambo la maana sana ikiwa ni kujua idadi kamili ya watu. So hiyo ndio jambo la maana kabisa, kujua idadi tuko wangapi. Na baada kujua tuko wangapi, lazima ujue tuko wangapi na tunaishi aje. Utaulizwa miaka, tujue tuko kama taifa la Kenya, watu wetu wako miaka gapi. Kwa sababu kuna wale mataifa ambao wanaweza kuwa watu wengi ni wachache, wengi wamezeeka, kwa sababu umri wa wananchi wa Kenya pia ni muhimu sana. So utakuwa na swali la umri, utakuwa na jambo la jinsia, wanaume ni wangapi, wamama ni wangapi, kutakuwa na mambo ya dini, mambo ya elimu, mambo ya ukulima, mambo ya vile maisha yapo pale nyumbani, mambo ya nyumba vile tumejenga, zile vitu ambazo tunamiliki, kama ni vifaa vya pale nyumbani vile tunatumia. Ndio at least tuweze kujua kwamba maisha wa Kenya yako namna gani. Kwa hivyo ni maswali ambayo yanahusia hata tuna maisha ya Mkenya.
Yes. Upande wa hesabu ya watu kama ulivyotaja, wataeleza una watoto wangapi, je mama yuko, baba yupo. Je, kwa wale ambao labda wanaishi mijini na labda mama na binti yake labda anakaa Kakamega, mama anaishi Nairobi. Je, kama yule binti hajaeleza hesabu ya yule mtoto, kuna zile changamoto ambazo ziko pale, labda jamaa wa ile familia hajaeleza ukweli kuhusiana na yeye anaishi mjini na watoto wangapi. Je, takwimu zitaweza kupatikana katika uhakika?
Takwimu zitapatikana. Jambo la kwanza, tutakuwa tunatembea na kupata hesabu ya wale watu wanaishi kwa hilo boma wakati huo. Hatutaendea wale watu ambao mimi niko nao wanaishi mahali pengine. So tunakuwa tunalenga ni nani amelala kwa hiyo boma kwa usiku wa tarehe 24 kwa mke 25. Sio wale watu wako nje, sio wale watu wanafanya kazi kwingine. So wale watu waliolala kwa hiyo boma kwa hiyo siku ndio tutakuwa tunalenga, na mambo yale yanahusiana na wao. Kwa hivyo kama niko na watu wangu na wako nje kwa ile boma yenye naishi, au watahesabiwa kwenye wako. Yes, ndio hesabu isiwe imehesabika mara mbili.
Imehesabika mara mbili. Hebu tupatie utaratibu mwingine labda kwa mifugo labda. Maana inasemekana mifugo aina tofauti itaangaziwa. Kwa kimombo wanasema kuna indigenous cattle, wataweza kuangaliwa, hao wengine wataangaliwa. Hebu tupatie utaratibu, mtu atarajie nini?
Mifugo wale tunajaribu kuangalia ni zile mifugo ambazo zinawekwa na wananchi ambao wanaishi katika hiyo boma. Mifugo yote ambayo inafugwa na mtu yeyote ambaye anaishi katika hiyo boma yenye tunaita household, tutajaribu kuhesabu. Kama unaweza itambua kwamba hii ni mfuko, sisi tutaichukua na tutaenda kurekodi. Uwe ni ng'ombe, uwe ni mbuzi, uwe ni kuku, uwe ni chenye unaita mfuko. Of course hatuhesabu vitu kama paka, mbwa na vitu kama hizo.
Tupatie mfano ya mifugo labda.
Wewe uite mfuko. Mfuko kuna ng'ombe, kuna mbuzi, kuna kuku, kuna kondoo. Minyama kama hao. Lakini sio zile ambazo vitu unaweka na mimi asikuletei faida kama familia.
Faida kama familia. Naam. Tukizungumzia bado swala la mifugo, ile jamii ya kuhamahama. Wengi ambao wanatoka kaskazini mwa nchi, kunao katika sehemu za Baringo kaskazini na sehemu zingine za nchi. Wale ambao wanahamahama kutoka sehemu moja au nyingine. Tuseme lile boma limebakisha mifugo labda mifugo 700 ng'ombe. Na labda watoto wameachiwa. Alafu yule mzee mwenye boma tayari amesafiri katika eneo lingine. Tuseme eneo la Isiolo. Ametoka Isiolo mjini ameenda paka Garbatula. Ameenda kule lakini ameenda na mifugo. Yule mtu yule atahesabiwa vipi tukizingatia changamoto za kimiundo msingi, infrastructure?
Tukiangalia mambo ya mifugo, tunahesabu wale mifugo ambao mtu anafuga na wakati huo wako within hiyo county yenye anaishi wakati huo. Kama mifugo imeenda kwa county nyingine, hatutahesabu au mifugo kama wako. Lakini wale mimi wameenda malishoni lakini wako within the county, tutachukua idadi ya hao mifugo na tuweke kwa hiyo familia.
Naam, labda tukiangazia swala lingine, katiba inaunganisha watu mbalimbali. Kuna watu ambao wanaishi na ulemavu. Naam, ulemavu wa kiakili, ulemavu wa kusikia, ulemavu wa kuona, ulemavu mbalimbali. Je, mmeweka mikakati gani kuhakikisha kwamba watu wanaishi na ulemavu wanajumuishwa katika 100% katika zoezi hili zima la kuhesabu watu?
Tumejaribu hili swala ambalo limekuwa na sama ukasoro kwa zile sensa ambazo tumefanya zimepita. Lakini kwa wakati huu tumejaribu sana kufundisha wale makarani jinsi ya kutambua ulemavu ama jinsi ya kutambua ungumu wa kufanya mambo. Kwa sababu saa nyingine ulemavu sio lazima uwe kabisa hawezi tembea, hawezi ona. Unaweza kuwa tu na changamoto wakati unapofanya mambo fulani na pia hiyo tunaachilia nje. Lakini kwa wakati huu tumewafundisha makarani vile wataweza kutambua kama ni shida ya kuona. Unaweza kuwa niko na shida ya kuona lakini kwamba sio kwamba mimi ni kipofu. Lakini niko na shida ya kuona. Naweza kuwa niko na shida ya kusikia lakini kwamba mimi sio kisiwi. So tumewafundisha jinsi ya kutambua hizo hali ili tuweze kujumuisha wale wote wako na shida kama hizo.
Kwa hivyo mna maafisa ambao watasaidia katika tafsiri mbalimbali?
Kidogo tuko nao.
Maanake kama mtu labda haoni na hasikii kwa wakati mmoja, utamtafsiria vipi kwamba mimi ni mwakilishi kutoka bodi ya KNBS na niko hapa kufanya zoezi la sensa? Labda mna watu ambao mmeshawatayarisha tayari?
Yes, kila kaunti kuna watu ambao wametayarishwa. Endapo kutatokea jambo kama hilo, tunaweza ita huyo mtu na anakuja anasaidia familia jinsi ya mambo ya kuprocess sensa. Kama ni mashida ya kusikia, kuna wale ambao wasikii wamefundisha hiyo lugha. Kama ni shida ya kuona, pia kuna wale ambao wako katika hii sensa na pia atasaidia wananchi. Lakini sasa hatujaweka wengi sana kwa sababu maybe hatutaishi kwamba tutakuwa na wananchi wengi sana wako na challenges.
Naam, kwa hivyo mikakati ya kuangazia changamoto hizi mbalimbali, changamoto za kidini, labda kuna dini ambayo hairuhusu wanawake wakauliza maswali, kuna tamaduni ambazo haziruhusu mwanamke akaingia katika boma la mwanamume na akamuuliza maswali kama yale. Munaangazia vipi changamoto hizi? Labda
changamoto za utamaduni kwanza sio jambo ambalo linaweza elewekwa kwa umbali. Lakini hilo jambo tunaliangazia kwa kuwa ya kwamba wale watu ambao wamepatiwa hiyo kazi ya kuhesabu watu wanatoka kutoka hiyo jamii. Kwa hivyo wanajua tamaduni za hiyo jamii, wanajua ni wapi ya kuuliza, ni jinsi ya kuuliza. Kwa hivyo tunafikiria kwamba nikichukua mtu kutoka kwa hiyo jamii, anaelewa tamaduni na desturi za hiyo jamii. Kwa hivyo atajua ni lipi ya kufanya, ni lipi asifanye. Kwa sababu ni mmoja wa hiyo familia.
Changamoto zingine labda miundo msingi, barabara mbovu, tuna sehemu mbalimbali, si kama kila mahali tuko mijini. Kuna sehemu kama vile nimetaja Garbatula ndani kule. Sehemu ziko mbalimbali hazipitiki. Je, uhakika utahalisiwa vipi?
Nani hawezi pita? Ni wananchi
barabara, labda magari ambayo mnatumia hayafiki.
Kwa wakati huu sio ni shida sana ya magari kwa sababu wale karani saa hii wanafanywa mafundisho. Wako karibu na hizo maeneo. Kama sasa hivi tunatumia centers kama primary school na ziko hapo, watu wanatembea miguu. Maybe tu ni jambo kidogo kama kusafirisha vifaa ambazo zitatumika, ambazo hizo tumefanya mikakati. Hata serikali imeweka mikakati ya kusafirisha zingine hata na ndege, kuhakikisha kwamba kila sehemu vitu zao zimefika kwa wakati. Na wakati huu karibu 90% ya materials ziko within now the centers. Kwa hivyo sasa tutarajia kutakuwa na shida ya usafirishaji wa mali ama watu kwa ajili ya sensa.
Naam, Bwana Munguti, naelezwa kwamba kuna mgeni wetu hapa katika studio upande ule mwingine, Bwana John Kithi. Na fahamu kwamba una swali, hebu tueleze swali lako ni lipi?
Naam, labda nitamuuliza tu swala kulingana na hisia ambazo tunazipata kule nje kwa wananchi. Kwanza tungetaka kujua kuna uhusiano gani wa karibu, kwa sababu ni juzi tu tulipopata agizo la serikali kujiandikisha katika nambari inaitwa huduma namba. Kisha leo hii kukawa kuna stakabadhi ambazo mtachukua kutoka kwa wananchi kwa hili swala la sensa. Je, kuna uhusiano wowote hapo? Pili, ningependa kukuuliza na nitakuuliza swali la kisiasa. Kwamba kwa uchaguzi uliopita, kama ufahamuvyo, ni kwamba ulikuwa na ukaribu sana wa mashindano. Kisha kukaa na hii tetesi kwamba kuna kitu kinachoitwa tyrant of numbers. Ikiwa kuna kabila ambalo lina watu wengi, basi hisia ni kwamba hilo lina kujipigia debe kwa karibu sana katika ushindani wa kisiasa. Sasa hii sensa, nyinyi mmeweka swali kuhusu kabila. Kisha ikawa kwamba mtapata stakabadhi ama nambari ya watu katika kabila fulani ambalo vile vile lina mwelekeo wa kisiasa hapo. Sasa ni vipi mna labda kubainisha kwamba siasa iko tofauti na umbali sana na swala ambalo lina ukaribu, kwa sababu kwa sasa kuna tetesi na sema ambayo tunazipata kwamba wanasiasa wanatoka Nairobi wakirudi mashinani ili kumobilize ama kuweka watu pamoja, ili mradi kwamba wakati wakikisha kwamba wanahesabiwa, kisha wakipata nambari hizo watazitumia yamkini kwa mambo ya kisiasa.
Naam, shukrani sana wakili George Kithi. Labda tupate swali lingine kutoka kwa mchanganuzi wetu ambaye yuko katika kikao cha leo, anaitwa Lutalala Mukwana. Naam, tueleze swali lako.
Asante. Swali langu si refu sana, la uiana sana na alivyouliza wakili. Mipaka ya maeneo bunge itapunguzwa au iongezwe kulingana na uwiano wake na idadi itakayopatikana? Hayo maeneo yatakuwa tayari yamo chini ya wabunge fulani. Kenya Bureau of Statistics itakisha vipi kwamba si siasa itakayoamua, bali ni hesabu kamili uliyoipata?
Asante.
Bwana Munguti,
maybe nijaribu tu kunguzia swala ambayo wageni wamejaribu kuuliza. Swala la kwanza ni jinsi shughuli ya huduma namba inahusiana na census. Na mimi ningesema ya kwamba haya mambo mawili ni ya maana kwa mwananchi na pia kwa serikali kwa mipango. Sababu mambo ya huduma namba ni registration, ambao ni kuandikisha, kuweka register ya watu. Na register inakuanga over a long period, ambapo naye sensa inafanyika kwa wakati fulani. Na hizi vitu mbili ni za maana kwa kutoa huduma kwa wananchi wa Kenya. Na hazina uhusiano wa kwamba ni lazima hili lifanyike na lingine lifanyike. Sensa limefanyika vile umetaja kuanzia mwaka 1948. Na hiyo tumekuwa tufanya sensa mpaka siku ya leo. Na hakukuwa na registration, na saa hii imekuja. Na kutaendelea kuwa na mipango tofauti ya serikali, na pia zote zinalingana kwa sababu zinahusu mwananchi na namba za wananchi. Na pia kule ndani na yale mambo ambayo unachukua kutoka kwa mwananchi. So hakuna uhusiano wa moja kwa moja between huduma namba na census, lakini kuna ulingano.
Kuna ulingano. Labda swali la pili, bwana Lulala?
La pili lilikuwa ni mambo ya
anauliza mambo ya mipaka, boundaries.
Mipaka.
Naam.
Sasa mambo ya mipaka ni mojawapo ya matumizi ya sensa. Na sisi kama shirika la takwimu hatuhusiani sana na vile sensa itatumika baadaye. Letu ni kuhakikisha kwamba ile sensa imefanyika, imetumia utaratibu mzuri na nimepata hesabu sahihi. Alafu baadaye sasa wananchi, viongozi na other interested parties wanatumia hizi numbers kulingana na yale mambo ambayo wanaendeleza. Mojawapo ikiwa ni shirika maybe mambo ya mipaka ambayo inaendeshwa na IBC, na hao wanajua sheria zile wanafuata. Wanapofuata hizo wanaweza ongeza, wanaweza punguza depending na yale maoni na sheria ambazo wanafuata. Sisi kama kama shirika la kitakwimu ni kupeana tu hesabu sahihi, ya kwamba kila mtu anajua hizi namba ni 3 na sio 4. Sasa vile ataenda kusitumia, sasa ni kazi nyingine sio yetu.
Naam, kabla hatujatamatisha mazungumzo haya, hebu tupatie umuhimu wa zoezi hili kamili la sensa. Kando na tu Wakenya kujua kwamba ni zoezi la kuhesabu watu, basi tunapaswa kujua Wakenya tuko wangapi. Kando na hiyo, umuhimu wake ni upi, tukizingatia kwamba bwana Alulala amezungumzia kuhusu mipaka, ambapo mipaka inaleta mambo ya rasilimali. Na katiba inaeleza vizuri, basi endapo kutakuwa na mipaka, labda kiwango fulani cha Wakenya watapatiwa labda rasilimali kiwango fulani. Naam. Hebu tueleze umuhimu wa zoezi hili la sensa.
Umuhimu wa zoezi la sensa, hata ukiangalia kutoka historia, hata wale wakati wa kidini, hata wakati wa Biblia wanasema wakati wa Yesu alizaliwa wakati fulani, sensa ilikuwa inafanyika. Na umuhimu wa sensa ni kusaidia mipango. Unapoanza safari huwezi anza safari ukisijue naenda wapi, nitajipanga namna gani. Na kama viongozi wale ambao wako na jukumu la kupanga mipango kwa ajili ya wananchi, ni lazima wajue ninapangia nani na kwa kiwango gani, kama ni watoto wengi na wamama wengi nifanye namna gani. Kwa hivyo sensa maana yake aswa ni kusaidia mipango ya usoni. Na mipango iko na njia nyingi. Kuna wale wanafanya economic planning, kuna wale wanafanya political planning, social planning. Kwa hivyo ni mipango yote ambayo itahusisha mwananchi kesho.
Ni kwa manufaa ya mwananchi. Na mtazamaji, basi ni kauli hiyo ya James Manguti kutoka bodi ya taifa ya utafiti ama ukipenda Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. Ametusaidia tu kuchanganua swala zima la sensa. Sensa, kumbuka kwamba inafanyika tarehe 24 mwezi Agosti, ni Jumamosi hii. Mtazamaji, pale utakapokuwa basi tujiandae vilivyo katika zoezi hili. Unaambiwa kwamba utahesabiwa pale ulipo. Naam, mbali na hayo basi, kabla tunaingia mjadala wa leo, mwenzetu mwanahabari wetu Gabriel Kudaka ana taarifa kuhusiana na sensa. Hebu tutazame.
Asante sana mwenzangu. Tarehe 24 na 25 mwezi wa Agosti zitakuwa siku rasmi za kuhesabu wa Kenya. Na je, watu wanaelewa umuhimu wa zoezi hilo? Ndugu naitwaje, na nituelezee ufahamu wako kuhusu zoezi hili la census.
Kwa majina naitwa Ouma Owino kutoka hapo Uasin Gishu. Census kwangu najua kwamba inamaanisha kuhesabu wananchi wote wa nchi ya Kenya ili serikali iweze kujua idadi ya wananchi wake. Kwa njia nyingine naona census kwa raia wa kawaida haimsaidii kwa sababu ana changamoto nyingi. Kwanza serikali ingeweza kukabiliana na mambo ya njaa sehemu ambazo ziko na ukame, ndio waweze kujua wale ambao wanasaidia kupata chakula ni watu kiasi gani. Kwa sababu kwa njia nyingine ungepata idadi ya watu kutokana na ile namba ya huduma. Walikuwa wamepeana hiyo muda na wametumia pesa nyingi. Hatujapata mwelekeo zaidi. Na tena tunaelezwa kwamba kuna hiyo mambo na census. Kuna pesa ambayo wataallocate. Pesa hizi zingesaidia kwa miradi nyingine kusaidia wananchi, kwa sababu shida mwananchi kwa kawaida ni ile ile.
Maana yake iko sababu ndio ni kwa ndani ya serikali. Ikiwa usaidizi iko, mimi niko pamoja nao.
Mimi sasa sioni tofauti. Tunahesabiwa kwa televisheni na tuonyesha watu ni wangapi, alafu hakuna tofauti. Hakuna mtu anasaidiwa baada ya hiyo, hakuna vile resources zinadividiwa. Hakuna, haisaidii. Census tu ni formality. Ni political formality. As in, yote ndio watu wanataka kujua watu ni wangapi ndio wapate kwa kura zao.
Naam, basi hayo ni maoni kutoka kwa wenyeji wa kaunti ya Uasin Gishu kuhusu zoezi la kuhesabu wa Kenya. Kwako naitwa Gabriel Kudaka.
Na mtazamaji, basi moja kwa moja katika upande wetu wa studio tunazungumzia masuala ya sera na uongozi. Moja kwa moja katika mjadala wetu wa leo tunaingia katika masuala ya siasa. Naam, na nitawatarisha ugeni wetu katika studio Bwana George Kithi, ni wakili ambaye atatusaidia kuchanganya masuala haya. Karibu sana.
Asante, shukrani.
Na mwingine ni Wamboi Nyutu, karibu sana katika studio za NTV.
Asante.
Ni kiongozi wa vijana. Na upande mwingine wangu wa kushoto nikipenda kumkaribisha Cynthia Mutere ambaye pia ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya siasa. Na mwingine upande ule wa kushoto zaidi ni Bwana Alulala Mukwana. Naam, karibuni katika studio zetu za NTV.
Shukrani.
Moja kwa moja tuzungumzie masuala ya siasa. Ni taswira ya taifa tunazungumzia leo, ama state of the nation. Mambo ambayo yanaendelea katika taifa letu sasa hivi. Tunaona mivurugo kadha wa kadha. Kuna kundi la Inua Mama, kuna kundi la Embrace. Sasa hizi bado tuna ile BBI, bado tunapunguza mzigo. Maoni yenu kwanza kuhusiana na vurugu hili, ikizingatiwa kwamba siku ya Ijumaa kumekuwepo na vurugu pale Nyeri. Naam. Maoni yenu?
Maoni yangu, wacha nianze kusema kwamba tumefika wakati wa hii nchi ambao wamama wamepata nafasi ya kuonesha mwelekeo wa hii nchi penye inaenda. Na ni wakati mzuri sana ambapo wamama wameinuka, hasa wamama ambao walipata nafasi wa kuingia kwa bunge na wakawa wanawakilisha county ama wanawakilisha eneo bunge ama huko chini kwa county pia tuko huko kama wanawakilisha wards zao. Sasa tuseme kwamba tulipotoka kwa uchaguzi ya 2017 tunajua sisi sote penye nchi ilikuwa imegawanyika kabisa, na tukajua viongozi wale presidential candidates walikuwa President Uhuru Kenyatta na former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Na nchi ilikuwa imegawanyika sana, na hawa wawili wakakubaliana, wakaja wakakumbatiana, wakasema wacha tuanze kuleta uwiano kwa nchi yetu. Hapo ndio wamama pia wakasema hatuachwi nyuma, na tunataka tusukume hii gurudumu vile viongozi wetu wamesema. Na wakaanza, wacha nikuletea historia kabla hujanikata hapo. Ndio historia ya Embrace. Sasa Embrace imekuja kusupport ile handshake, na kwa sababu kwa hiyo handshake kulikuwa na BBI. Kule bungeni penye hawa mama wako, kuna ile kikundi ambayo inawaleta pamoja, the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, na iko na viongozi wao, na huko pia wakaanza ule tuseme kama ni merry-go-round, kuchangiana, kila mtu ako na miradi zake kwa county yake ama kwa constituency yake, na sasa walikuwa wanachangiana wakitembea. Kukawa na Mheshimiwa Alice Wahome, naye akaanza Inua Mama. Sasa hiyo pia ikawa initiative ya kutembeleana wenyewe kwa wenyewe, wakiona vile sasa watainua wamama kwa kaunti zao.
Lakini iweje makundi haya tayari yanagongana? Moja linasema ili kundi si la mambo ya kuendeleza taifa ama kusupport ile handshake.
Kumbuka kwamba nimeanza kusema kwa nini kuwe shida wa mama wakiongoza chochote. Kwa sababu kwa kisiasa mpaka uwe na msimamo. Unaweza kuwa na msimamo wa kufuata viongozi wako kama wenye wa BBI. Unaweza kuwa na msimamo kwenye kikundi yenu ya Kenya Women Parliamentary Association, mutembeleane. Sasa kila mtu amechukua msimamo, na hawa ni wanasiasa na wamechukua msimamo. Na sioni ubaya ya wamama kuchukua msimamo.
Naam.
Ni vizuri sana.
Nitarudilia swali langu hapo baadaye. Bwana Alulala, una maoni gani kuhusiana na makundi haya?
Asante Doreen. Kidogo naona tumeanza kwa kukwea mti kileleni, tungelianzia chini yake. Maana unapouliza Embrace Kenya na Inua Mama, swala zuri lingelikuwa BBI au punguza mzigo. Kisha karudi nyuma ungeuliza masala ya handshake. Maana haya yote yamezaliwa kutokana na handshake. Kwa hivyo sitokuwa mzuri sana leo kwa kulijibu swali lako. Kwa ufupi tu ni kwamba Embrace Kenya ni mwana wa BBI. BBI ni mwana wa handshake. Nayo Inua Mama kwa kisiri tena kwa fiche kubwa ni mwana wa punguza mzigo. Nayo punguza mzigo inasemekana ni mwana wa baba asiyejulikana. Huyo baba kwa sasa ni tetesi tu, lakini hajasemekana ni yupi. Kwa hivyo iwapo unaona kuna malumbano na mtafaruku baina ya haya makundi mawili, ni kwa sababu haya makundi mawili yanaendeleza malengo ya wale walio nyuma yao. Kwa sababu kama ni Embrace Kenya, lengo lao ni kupigia debe BBI. Kama ni Inua Mama, lengo lao kupigia debe kwa kiasi fulani punguza mzigo, ingawaje kwa sasa hawajasema parwanja kwamba hilo ndilo lengo lao. Kwa hivyo hivi vikundi viwili vya kina mama vichukulie katika taswira ya kampeni za mwaka 2022.
Wakili, kwa upande wako, haya makundi haya mawili yameundwa, kuna umuhimu wa makundi mawili kweli kuundwa?
Naam, tukubaliane kwamba huu ndo mwanzo wa ngoma. Lele ikawa ni uchaguzi wa mwaka wa 2022. Na matayarisho huwa yanaanzia mbali. Ikawa kwamba nadhani hili swala la kura ya maoni, referendum, kuna ile siasa ndani yake. Ni swala ambalo litaamuliwa kisiasa. Ndani yake ni kwamba kuna kule kujipanga kwa wanasiasa, kuchukua mirango tofauti na kujiweka katika sehemu ambao watakuwa na ushawishi kwa mazingira hayo. Sasa utapata kwamba kila mtu anajaribu kujipenya na ataingia mahali ambapo yeye yadhani kwamba ana ushawishi mkubwa na kisha atapata afueni kubwa kwa yale mazingira na mandhari ya kisiasa ilivyo. Sasa ukiangalia kwamba wale ambao wanajiunga na upande wa serikali tuseme, na upande wa serikali ni ule ambao una BBI, upande wa serikali ni ule ambao una embrace, wao ni kujiweka pale kulingana na kuona kotoka na siasa inavyowamulika. Kisha wale ambao wako upinzani utapata kwamba wanapinga lile jambo ili kwamba kejeli ya jambo kama hilo iwe kwamba linawapa upato wa kisiasa. Kwa hivyo mazingira hayo ni muhimu yaangalie, yakawa kwamba ni mambo ya kisiasa. Kisha nadhani lazima nieleze hivi, hii nchi imekuwa kwa muda mrefu tukiona wanaume wakiwa na malumbano faragani na peupe. Ikawa kwamba leo hii ndo mara ya kwanza tunaona wake ama kina mama pia wao wakichukua misimamo mikali kisiasa. Lazima tukumbuke kwamba katika katiba ya mwaka katiba tunatumia saa hii tumepanua sana mandhari na sehemu ya kina mama kujipenyeza na tumewapa vyeo kwa kusudi ili mradi kwamba waweze kujitokeza na sauti. Sauti zingine zitakuwa nzuri, kisha sauti zingine zikawa ni sauti za kejeli, sauti ambazo hazitapendekeza. Lakini ni lazima kuwe ijulikane kwamba ni mandhari na mazingira ya kisiasa ambao peupe ndipo hapo ya tajiri, ili mradi kwamba kila kitu kionekane. Kwa hivyo nadhani kwamba haya makundi yanayoibuka ikawa kwamba ni mawili tu, lakini nadhani mengine mengi, kwa sababu wao muhimu tukubali kwamba wanaweza kukosa na wenyewe kwa wenyewe kisha wakaanza kuvunjana mbalimbali kulingana na mandhari ya siasa itakavyoibuka. Kwa hivyo tuseme hivi kwamba ni demokrasia ikiwa inapevuka, hususan kwa upande wa kina mama, na nadhani kina mama wajitokeze sana, misimamo kama hii iendelee, ili mradi kwamba wale wenye sauti, wale wenye tajriba za kisiasa ambao tunaona tunaweza kuwapa uongozi waweze kujitokeza, kwa sababu ni pale pale ndo ambapo kazi za kisiasa zinatokea. Tutajua ni nani anaweza kuwa na mwelekeo wa semi kuhusu mambo yanao ajiri hapa nchini.
Naam, labda wewe kidogo kwanza tumpatie muda Bi Wamboi News. Naam, wewe kama kiongozi kijana, je, unakubaliana na makundi haya kuundwa? Maana kesho kuna zuka hili, kesho kuna zuka hili.
Ya, nakubaliana nayo Doreen, kwa sababu siasa inahitaji demokrasia. Na demokrasia ni kuweza kuchagua ule upande ambao unapenda na ule mwelekeo unaweza taka kuona nchi yako ikiendelea nayo. Na niseme kwamba embrace na inua mama ni vikundi vizuri, kwa sababu kuna wale wa mama wanakubaliana ya kwamba tunafaa kukumbatiana, tunafaa kusupport ile handshake. Na kuna wengine ambao wanasema hii handshake imekuja kuharibu ile uhusiano ambayo ilikuwa hapo mbeleni kwa chama ya Jubilee. Of which nasema kuna wale wanaangalia mbele, which is 2022, kuna wale wanaangalia saa hii. Na ukiangalia vizuri Doreen, haya makundi yanaanza kuleta wamama waonekane ya kwamba wanaweza kuongoza. Ndipo sasa unasikia watu wakisema huyu mama fulani anaweza kuwa deputy president in 2022, mwingine anaweza kuwa leader of majority. So wamama wanajaribu kutafuta space yao kwenye siasa, na for me hiyo ni progress. Hiyo ni progress kwa nchi, hata kama hivi vikundi vinaongana mahali na kubaliana kwamba hivi vikundi vina umuhimu wake.
Naam,
kabisa.
Hoja ya Bi Nyutu anasema kwamba makundi haya ndiyo yapo na kwamba kutatokea kwamba makundi haya yatagongana. Bi Cynthia, kuna haja gani kuwe na makundi mawili wakati kina mama wanaweza wakaungana kundi moja? Tuache mtafaruku. Ama vipi bwana?
Wamama wanaungana na kumekuwa na visa mbili kule bungeni. Tumekuwa na kisa ambayo mheshimiwa wakilishi wa kina mama wa Wajir aliweza kushambuliwa kule bungeni. Hatukuona kwamba kulikuwa na embrace ama inua dada. Mwanamke akipiga uwi, ni uwi ukiwa Msomali, ni uwi ukiwa Mjaluo, ni uwi ukiwa Mluya. Wamama walikuja pamoja. Hatukuona pale ati kwamba walikuwa wamama wa embrace ama wamama wa... Kumekuwa na kisa juzi tu, huyu mheshimiwa mwakilishi wa Kilifi, mheshimiwa Zuleha pia alileta mtoto. hatukuona embrace ama inua, tuliona wamama wanasimama pamoja naye na pia wanaume walisimama naye. Sasa tujue kwamba tukikuja kwa fasi ya pale tunataka tuwe na msimamo kama sasa kuungana na embrace, kuona kwamba pia sisi tunatembea na kuona kwamba tunazungumza maneno ya kutangamana, wamama wanachukua msimamo yao. Kama kuna wale wanasema tuko na women group yetu, tutakuwa tunatembea tukifanya development kwa inua mama, pia wao wako na haki yao, wanachukua mirengo tofauti, kwa sababu sasa huu mrengo pia inaonekana nayo ina support yule presidential candidate ambaye atakuja 2022 na hiyo mrengo ingine bado wajapata presidential candidate. Wanasema tu kwa hivi sasa tunasimama na serikali ya President Uhuru Kenyatta ambao amesema tuna build bridges na waliokuwa wapinzani wetu na tuko na BBI na wakati huu ni wakati wa kukumbatiana na kuleta uwiano na maridhiano kwa
taifa. Bwana Lutalala, mchanganuzi wa masuala ya siasa, kivyako wewe unaonaje hili swala? Je, kuna muungano, tunajenga daraja ama ni siasa?
Najua kina mama nawaheshimu sana na mara nyingi katika desturi za Waluya nitokako mimi kule Butere, hata mama akiongea vibaya haustahili kumsuta mbele za watu. Kwa hivyo sitowasuta sana, lakini kwa heshima kubwa ni kusema tu kwamba hamna umoja wa kina mama taifa hili. Hamna. Kwa sababu kungalikuwa na umoja wa kina mama, ikiwa neno mama ndilo la tosha, ndilo alfa na omega, launganisha viumbe vyote vilivyo wa mama, basi rais wa nchi angekuwa mama. Maana mama ni wengi kutuzidi sisi wanaume. Kwa hivyo huku kushangilia kwamba sasa wamama wanaonekana, naona kidogo nafasi yake haijafika.
Kwa hivyo nakubaliana na msemo mwanamke ni adui wa mwanamke mwingine.
Hawa mama nimewaletea mfano ambao hawa mama wenyewe ambao wako kwa hizi vikundi mbili wamesimama kama kitu kimoja.
Hayo ni madogo.
Na makuu yanaweza kuja.
Kufurushwa nje ya bunge kisha wakaja pamoja, si neno kubwa. Neno kubwa, unganeni mseme sisi hii BBI tunaona ni gushi, sisi hii punguza mzigo ni gushi, sisi kama mama wa taifa hili tumeamua mwelekeo ni huu, tuwe na mama mmoja ambaye atasimama kidete, wenzako wamfuate unyo. Hamna. Haya anayozungumzia
wanaume ambao wanaleta Wanjiko ama Tangatanga ama kieleweke hawashutumiwi hivyo. Wamama wakisimama wakianza kuonesha mwelekeo wanashutumiwa. Mbona hatujalika wanaume kuja kuongea juu ya Wanjiko, kuongea juu ya Tangatanga, kuongea juu ya kieleweke? Lakini mama wakianza kuonesha wana muongozo fulani, hapo wanaanza kuwekwa na question mark.
Kila mara tunapozungumza katika runinga hii, tunaomba tuwe tunashikilia mwelekeo ambao watazamaji wetu watafaidika. Maana hili swala unalizungumzia ni swala kubwa. Na si ukereketo, usiwe ni ukereketo akina mama. Na nimeanza kusema kwamba wamama nawaheshimu sana na si vizuri kuwasuta hadharani. Lakini ambalo lafanyika kwa sasa ni kwamba wale wamama walio embrace Kenya ni wale ambao wameonyeshwa barabara, fuateni huku mpigie debe BBI. Si kwamba wamejitokeza wenyewe. Kwani kuinuana mama kumeanza baada ya handshake? Kabla ya handshake hakukuwa na haja ya kuinuana. Ghafla bimfu embrace Kenya sasa wako na mali nyingi ambao wanaenda kila eneo la Kenya wakitoa usaidizi, vyakula, miradi. Wametoa wapi hizo hela? Hivyo wamama wasiwe ni wenye kusherehekea kwamba wamama wamejitokeza. Wameambiwa fuateni mrengo huu. Leo hii BBI ikisema mrengo ni huu, embrace Kenya itageuka. Kwa hivyo mimi langu la muhimu ambalo nilisema tangu mwanzo ambalo tungelizungumzia, je, huu mrengo wa embrace Kenya maadamu ni mwana wa BBI, faida zake nini kwa Mkenya?
Faida zake ni nini kwa Mkenya?
Punguza mzigo na inua mama. Faida zake ni zipi kwa Mkenya? Maana yule msile kijana akisema hii sensa haitusaidii. Mwananchi wa kawaida anataka kujua hii embrace Kenya. Juzi wamekuwa Kakamega, wakatoa vitu vingi. Kesho watarudi.
Na wakati huo tunaona kwamba punguza mzigo huu mswada wakili, tunaona wanasiasa bado wanazidi kuushindilia kwamba ni mswada ambao utapotezea taifa, wakati ni mswada ambao wanasema hawakubaliani, hawajauona katika kaunti zao wa Kenya wakipatiwa nafasi ya kutoa maoni. Wanasema labda nikinukuu matamshi ya Bisholei, amesema kwamba basi mazungumzo haya yalifanywa katika hoteli za kifahari, yani 5 star, lakini hayakuangaziwa katika kaunti hizi. Sijui maoni yenu ni yapi, labda tuanze
labda wakili atatuza.
Naam. mashindano ya kisiasa kisha kuna urekebishaji wa katiba kwa mujibu wa sheria. Hayo mawili hayatengamani. Kwa sababu gani? Siasa ikawa inaongozwa na hisia ambazo sidhani lazima ziwe za kisheria ama ambazo zinatia maanani faida kwa mwananchi. Bora tu ni siasa. Sheria ikawa iko tofauti kwa sababu huwa ni aina fulani ya sayansi inayolenga ubatili wa katiba kwa mujibu wa mazingira yalivyo. Kwa kweli ni kwamba mirengo yote itatumia siasa kubatili hii katiba.
Naam, wakili utashikilia kauli yako hapo. Tutarejea na mazungumzo haya mtazamaji. Tunachukua mapumziko mafupi kidogo tulipe ada zetu ama tangazo. Mtazamaji, endelea kutazama NTV.
Oh, wewe ndio uliosha hii gari?
Yes, umeona vile ilinga.
Kazi yako ni nini hapa kwa hii estate?
Security.
Exactly. Ustick kwa line yako.
I want chicken.
We're having rice today.
Let me call my dad and tell him to bring me chicken.
Aloy, zima hiyo kitu. Trying to put my child to sleep.
Sikuski.
Dad, you buy me a hoverboard.
Yeah, we'll see about that, Cal.
I know my real dad can buy for me one.
Super Loaf, slices of life.
I think it's time for us to reunite again and help your brother in his situation. You and I really need to make him feel that we're still a family.
Why did you allow Eva to come back to the Philippines? My daughter's life is in danger. I know it was Stella who wanted me dead.
So is he your favorite son now? You're just like Papa. Do you love Eno now?
Listen, I don't love Eno.
Of course you love him! He's your son!
He's not my son!
You two are destined to be together. It was written in the stars, and that's what I saw.
Rebecca, I'm glad you're awake.
Where is my daughter?
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom
For me and you.
I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. What a wonderful world.
It is always on the edge. It is always football time.
Get an HD decoder, dish kit, plus 2 months of DSTV Family for only 4,999 shillings.
Na karibu tena mtazamaji, wapo unajiunga nasi ni NTV sasa, na hii leo mtazamaji, swali letu, je, kuna nia safi kwa wanaounga na wanaopinga mswada wa punguza mzigo? Je, kuna nia safi kwa wanaounga na wanaopinga mswada wa punguza mzigo? Kuna baadhi ya maoni hapa. Charles G anasema, kwa maoni yangu ni kuwa kila mtu anapinga au kuunga punguza mzigo kwa manufaa yake binafsi. Na Abdalla Mdambo anasema, kwa maoni yangu, wenye wanapinga na kuunga punguza mzigo wote ni wanasiasa, na kila mtu anapinga au kuunga kwa manufaa yake, sio kusaidia wala lahoi. Na mtazamaji, tuendelea kusoma baadhi ya maoni yenu. Kumbuka kwamba ni NTV Sasa, tunaangalia masuala ya siasa, sera na uongozi, na Doreen Majala hii sasa anaendelea tu kuangazia mahojiano kuhusiana na swala hili au mswada huu wa punguza mzigo. Na nitakurejesha kwa Doreen Majala.
Naam, shukrani sana Nuru Abdulaziz. Nuru, unaona mambo hayo? Mkenya hapa pia anauliza, anaitwa Bridge of Hope, anauliza handshake ni nini sasa? Please don't spoil my day. Yaani Mkenya amechoka tayari, haielewi hii handshake ni nini. Mara anaona bibi, mara anaona punguza mzigo na nini na nini. Lakini mtazamaji, kabla tujaendelea na mjadala wetu, naomba utume maoni, maswali au hata mapendekezo au mchango wote wako wa aina yoyote katika mjadala huu wa leo. Nambari za simu ziko katika runinga yako hivi sasa, unaruhusiwa kupiga simu. Naam, wakili, ulikuwa unajibu swala la Cynthia.
And make the person's day.
Kabla tujazungumzia kuhusu handshake ni nini, maana Mkenya anauliza, haielewi, kuna makundi mingi sasa yameongezeka.
Naam, sasa nilikuwa naeleza hivi kwamba kuna Wakenya wa mara mbili. Ule Mkenya wa kawaida ni Mkenya mwenye nia nzuri kwa nchi, anayetaka nchi inaendelea, kwa hivyo anajua nini analotaka. Kisha kuna ule Mkenya wakati wa siasa. Yule ni Mkenya ambaye ana kidogo, na nitaomba msamaha kutumia neno hili, lakini kuna ule upotevu wa ile imani ya jambo, ule mwelekeo anaotaka yeye mwenyewe. Kwa mfano, unajua Wakenya hujua kila kitu anachotaka, kisha wakati wa siasa, na sasa kama nilivyoeleza ni kwamba ndo mwanzo wa ngoma. Siasa bado hata hitajiri, kwa sababu wakati sasa mambo yamekolea, utapata yule Mkenya ambaye sasa anaeleza hizi sehemu ambazo tunazipata katika mtandao, sehemu ambazo kila siku tunazipata, akiwa ana ile nia na kusudi, ana kila kitu anachotaka. Itakuwa mwelekeo ni kabila, mwelekeo ni kile yeye mwenyewe anachotaka. Hususan ni kwamba hata wale wananchi, wale viongozi ambao wako bunge sasa, wote tukawaondoa, kisha tukaleta wananchi wapya, bunge lote likawa tumewaleta wananchi ambao kwa sasa ndio wale wanaolalamika kwa kusudi kwamba wanataka mwelekeo fulani wa nchi. Tukiambia sasa nyinyi ingieni ndio viongozi, watakuwa ni wale ambao tumetoa kwa jopo la wananchi, kisha tetesi malalamishi yatabaki yale ya kwamba siasa ya Kenya inakolea wakati kuna nafsi ya kibinafsi ambayo inataka mwanasiasa awe na upato wake wa kibinafsi. Kwa hivyo ni kweli kwamba mwananchi wa kawaida akigeuka akiwa mwanasiasa, akiingia katika uongozi, anageuka kuwa ni kidogo sana ambao wanabaki na ule mwelekeo. Lakini wengi kwa kusudi ya vile tumeona ni kwa wao wanataka kujipigia upato wao wenyewe. Sasa tukija jambo hilo tukiliweka katika mizani ya BBI, kwanza ilianza kieleweke na
tanga tena ikaja.
Kisha sasa hapo punde baadaye ikaja mambo ya BBI, mambo ya handshake, ikawa ni mchanganyiko maalum wa siasa. Kwa hivyo nadhani mwelekeo ni kwamba kila mwanasiasa kulingana na wanakotoka, kabila lake na taswira ama mandhari ya siasa vile iko ya hapa nchini, atajagua na kupenya mahali ambapo atapata mwafaka. Haya mengine tunayopata ikawa ni kusudi kwamba kwanza jinsia iwe nzuri, vijana wapate kazi, ni semi sawa ambazo tunazitumia kwa sasa. Ikiwa siasa haijakolea, vijana wenyewe watatumika kwa njia ambayo si halali, wakijua si halali. Wamama watatumika kwa njia ambazo wanajua kwamba si halali, lakini bado watakubali kutumika. Wazee nao pia watatumika kwa njia ambazo wanajua si halali. Kwa hivyo ni kwa nini mwananchi wa kawaida akubali? Kwa sababu hawa viongozi wao hufuata mwelekeo, kwa sababu wanajua wananchi watawafuata. Ikiwapo kwamba wananchi watakataa kufuata wanasiasa, na wao wenyewe watathmini ni nini wanalotaka, kwanza wanasiasa wataogopa kushurutisha wananchi kufuata jambo ambalo wanajua walitakataliwa. Pili ni kwamba hiyo siku ambapo nchi ya Kenya itageuka, kwa sababu itakuwa mwanasiasa ataongoza kwa mujibu na kutawala kwa sababu ya mwananchi kupata na si yeye kupata.
Biwamboi, labda unakubaliana na mawazo ya wakili hapa?
Well, kwangu mi nasimama na ule msemo kwamba demokrasia ni muhimu nchini. Na whether kuna kieleweke, whether kuna tangatanga, whether kuna embrace, whether kuna inua mama, Mkenya aangalie ile mahali ambao inamfaa. Kwa sababu hakungekuwa na haja kufanya elections kama watu wote wako kwa debe moja.
Lakini
na wanakubaliana na mtu mmoja.
Biwamboi, tukisema Mkenya aegemea ule upande ambao utamfaa, pia wanasiasa wanaegemea upande ambao watapata kile wanachokitaka.
Ndio, kwa sababu hiyo ni demokrasia, na hiyo ni ile right of choice nikitumia kimombo. Kwa sababu ukiamua ati ya kwamba huu mrengo tuseme wa handshake ndo muhimu, kuna wale wanaona hapana, mimi sikubaliani na Bwana Raila Odinga. Mwingine anasema hapana, mimi sikubaliani na Uhuru Kenyatta ambavyo anaendeza mambo. Ndio maana anaenda tangatanga ama anaenda inua mama. Na haya mambo hayafai kutusimamisha sisi kufanya ile kazi ambayo tunafaa kufanya. Mwanabunge hafai kukosa kuhudumia wananchi wake kwa sababu ako tangatanga ama ako kieleweke. Hii ni misemo tu ya siasa ambayo vile anavyosema mwanzo wa ngoma. Bado tutafika huko 2022 na tutaona mengi.
Bado tukiangazia upande huo, wewe kama kijana, je, unadhani kwamba makundi haya yanasaidia vijana kwa njia yote?
Kusaidia ina mambo mengi, kwa sababu kama unaongea ile ambayo mimi nataka kusikia, nitasema ya nakubaliana na wewe. Lakini at the same time tunafaa tuangazie yale maswala ya joblessness. Hii tangatanga ama hii kieleweke. Kuna kazi gani inatuletea kama vijana? Inatupelekea mwelekeo gani? Kuna ile mambo ambayo wakubwa hizo chama zote, kuna zile mwelekeo ambapo wanaangalia, wanasema vijana nyinyi hamna kazi kwa sababu hakuna manufacturing industries, kwa sababu hatuna hatuna proper agriculture. Sisi kama vijana kuna vile tunafaa kuambiwa vijana, juu sisi actually vijana ndo wenye kura mingi. So mtu akikuja kwetu juu sahi, wacha niseme hatujui vision ama mission ya hizi vikundi. Si tunajua tu ni supporting handshake, wengine supporting deputy president.
Kwa hivyo vijana hawajafaidika na chochote kufikia sasa.
Hatujajua hawa watu manifesto yao iko na what for the vijana. Na wakati ambapo tutajua hiyo, ndio tutaamua ile mwelekeo ambayo tutaenda. Lakini kwa sasa vijana tuna support ya kwamba ni wakati wa kufanya kazi. Kama we ni mbunge, enda ukashughulikia watu wako. Ukiwa president, fanya kazi yako. Lakini sio wakati wa siasa. As vijana tunakubaliana na president ya kwamba ni wakati wa kufanya kazi.
Bwana Alutalala, kulikuwa na maoni.
Naam, alhamdulillah, katika mazungumzo yake ya mwisho amewiana na mawazo yangu kwamba hamna faida inayojiri kutoka kwa Empress Kenya wala Inua Mama. Na naongezea tu kwamba ungalisema kwamba vijana wawe ni wenye kuhakiki sasa misimamo ya serikali, kwa sababu tunapozungumzia BBI ni serikali. Mgeni ni Raila Odinga tu, lakini BBI serikali manake. Tunapozungumzia punguza mzigo, tayari mshasema hapa kwamba ni kama ambaye aelekea kwa naibu rais William Ruto. Vijana mimi nahuzunia sana katika nchi hii.
Kwa serikali ama yuko kwa serikali?
William Ruto. Nusu, yuko na nusu yake.
Tunazungumzia pia.
Vijana, mimi huwa nasikitikia vijana sana kwa sababu vijana ndio wengi katika taifa. Lakini hawajapata ukomavu wa kubaini jema na lilobovu. Na ndio wakili mwenzangu amesema hapa kwamba wakati kura zinapowadia, vijana ndio watatumia vibaya, mama ndio watatumia vibaya. Hebu ni kwa ufupi tu niwaelezee yale kwa maoni yangu kama Mkenya ambaye naona yatukera. Na hii Embrace Kenya haitotusaidia na Inua Mama haitotusaidia. Sasa hivi tuko mbioni kusema kwamba 2022. Tumesahau kwamba wakati wa 2017 wakati Raila Odinga NASA wakipigana na Jubilee, Jubilee walibadilisha kipengele fulani cha kura ambacho kihakiki kwa uzuri ni kama ambapo kura zitapigwa katika njia ambayo sio digitali. Ukihakiki vizuri hayo mabadiliko. Pili, tuko na shida baina ya Senate na National Assembly. Kisa na maana wamekataa kutekeleza namna ambavyo katiba inasema katika ugavi wa pesa. Tatu, mahakama yamenyimwa bajeti ambayo yaweza kuiwezesha ili mahakama iwe inafanya wajibu mkubwa katika vita dhidi ya ufisadi. Sasa Embrace Kenya itabadilisha hayo. inua dada ama inua mama, itabadilisha hayo? Haitobadilisha. Maana
Embrace Kenya ni nini?
Nimalize kwanza. Embrace Kenya haina maadili. Maadili yake ni BBI. Yes. Na BBI maadili yake ni handshake.
Na ule upande mwingine ungekuwa hapa ungevuta kwake.
Sasa ndio nakwambia kwamba hivi vikundi havina nafasi katika kikao kama hiki. Nafasi hii ichukuliwe na BBI na punguza mzigo. Maana hivi vikundi ni vigaragozi vya BBI au inua mama. Na havitotusaidia. Ambacho kitatusaidia kama wananchi ni kuhakiki malengo ya BBI na kuhakiki malengo ya punguza mzigo.
Cynthia, unaegemea sana upande wa kina mama. Wewe ni mama zaidi. Unakubaliana na kauli yake kweli?
Wacha nianze kusema ni wakati mzuri sana sisi kama Wakenya mama kuangalia katiba yetu. Ni miaka 10 tangu tupitishe katiba. Tulipitisha mwaka wa 2010. Na sasa tukiangalia katiba yetu ni vizuri kuangalia huu mzigo uko wapi. Mzigo uko tu kwa representation ama kuna nafasi zingine ambazo ziko na mzigo pia penye hatujaangazia. Nikiangalia hii pendekezo ya punguza mzigo, imesema tu mzigo iko kwa representation na wameangazia tu hiyo representation sana. Kuna vitu mzuri pale, kuna vitu ambayo
kwanza kabla hujazungumzia unakubaliana na pendekezo la punguza mzigo kwanza?
La.
Na upendekezi?
Flat out la. Kwa sababu kuna vitu nyingi. Unawezaje kufanya one term president miaka 7 alafu have MPs 5 years? Tangu huyu akiwa mna campaign 5 years sisi sote tunaingia kwa 5 years. 5 years zinatoka, hawa wanatafuta uchaguzi. Si kila mtu sasa atataka kuwa kwa serikali president, bado ako na 2 years more to go. So unaona, kwa sababu yuko na 7 years one time. Hakutakuwa na opposition kwanza kabisa. 2 years kidogo huyu ametoka, huyu ameanza tu campaign. Every 2 years tutakuwa kwa uchaguzi. Tutaweza kufanya kazi kwa hii Kenya kweli? Kabisa haiwezekana. Na tunajua vile sisi wenyewe tunajijua. Na tunajua campaign zetu. Huyu miaka 7, huyu miaka 5 haitaingiana kabisa. Tutakuwa tu kwa campaign ya president, campaign ya parliament, unaona kwa sababu hizo miaka zinashikana. Punguza mzigo inasema county itoe wawakilishi wawili. Na hiyo wanawake wanaweza kuiangalia wakasema tutakuwa na 50-50. Mwanamume mmoja, mwanamke mmoja. Lakini pale chini devolution, katiba tayari imeshatupatia devolution. Wanatoa hizi nomination na tunajua kabisa kule mashinani. Watu wanaangalia wazee sana. Ndio wamama wanapigana, wanachaguliwa. Kwetu kule Busia tuko na wamama Iron Ladies 3 wamechaguliwa. Lakini hii punguza mzigo haijaleta yani sehemu ambao tutaona kwamba wamama wanaingia kule chini kwa devolved government. Wameileta tu kwa national, not a devolved government. Sasa kuanza kusema tu wamama washike hii punguza mzigo tukimbie nayo, sidhani kama itaenda. Wanaambia ma MCAs, unajua sasa tumewapatia nguvu. Sasa tutatoa hii CDF tuiweke kwa hii devolved money. Yani wajaangazia. Na mimi sasa kama mwana chama wa Ford Kenya tulikuwa na mkutano na party leader wetu Senator Moses Wetangula. Na sasa msimamo wa chama yetu ni kufata hii njia ambayo tumeanza ya kuona kwamba tulipeleka pendekezo yetu kwa BBI na tunataka kufuatilia kuona kwamba mwisho itakuwa wapi. Na ndio pale tuko sisi sasa.
Umebakisha mwezi mmoja, tumebakisha takriban mwezi mmoja na kadhaa ndio BBI, ripoti ya BBI itoke na tunatarajia. Kando na hayo, naambiwa na mwelekezi wangu kwamba tunao Wakenya tayari wako tayari kutoa mchango wao kwa njia moja au nyingine. Patrick kutoka Nairobi, una maoni gani? Karibu katika mjadala wa leo.
Nataka kuuliza swali. Mbona hawa viongozi wetu wanapokuwa wanaongea wanasema wananchi wanataka hivi na hali wao hawaji kule mashinani wakatuliza sisi tutaka vipi?
Naam. Unatoka sehemu gani haswa ya Nairobi?
Mimi natoka Embakasi.
Embakasi. Naam, shukrani sana kwa mchango wako, tutakujibu muda usio kwa mrefu. Naam, Joshua kutoka Eldoret, karibu katika mjadala wa leo, una mchango gani?
Asante sana. Mimi natoa shukrani kwa ile yote tunajadiliana. Na mimi ningependa kuuliza swali moja. Huyu mama anasema Ford Kenya huyu kuhusiana na hii embrace. Tunaona mahali popote penye wanaenda wanakashifu sana, yani ukiangalia msimamo yao wanakashifu sana huyu naibu wa rais. Na tena huwa rais alikataa namna hakuna kampeni wanafanya, lakini impress ukiangalia mahali popote penye wanaenda wanafanya impress ya kuweza kuunga ile ni timu ya BBI hiyo. Tunajua BBI iliundwa na watu wawili. Kama wakishikanisha wengine kweli, wakishikanisha Ruto na Uhuru pamoja na Raila, hiyo ndio ilikuwa nzuri ya kushikanisha hiyo BBI. Lakini hii BBI ni watu wawili, na hii maoni ya uongozi hiyo tunaona ni sawa, kwa sababu tunajua kitu yenye iko na hii BBI hatuja kitu gani iko ndani. Hiyo ndio swali langu kumuuliza, mbona watu wake kampeni ya kupigia waendelee na miradi yao?
Naam, shukrani sana kwa mchango wako. Tunaye Dhuku, karibu katika mchango wako wa leo ni upi?
Asante sana pia kwa mjadala wa leo. Kitu ya kwanza nilikuwa nataka kusema wamama ndio wanafaa kuwa wanasaidia sana hii nchi sana kwa vitu mingi sana, kwa sababu ndio wanajua uchungu wa mtoto ni nini. Yaani simaanisha ati pia baba wasikie wajui uchungu ni nini. Lakini ukiangalia kwa foundation ya nyumba, mama ndiye anakuanga foundation. My point is this, wamama wamekuwa wamepatio si ile walikuwa wanasema wana power wajapewa. Sasa tushawapatia kwa sababu wengine tushawaweka hata kwa governor wako na viti kubwa. Lakini ukiangalia kwenye wamewekwa hakuna hata wajafanya kazi ile inafaa yenye sisi kama vijana tulikuwa tunatarajia wamama wanaweza tusaidia. Kitu kingine kwa nchi imekuwa wakubwa ndio first priority in everything that we are doing, which haifai kuwa hivyo. Kama sasa ukiangalia Kenya tumekuwa historia mambo ya chakula imekuwa inaongelewa kidogo, inawekwa kando, lakini kikuja pande ya siasa wakubwa ndio wanakuwa wanaongelelewa sana. Kama ni masomo the same thing, watu wanajoke nayo, lakini ikifika kwa politics kama sasa hivi unaona Raila Odinga ashatangaza sasa hivi wako wapi? Sisi tulidhania wakikuja pamoja na Uhuru watatusaidia kama kufanya nchi igrow, lakini ukiangalia saidi ya corruption ndio zinakuwa wakubwa ndio wanatajwa sana, hakuna maendeleo inafanyika. Sasa unashindwa hii nchi ni wapi tumeelekea, kwa sababu young people hufuata wazazi. Mimi hakuna kitu naweza simama nitukane mzazi, so kwa hivyo mimi hufuata mzazi, lakini kama afanye yenye mimi nafaa naweza amuka pia. Asante sana.
Naam, shukrani sana Dhuku kutoka maeneo ya Buruburu hapa kaunti ya Nairobi. Wa mwisho ni Simon kutoka maeneo ya Ngong. Simon, karibu katika mchango wa leo. Maswali au mapendekezo yako ni yapi siku ya leo?
Nashukuru ya kwamba kuhusu huu mjadala unaendelea na hasa mambo ya wamama. Mimi ninaheshimu wamama, lakini wakati naona wamama wakianza kutaraukia ya kuwa na msimamo tofauti, ninakuwa na woga, kwa sababu wamama huwa wanakuwa upande moja. Lakini sasa hivi wamama wako na msimamo tofauti, milengo tofauti, na vijana pia wameungana nao. Ukiona vijana na wamama wako pamoja, inaleta uoga ya kwamba mbele kunaweza kuwa na shida. Kwa hiyo hata sasa ninaona kisiasa mbele, kama hali hii itaendelea hivi, tutakuwa na shida, na wamama ndio wanaumia pia na vijana wanaumia. Asanteni. Wamama na vijana wawe msimamo moja, ni wazee tu wanapingana. Asanteni.
Naam, shukrani sana Simon kwa maoni yako. Naam, wageni wangu umeweza kusikia mambo ambayo yamejitokeza kulingana na mimi. Ni wanasiasa wetu ama viongozi wetu hawafiki mashinani kusikiza maswala ya wakazi ambao wako pale, shida ambazo wanazopitia. Vile vile kuna swala la mgawanyiko katika makundi haya mawili. wa Kenya wanatofautiana sana na kwamba kuna embrace, kweli embrace ni embrace kweli au ni jambo lingine. Na pia vile vile kuna tatizo la usawa, yani zile sera. Kuna tatizo la kazi kwa vijana, kuna tatizo la vile vile usawa. Watu hawapati rasilimali za kutosha. Labda tuanze na nani? Bei Cynthia.
Wacha nianze na kusema vile nilianza na huu mjadala kuangazia embrace ni kitu gani na inua mama ni kitu gani na wenye walianzilisha.
Fafanulie Mkenya.
Wacha nifafanulie ni wale wa mama ambao walichagulia na wako kwa National Assembly. Sasa kule kwa National Assembly kuna the Kenya Women Parliamentary Association ambayo ni kikundi ambao wamama wenyewe kwa wenyewe wanasaidiana. Sasa wenye wewe umetoka na umechaguliwa, unarudi nyuma pale na zile miradi ambao uko nayo unaita wenzako wanakuja wanakuchangia. Hapo ndio penye inua mama imechangia. Kuna wale walianza na BBI wakisema ebu tuende mrengo wa kuona kwamba mapendekezo ya rais ya kusema kwamba nchi itulie, watu wawache kulumbana, kuwe na uwiano, wamama nao wakajitokeza wakasema hapo ndio tunasimama na rais. Na tunajua maneno ya mama yote iko chini ya wizara ya Youth, Sports, Gender. Penye kuna Cabinet Administrative Secretary, Mheshimiwa Rachel Besh. Kama maneno ya mama iko chini ya hii ministry na hii ministry inaona kwamba rais amesema tuwe na uwiano, basi serikali inasema, na vile mwenzangu amesema BBI ni serikali. Na kama serikali imesema hivyo, wamama wako pale kuona kwamba lengo ya uwiano it's fulfilled. Sio? Tuko pamoja hapo. Sasa kuna wale ambao wanaanza kushutumu mwenye wanaongoza pale kwa ministry. Wanasema wewe ulianguka kura, ngoja 2022 ufai kuwa unatumia rasilimali ya serikali. Lakini kazi ya serikali ni kutekeleza vile manifesto ya president yake. Kama president amesema tunataka uwiano, basi ndio ingekuwa hata Big Four agenda kwanza ingekaa kando tuone kwamba kuna uwiano, kwa sababu really there's little to no development without peace. Na ndio kila kitu wamama siku zote wanataka amani. Na vile hao ambao wamechangia hapa kwa kupiga simu hapa, wamesema tunataka kuona kwamba kuna miradi zinatekelezwa kwa hao watu ambao tumewachagua. Na ndio hiyo wanaita marafiki zao kusimama nao. Sasa mwingine wa Singisho amesema sisi tuliona embrace hapa na hawakuongea chochote ambacho
amesema mambo yamezungumziwa kwingine.
Sasa ona kwamba ile kila kikundi inaongea vile msimamo ya kikundi yake. Embrace inataongea juu ya uwiano, wakienda Wasingishu, wakienda West Pokot, wakienda wapi. Wameongozwa na Ministry of Gender kwa sababu pia imesimamia maneno ya wanawake na pia wamejiingiza pale. Hao wengine wanashutumu mnatumia rasilimali ya serikali. Msifanye hivyo. Hii pesa zingekuwa kwa national budget, pia kuna pesa toka hapa, sijui kutoka kwa National Gender and Equality Commission, zimeenda kwa NGAF, kwa sababu wamama pia walijitetea kupata kiti, kwa sababu walichaguliwa na hawana pesa kama wabunge, hawana CDF. Walipopata hizo pesa, wakaanza kufanya maneno ya social amenities, wanafanya groups, wanafanya youth, wanafanya women, wanafanya wazee, wanafanya persons with disability, all these affirmative action groups. Wanafanya hii kazi yote, lakini zile pesa hazitoshi mpaka uite marafiki zako wakusaidie. Sasa penye unatembea pale na vikundi ya marafiki yako, unaeneza ile injili ya kikundi ambao uko nacho.
Naam, Bi Cynthia, labda tukirejea kwa wakili, tumeweza kuona kwamba swala hili linajitokeza. Yule Mkenya mashinani anasema yeye hakuhusishwa. Je, labda tupatie taratibu tu kwa kifupi kirahisi Mkenya aelewe labda ipunguza mzigo labda ilistahili kufanya nini? Maana punguza mzigo inasema imeenda mashinani ikachukua maoni ya Wakenya.
Ni tetesi kubwa, ni tetesi kubwa ambayo itaendelea kugonga wananchi na kugonganisha na viongozi wao. Ukweli ni kwamba mwamba ngozi huvutia kwake. Kwa hivyo watakalolisema itakuwa ni ile ambalo linawapa kipaumbele katika semi za kisiasa. Mwananchi analouliza ni kwamba angetaka maoni yake yaweze kutiliwa maanani, ama hata kama hatatiliwa maanani aweze kusikizwa. Hakukuwa na njia mwafaka ambayo iliwekwa ya kuweza kufika mashinani. Kwa mfano, tukiangalia upevu wa katiba tulipokuwa tunaiunda ya mwaka 2010, hususan kwa kushirikisha mwananchi, ni kwamba wananchi wengi walipeana maoni kisha wakarudiwa, ili mradi kwamba maoni hayo yaweze kwanza wasikizwe, kisha wakiwa na maoni badala yaweze kusikizwa. Ndio kukawa na kongamano nyingi sana. Kuna zingine zilikuwa za Naivasha, zingine za Kilifi, zingine za Bomas. Kwa hivyo halikuwa jambo ambalo lilikuwa na haraka vile. Ukweli mambo kwamba hatubadilishi katiba nzima kwa sasa. Na mwelekeo ni kwamba labda kuna vipengele fulani ambavyo labda tunaviona viko ndani ya katiba ya sasa, lakini kidogo vinahitilafiana na hali halisi ilivyo. Sasa mwananchi ikiwa yeye ndiye alipeana maoni hapo mwanzoni, je, kuna haki ya kwamba mbunge ambaye amemchagua awe na semi ama awe na ndimi zake? Ndo kukaa kuna hii tetesi. Kwa sababu ukweli ni kwamba pande zote mbili, mambo yanayoshirikishwa kuwa ndo yanayoleta au yanayopendekezwa kuleta mwelekeo kwa kubatilisha katiba hayajatoka kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. Yametoka kwa viongozi wa wananchi wa kawaida. Na sasa tetesi itakuwa hivi kwamba katika demokrasia wakati umechagua kiongozi, kiongozi anasemi ama ana ndimi zako. Kwa hivyo kiongozi inasemekana anaelewa nini unachotaka. Lakini kumbuka haya ni maisha ya mtu wa kawaida kwa siku za usoni na siku ambazo zitaendelea kumwathiri yeye na vizazi vijavyo. Kwa hivyo kuna umuhimu kwamba ndio kuna katika demokrasia kuna viongozi ambao wataongea kwa niaba ya wananchi. Kisha kuna mambo mengine ambao viongozi wananchi wenyewe lazima waongee. Ndio sababu kukawa kuna kipengele cha kwanza kabisa katika katiba article 1 ni kwamba uongozi, hadhi na mamlaka ya hii nchi yako katika mwananchi wenyewe. Kwa hivyo mwananchi asiposhirikishwa kunakosa uwiano na kipengele hicho cha mwananchi cha katiba ambapo mwananchi aliweka kwa kusudi kwamba mambo yanamwathiri moja kwa moja yeye pia aweze kuhusishwa.
Naam, wakili, kabla tujatamatisha mjadala huu wa kuhusu sera na uongozi hususan masuala haya ya Inua Mama na vile vile Embrace. Ningependa labda utusaidie kufahamu labda endapo huu mswada wa punguza mzigo labda utapitishwa, Wakenya watarajie nini?
Naam, sheria iko hivi kwamba kupunguza katiba, kurekebisha katiba, samahani, ni kwamba kuna njia ambazo katiba yenyewe imeweka ambayo ni lazima ifuate. Kuna vipengele fulani ambavyo lazima vinaweza kubatilishwa na bunge moja kwa moja, kisha vipengele ambavyo huwa ni lazima mwananchi aweze kuhusishwa. Sasa hivi vipengele ambavyo vinakusudiwa kubadilishwa ni kwamba mwananchi lazima ahusike. Kwanza mwananchi mwenyewe amehusika. Pili, huu mswada ukipitishwa ni kwamba sasa jopo la kura ya maoni ni lazima liundwe, kisha twende katika kura ya maoni. Lakini ni lazima lipitie katika yale mabunge ya kaunti ambao kwa sasa ndo unaona kule kuzunguka kwa hawa wenye huo mswada kujaribu kuhusisha yale mabunge. Kwa hivyo ukweli wa mambo ni kwamba tamati yake ni kura ya maoni. Lakini kabla hapo kuna yale mambo fulani ambayo lazima yafanyike na lazima yapitie katika mabunge ya kaunti, kisha baadaye yaweze kupitishwa ili mradi kwamba wakati bunge limeidhinisha kwamba sheria na mikakati imeweza kufikishwa ama ile thuluthi ile asilimia inayotakikana imeweza kufikishwa, sasa baadaye ndo kutakuwa na kule kukusudia kura ya maoni na mikakati kuwekwa. Kumbuka kwamba hata katika bajeti bunge lenye halijapitisha bajeti ya kuhusu kura ya maoni, hakuna kusudi yoyote ambao ama kadiri yoyote ambao amewekwa kuhusu kura ya maoni. Kwa hivyo si jambo la haraka, si jambo halisi ambalo lina siku za usoni tunaona litakuwa limeweza kutamatishwa. Ni jambo ambalo litaingia mrengo wa kisiasa na litaweza kuchukua muda ambao kama nilivyosikia wale waliopiga simu kwamba kidogo kuna kule kuchukulia siasa zaidi na kuipa kipaumbele kuliko mambo ya kawaida yanayomwathiri mwananchi.
Naam. Dori, kama naweza ongezea kidogo hiyo swala ya kubadilisha katiba. Kuna zile mbinu mbili zenye unaweza tumia kuweza kubadilisha ile katiba. Na ya kwanza ni parliamentary initiative ambapo bill inaintroduciwa kule bunge, either Senate ama National Assembly. Na ikishapitia ikishavotiwa inaenda kwa president ana send kama bill. Ndiposa IEBC ina conduct a referendum on the same. Na hapo katikati before bunge ipitishe hiyo bill lazima wawe wamehusisha the public over the same. Na pia kuna ile ya popular initiative ambayo ndio Ekuru Court ametumia, ambapo anachukua signatures and then anazipelekea county assemblies ambapo lazima ipate at least 24 counties zini support. Ndiposa inakuja Senate na inakuja National Assembly, ndivyo finally inaenda kwa referendum. Na Doreen, kama tunaweza ongea hii mambo ya punguza mzigo first of all, kwa sababu dadangu hapa ameongea mambo mengi. Naweza sema ya kwamba personally mimi mwenyewe kama nilipatiwa opportunity kuenda pale BBI kupatiana maoni yangu kama kiongozi wa vijana. Na nikaongea vitu mingi ambavyo some of zile vitu ambavyo nilisema ni how tunaweza punguza mzigo kwenye hii Kenya. So watu wasianze kusema ya kwamba kuna punguza mzigo na kuna BBI. BBI bado haijamaliza kazi yake. Na kuna watu wengi ambao walipeana maoni yao. Actually BBI ilienda kaunti zote. Ikaongea na viongozi, ikaongea na wananchi. Ikakuja KICC, ikaongea na leaders wa different groups. So tusianze kusema BBI haijahusisha watu, imehusisha watu. Na hiyo tumeona imetumia kufanya hiyo kazi.
Kwa hivyo,
na finally
ningependa tutamatishe hili swala la
tungoje ile maoni ambayo BBI italeta. Iseme sisi tunataka kupunguza mzigo kwa hii kiwango. Tunataka kuangalia boundaries za Kenya. Pesa zinagawanywa aje. Shida ya hii Kenya sio legislation, sio representation peke yake. Kuna mashida mingi ambayo BBI inajaribu kutatua. Kwa hivyo tuipatie nafasi, tuone ambacho itatuletea.
Bwana Lutalala, kwa kifupi sana, ningependa tuangazie swala lingine.
Kwa kiongozi wa vijana, sijui yeye anatoka kaunti gani, maana angenijibu.
Murang'a.
Asante. Kwa hivyo BBI ilikuja Murang'a mjini.
Yes.
Wakaaji wa Murarandia, wakaaji wa Mberiahiti, na wakaaji wa Kahuhia, ambao hata kupata nauli kwenda Murang'a mjini ni shida. Walifikiwa?
Well, first of all, unajua vizuri sana kwamba ile public participation, huwezi enda kwa Wakenya wote 46 million kuwauliza maswali. Lakini kuna vile unaweza tumia the chiefs, that is the local administration, the leaders, that is the MCAs, and leaders of different groups ambao wanaishi hiyo county. Na hiyo I can assure you ilitumika na ilifuatwa.
Hivyo machifu walileta maoni ya raia katika town hall.
Sio machifu peke yake, ni viongozi tofauti from villages to elders to women to youth. Kila mtu alipewa hiyo nafasi ya
sasa. Hilo ndio janga la vijana.
Bila shaka swala hili la
BBI vikaragozi wanasiasa
lakini sisi tulipatiwa opportunity. Nimeshakwambia 2 weeks ago nilienda pale KICC na nikapeana maoni. Mimi ni Wanjiko, mimi ni kijana. Na maoni yangu ilitoka kwa vijana wa Murang'a, ilitoka kwa vijana wa Kisumu, ilitoka kwa vijana wa Coast. Kwa hivyo asiseme ya kwamba tumepeana maoni yetu. Na tulipa opportunity hapa na hata Murang'a.
Swala hili linastahili kupatiwa muda zaidi, manake tunangoja ripoti bado ya BBI ya mwezi wa Oktoba. Na ningependa pia tuangazie masuala mengine muhimu kabla ya hatujapata maoni ya waziri wa elimu ambaye ni Profesa George Magoha. Ningependa tu tutambulishe swala mwingine ambayo ningependa tuzungumzie hapa. Swala lingine ni swala la mtaala huu mpya wa CBC. Ni mswala ambao umeundwa na taasisi ya miongozo na vile vile mitaala humu nchini, Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Mwana maoni gani kuhusiana na haya? Manake tayari Rais Uhuru Kenyatta wiki ambayo imepita tayari imetangazwa rasmi kwamba hakutakuwepo na mitihani ya kitaifa katika shule za msingi. Mnakubaliana aje na haya? Labda kwa kifupi. Wakili?
Naam. Katika
muda hautaturuhusu, tuna dakika chache, lakini ni swala ambalo tungependa tuliangazie leo.
Katika jamii nadhani kuna kule kukua kwa jamii. Kwa hivyo mara kwa mara huwa kuna kule kuna kuchunguza hali ya maisha yalivyo, mazingira yalivyo, hali ya kiuchumi. Nadhani elimu mwanzoni ilikuwa inatakikana ilikuwa inafundisha wa Kenya hususan vijana ili baadaye waweze kuwa na utendaji kazi wa ujenzi wa taifa. Na wakati labda lengo lilikuwa tofauti kwa sababu kazi nyingi zilikuwa bado hazina Waafrika. Leo hii tukiangalia katika mazingira yetu ni kwamba lazima sasa tuweze kuwa na viwanda. Tuweze kutumia talanta kwa sababu tumekuwa na sekta nyingi ambazo sasa tuna wataalam. Lazima tubadili mwenendo. Kwa hivyo nadhani hili si jambo la siku moja, la siku mbili ama la mwaka mmoja. Ni miaka mingi ambao umeweza kuwa na uchunguzi kwa sababu kumekuwa na lawama ama ulalamishi kwamba yale mafunzo ambayo tunayapata hususan katika vyuo vikuu hayaambatani na mahitaji ya kileo.
Mahitaji ya kileo. Lakini huu mtaala mpya wakili unaangazia masuala tofauti kama vile mawasiliano, ubunifu wa fikra, ubunifu kabisa, vile vile kujitegemea, uzoefu na mwisho kabisa mtaala huu wa CBC inaangazia kwamba elimu ya kidijitali sharti mtoto awe nayo.
Ndio.
Pendekezo Rais Uhuru Kenyatta pia amepeana.
Ni kwa sababu ukumbuka kwamba katika kampeni kumekuwa na pande zote mbili, hususan za ODM na Jubilee wameelezea kwamba wangetaka kuleta utaalamu kwa vijana wa dijitali. Kwa sababu leo hii kazi zote na mazingira yetu yote ikawa ni mazingira ya dijitali. Kwa hivyo ni lazima kuwe na ile kusudi hasa katika masomo. Kwa hivyo badala ya kupeana zinaitwa laptop ama kupeana tuseme simu ama vyombo ambavyo watatumia, kwanza kabisa ni miundo misingi gani ambayo tumeiweka hususan katika kwa sababu ubadili huu kunadhani ni kwa sababu mazingira yamebadilika, kwa sababu sasa ni teknolojia, mambo yote yanaenda kiteknolojia na digital technology iko kwamba ndio inatumika sana. Kwa hivyo ndio tunasema kwamba lazima na wananchi wote waweze kuunga mkono mabadiliko haya, si kwa sababu ya sasa hapa hatuoni siasa, tunaona tu kwamba ni jambo ambalo kijana ama mwananchi wa kawaida watoto wataweza kuwa na mwelekeo bora hususan katika kutangamana na dunia ilivyo leo.
Dunia ilivyo leo. Bisinte, una maoni gani tukitamatisha?
Tutachangia tu kama niseme mwana Kenya kule chini, kwa sababu saa hii niko na mtoto wa shangazi yangu ambao namchunga na yuko kwa class 3 kule Burumba Primary, Busia Township. Naishi na yeye namchunga. Sasa mimi kama guardian chenye mimi najua tu ni chenye rais amesema, hakutakuwa na mitihani kwa primary peke yake. Lakini sasa mimi nikiingia kwa upande wa kuwa kiongozi, naanza kujiuliza maswali. Na kweli kumpa hongera rais wetu vile ali launch hiyo kongamano iliyokuwa last week. Alisema we will face the challenges and we will fix the challenges. Na hii ndio challenge ya kwanza. Walianza implementation ku roll out kabla public participation ijakuwa ile vizuri.
Naam, ndio maoni yako hayo.
Tupate. Kwa sababu sasa waziri anasema kuna public participation 47 councils. Sasa public participation na tayari muna roll out.
Bwana Lutalala, una maoni gani kuhusiana na haya?
Leo hii tulisema BBI haikufuata public participation ya kakataa. Hata katika mtaala tuko kwa ndio tabia yao hii. Sasa tuseme hivi kwa heshima kubwa. Mimi maisha yangu mengine mimi mwalimu. Na kusema ukweli, mtaala huu ni mtaala mzuri sana. Ukiangalia malengo yake, azma yake, ni mtaala mzuri sana. Lakini tatizo tulilonalo kama kawaida katika serikali yetu hii, huanza safari kisha wakaja kuipanga wakiwa safarini. Hilo ndio tatizo kubwa, kwa sababu idadi ya walimu chache sana. Huu mtaala unasema kwamba lazima mwalimu awe ndiye anamuonyesha mwanafunzi tu atakachofanya.
Kwa hivyo mnakubaliana na katibu wa NAT
kisha mwalimu anamchunguza na kumfuatilia na kumhakiki. Walimu ni wachache, wanafunzi wengi. Tarakilishi tuliambiwa zitakuja, laptop zingine zimepotea, zingine hazifanyiki, hakuna stima, last mile connectivity haijafika kwingine. Walianza safari kisha wataipangia baadaye.
Kwa hivyo serikali izingatie changamoto zilizopo kwa sasa.
Na sosioni iko sawa.
Tukimalizia kipindi B, Wamboi, una maoni gani? Kwa kifupi sana.
Mimi napenda kuangalia positive ama ile pande nzuri ya hii curriculum. Hata kama hakukuwa na hiyo public participation, wacha tuangalie hii CBC inaleta uzuri gani kwa mwanafunzi. Kwa maoni yangu, ile mambo ambayo tulisoma hapa University of Nairobi, that is critical thinking, creative thinking, ile ya kuweza kuapply knowledge yako to real life situation, ndio ambayo hawa wanafunzi watafunzwa kutoka wakue PP1 mpaka wamalize. Hiyo ni kumaanisha nini? Hawa wanafunzi by the time wanamaliza shule watakuwa na zile skills na knowledge ambazo wanatumia in real life situations. Hii curriculum inaangazia uzuri wa mtu, sio tu kwa akili ama mambo ya masomo, but pia skills na zile gifts ambazo Mungu amekupatia. Unaweza kuwa uko very competent in football, na hiyo ni ile gift ambayo umepewa, na unaweza kuwa pia uko sawa kwa masomo, na unaweza kuwa masomo mzuri sana. So hii curriculum is the best, na nafikiria it is the right time.
Wakenya wakumbatie mtaala huu mpya wa CBC wa 2663. Na mtazamaji, basi imeweza kusikia maoni ya wageni wangu, labda nikiwatambulisha kwa mara ya mwisho tukitamatisha kipindi. Tunaye Cynthia Mutere ambaye ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa. Shukrani sana kwa muda wako. Na vile vile tunaye bwana Alutalala Mukwana, mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa. Upande wangu wa kulia ninaye bwana George Kithi. Shukrani sana kwa kuja leo. Na vile vile wa mwisho ninaye Wambui Nyutu, kijana wa leo ambaye anazungumzia masuala ya vijana, mtazamaji, na wakili pia kama alivyosema. Mtazamaji, ni kwa hayo tu katika kipindi cha leo. Tumezungumzia kuhusu masuala ya sera na uongozi. Imeweza kusikia maoni hayo. Basi mtaala wa CBC unapigwa jeki zaidi, watu waweze kukumbatia. Mtazamaji, ni kwa hayo tu. Mimi naitwa Lulu Majala, hadi baadaye panapo majaliwa.
This is NTV.
By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife.
Our world felt like a storybook. We were unstoppable. Eternity was ours.
She never wavered from the vow she made to me on our wedding day. I wish I could say the same. I need you to sign the divorce papers.
The greatest gift a father can give his children is to love their mother.
As the days turned into weeks, I could feel myself changing inside, not just emotionally, but physically, spiritually, and even mentally as well.
In your paper this week, making a killing. As Ebola continues to kill people in DR Congo, investors are reaping huge premiums from a World Bank pandemic bond. Spies like us. How Huawei is helping African governments to deal with feisty opponents. Readying for elections. East African states are busy changing electoral laws in preparation for the next round of polls, putting SGR back on track. Uganda has cut the cost of proposed modern railway line by $120 million. Will China now release the funds? Plus our opinion leaders. Who needs a secretariat? The EAC can actually be run on a mobile app, says Charles Onyango Obo, the clown in City Hall. Generali Ulimwengu finds local governors mostly good for laughs. Back to roots. Many may not know this, but 2019 is the International Year of Indigenous Languages, reports Wairimu Nderitu. The East African, understanding the region.
Hapa it's only a witch says. Umesikia?
Unaongelesha nani hivyo wewe?
Can you stop talking to my nieces like that?
That guy has to go.
When was the last time you went to church?
Sasa unauliza tu ya pizza para uliza kazi ndatoa wapi ingine?
Kwani ulinileta hapa ni kwa slave wako? Ukinileta hapa uliniambia unakuja kunisaidia.
Mimi sitaki house girl, nataka houseboy kama Nyambegea.
Kuna wale ambao wako in the gospel industry just for the fame and the money. Wako wengi. Hata naweza wataja. Wa kwanza ni
Super Loaf, slices of life.
Your eyes have been on the prize, left no stone unturned. Your focus has made you an industry leader, and now it is time to celebrate you. Nominate yourself or someone you know at Top 40 Under 40 Women 2019 at top40.pdafrica.com. Nomination runs from 26th July till 24th August 2019. Business Daily. More possibilities.
I think it's time for us to reunite again and help your brother in his situation. You and I really need to make him feel that we're still a family.
Why did you allow Eva to come back to the Philippines? My daughter's life is in danger. I know it was Stella who wanted me dead.
So is he your favorite son now? You're just like Papa. Do you love Eno now?
Listen, I don't love Eno.
Of course you love him! He's your son!
He's not my son!
You two are destined to be together. It was written in the stars, and that's what I saw.
Rebecca, I'm glad you're awake.
Where is my daughter?
Everyone has a desire. Some desire and talk.
My name is Morebi Bob. I'm a press technician.
I wanted to be a driver like him.
From Zara iko mzuri, nakula vizuri, naishi vizuri.
But some desire and make it a reality. Desiring is good, but getting the job done is better.
Sooner or later, utaona tu vijana wakikuja kuomba job.
Kuna miaka kama 6 sijalinda na fanya kazi.
The mortuary has exposed me to the world.
My Job on NTV.
Enjoy all your favorite NTV programs on all free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs. Catch us on ADN channel 101 and 103, DSTV channel 271, GoTV channel 91, Zuku channel 13, and StarTimes channel 106. Download the Nation News app from apps.nation.co.ke to watch this live broadcast. NTV, turning on your world. In your paper this week, making a killing. As Ebola continues to kill people in DR Congo, investors are reaping huge premiums from a World Bank pandemic bond. Spies like us. How Huawei is helping African governments to deal with feisty opponents. Readying for elections. East African states are busy changing electoral laws in preparation for the next round of polls, putting SGR back on track. Uganda has cut the cost of proposed modern railway line by $120 million. Will China now release the funds? Plus our opinion leaders. Who needs a secretariat? The EAC can actually be run on a mobile app, says Charles Onyango Obo, the clown in City Hall. Generali Ulimwengu finds local governance mostly good for laughs. Back to roots. Many may not know this, but 2019 is the International Year of Indigenous Languages, reports Wairimu Nderitu. The East African, understanding the region.
I think it's time for us to reunite again and help your brother in his situation. You and I really need to make him feel that we're still a family.
Why did you allow him to come back to the Philippines? My daughter's life is in danger. I know it was Stella who wanted me dead.
So is he your favorite son now? You're just like Papa. Do you love Eno now?
Listen, I don't love Eno.
Of course you love him! He's your son!
He's not my son!
You two were destined to be together. It was written in the stars, and that's what I saw.
Rebecca, I'm glad you're awake.
Where is my daughter?
Rough and tough quality textured coating gives your walls a tough and beautiful finish. Available in over 6,000 shades, it hides surface imperfections. Call us on 0709 887 000 to place your order. Crown. If you like it, crown it.
Tusonge Mbele Fiber Mobile. Get a fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge Mbele bundles at affordable prices.
NHIF wishes to notify the public that the jobs advertisement making rounds on social media titled National Hospital Insurance Fund NHIF Entry-Level Job Opportunities 2019 has not been placed by NHIF. The advertisement is a hoax and should be ignored. NHIF is currently not hiring and will do proper communication in the event of any available job opportunities in the future. NHIF, afya yetu, bima yetu.
This is to notify the general public that following the enactment of Water Act 2016, Rift Valley Water Services Board has changed its name to Rift Valley Waterworks Development Agency with effect from 26th April 2019.
This is NTV.
Well, a very good afternoon to you. This 19th day of August 2019. You're watching NTV at 1. My name is Zainab Ismail, and we'll be taking a look at stories making headlines across the country and beyond. We have our reporters in different locations to bring us to speed with some of those stories making headlines. We have our Olive Barrows, who's currently at the Magistrates Court, where the elusive billionaire Humphrey Kariuki was expected to present himself before the court. She'll be giving us more details on that. We also have Charity Mwangi, who will be giving us more details and of course an update following that feature story that aired yesterday, Toxic Flow, the dart in Nairobi River. And eventually we also have Kevin Mutai, who is on standby, where Trade and Industrialization Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya will appear before the National Assembly Committee on Trade to answer to questions regarding the controversial 10 billion shilling import waiver on edible oils. Now, after that, we'll also be taking at other stories making headlines, which include that update on what is happening in the Githurai market fire. And we also have Sharon Baranga on that story. But we begin here in Nairobi, where NEMA's attempt to arrest Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company Managing Director has flopped after the MD was allegedly tipped and left his office abruptly. According to NEMA's Director General Mamo B. Mamo, they had issued prior warnings to Nairobi Water to rehabilitate the sewer system, but this has not been done. This comes after NTV aired a feature exposing rampant pollution of Nairobi rivers. Charity Mwangi produced the extensive report and is still on the beat today. Charity?
Yes, Zainab, yet we are here at the NEMA headquarters where we are awaiting a joint presser with lead agencies in regards the ongoing debate of the pollution of the Nairobi River. So earlier this morning, we had been alerted that there will be high-profile arrests that were going to be made today. We were not sure who was being targeted, but we were directed to go to the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. Upon arrival there was some degree of confusion because the officials of the Environmental Management Authority didn't seem to know exactly what to do, because when they got there, the managing director of the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company had already fled. They say that he had gotten a tip-off from someone who we are yet to establish who that is. So in the morning, during the conversation that you had, Zainab, with the panel that you had in studio, we got to learn that 34% of the sewer in Nairobi is the only sewer that can be accounted for by the Nairobi Water Company and by extension the Nairobi County. And so we'll be following up on the grounds that they are seeking to arrest the MD and also to find out more of what they are going to charge him with upon his presentation in court. They say that they have issued arrest warrants, and so we'll be following up on whether he'll be arrested today. And so we are here and we will be giving you more information as soon as we get it. Back to you, Zainab.
Right, fantastic, Charity. And of course, we'll be joining Charity for more details on that. Remember, this is a story that we will be keeping you updated on throughout the week as we continue to see the developments that will come up about toxic flow, hashtag toxic flow on our Twitter handle. Continue to talk to us. Away from that, the elusive billionaire Humphrey Kariuki this morning presented himself before the magistrate's court to answer to charges of tax evasion. Kariuki, who denied the charges, sold himself as a law-abiding citizen who should be released on bond. NTV's Olive Barrows now joins us with the court's verdict. Olive, has the court granted his application for release yet?
After this morning's proceedings, I can say yes, I have. Humphrey Kariuki presented himself before the court in response to a summons, and that is the reason the court has granted him bond, release on bond, or a cash bail. Now, the bond amount is 20 million with a surety of the same amount, or in the alternative, a 10 million shilling cash bail. Now, that is to do with the 41 billion shilling tax evasion charge. Now, there are two other files, and in those cases, as with respect to being found in possession with uncustomed ethanol, he has been released on a 1 million shilling bond or a cash bail of 500,000 shillings in the alternative. Now, the third file has to do with the fact that millions, or rather 1 million containers containing alcohol were found with fake stamps, and with respect to that particular charge, he has been released on 1 million shillings in terms of a bond, and in the alternative, a 500,000 shilling cash bail. Now, he appeared before Chief Magistrate Francis Ndai, who said if he refused or declined, or rather granted the prosecution application to continue to hold the billionaire, it would be discriminatory, as his co-accused were released on the 9th of August on a similar bond and bail terms. Now, he also says that it would be unwarranted because he did not issue an arrest warrant for the millionaire, but a sum of which the billionaire, which the billionaire complied with. Now, Humphrey Kariuki was very guarded in court, and as the charges were read out to him, and he denied them, he denied all the charges. He had his arms crossed in front of his chest, so he was very guarded. Of course, these are serious charges, and there's nothing much to smile about. He is still under investigation, and under investigation for money laundering. Now, according to the DPP, and even if you recall the events that transpired prior to his appearance in court today, you'll recall on the 30th of January, the DPP says the investigative authorities got a tip-off that a trailer and a truck were carrying uncustomed ethanol, which they said was proven true when they raided the premises of Africa Spirits Limited, or WOW Beverages. Now, another director was before the court this morning, and his name is Stuart Gerald, and he says he's a director only on paper and therefore should not be held liable for the tax evasion charges. The court said if he's profited from the business, therefore he is liable for whatever crimes may have been committed. Now, the defense put up by Kyoko Kilukumi, who is appearing on behalf of Humphrey Kariuki, is that Humphrey Kariuki is not a director of Africa Spirits Limited or WOW Beverages, but rather an investor, and not a personal investor, meaning his name personally does not appear on the ownership documents, but an investor by way of corporate entity. So that is the defense that he put up this morning. Now, as I said, he's been released on a 20 million shilling bond with a surety of the same amount, or in the alternative, he will be released if he pays a 10 million shilling cash bail. Now, the other matter that came up, and that was a contentious issue, is a question of whether Africa Spirits Limited and WOW Beverages should also be released on bond terms. An advocate arguing that the directors of the company are already being forced to pay bond and or a cash bill in order to be released, and therefore it would be punitive and amount to up to 60 million shillings, while the companies Africa Spirits Limited and WOW Beverages also charged bail or bond. But the Chief Magistrate Francis Sandai has stuck to his guns. He says the companies are liable for, or rather are required to pay 20 million shillings in a cash bill in the next 3 days, or else the directors, as he said, will console each other in custody. Back to you, Zainab.
All right, thank you so much, Olive. Then, of course, that's also one of the stories that we are keenly following up on, and of course we'll be getting more details later on in our subsequent bulletins. Now, Trade and Industrialization Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya will this afternoon appear before the National Assembly Committee on Trade to answer to questions regarding the controversial 10 billion shillings import waiver on edible oils. The committee investigating the case inspected the container freight station where the consignment has been kept. And our reporter Kevin Mutai now joins us live with the latest. Kevin, please tell us what are some of the developments with regards to this report?
Well, as we're speaking right now, the National Assembly Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, led by the chairmanship of Kanini Kega, is currently holding talks with people I believe are the owners of that particular consignment of edible oils imported into the country. But remember, this issue has been making headlines recently, with, of course, the Ministry of Trade and Industrialization, led by CS Munya, coming out clearly to maintain his decision to waive 10 billion shillings worth of edible oil imported into the country. But the committee is here to investigate and to identify ways on how that particular consignment got into the country. But as I said, they're currently holding talks before which later they will be inspecting the oil, or rather the consignment which is lying inside this CFS station in Mombasa. But of course, we also told that later in the afternoon, CS Munya will be appearing before the committee to answer to questions on how he came up with this decision to waive the 10 billion shillings edible oil. But of course, Munya saying that his mandate was only to put a signature on the paperwork, of course, tasking the concerns raised by different agencies that the oil could not be suitable for human consumption, as those responsible for the standards raising concerns of it lacking several components such as vitamin A. But Munya saying, of course, it is upon the KEBS and KRA to, among also other multi-agencies, to come out with a proposal, or rather a formula that would have investigated the the safety of the oil before it's released to the market. But what we don't know yet is, as we're told, that the reports that are saying that some of the consignments has already been released to the market, but we don't know if the oil is already in the market or will still need to undergo through some processing before selling directly to the consumers. All that we'll be able to get more information after we manage to get more details from the committee from the National Assembly, who are currently here in Mombasa to dig and find out exactly what's happening with the oil consignment. But as of now, we're told that they're almost breaking from their meeting. As I said, they were in a closed-door meeting. But Olive, let me just quickly rush in there so that we can be able to get the details of what is transpiring, because I understand that inspection is about to begin.
So much, Kevin. You rush on. You'll be getting us more details on that in our subsequent bulletins. Now, Chief Justice David Maraga has appealed to judges across the country to end the backlog in courts. Maraga was speaking in Mombasa during the annual Judges Colloquium, also reiterated the need for the judicial system to remain independent and accountable.
The backlog of cases is one thing that has given us a lot of anxiety, for the reason that we have quite a number of cases which have been pending in court for a very long time. But we have made great strides in the reduction of those cases. Although I promised that we should have cleared them by the end of last year, that was not possible because of intervening events. We had to handle election petitions at one stage or the other. I mean, those ones, especially those ones which were in the appeal, and that slowed us down. But from 110,000 of cases which were over 5 years to 15,000, that is, in our view, that's a milestone. We reduced them. We want to continue reducing them. And the aim now is to come to the 4-year limit so that we deal with all the cases above 4 years and possibly reduce them. The whole idea is to finalize cases as quickly as possible so that we don't tie funds in the litigation that should go into the circulation.
Now, close to 500 traders at the Githurai 45 market are counting losses after fire gutted down their business premises. The fire, which broke out at 4 a.m., destroyed the entire market, which mainly deals with furniture. The traders say it was not the first time they were losing property as a result of fire. Last August, a fire destroyed their wares, forcing them to take up loans to rebuild their lives. According to the traders, the land has no dispute as they have rental contracts with the owner. No one was injured in the early morning incident, but the cause of the fire is yet to be established.
Pata duka yangu imechomeka yote. Zile vitu nimebakisha ni hizi mnaona hapa chini. Sijabakisha kitu ingine yoyote. Juu nguvu yetu yote inakuanga hapa. Unajua wakati wote uko na biashara, unawekanga nguvu yako yote hapo kwa hiyo biashara. Juu hiyo biashara ndio kila kitu yako. Yeah, kama mimi nimeachwa sina chochote mbele na nyuma.
Hii ni shamba ya mtu. Jengo sisi tunakomboa ikiwa shamba ya mtu. Kwa hivyo hakuna mtu anaweza kuja aseme atajenga kaa market. Market inajengwa pande ile.
Wale watu ambaye werowichans, serikali, county government, wakuja wasaidie hawa watu. Tuketi chini tuone vile tunasaidia hawa watu. Juu hawa watu wako na maroons kwa mabanki zao. Hawa watu wako na watoto wanalea. Hawa watu over 1,000 families, they rise on them. So now everything has gone down.
Baringo Governor Stanley Kiptis and Narok Senator Ledama Olekina have urged those residing in the Mau forest to move out freely in order to avoid forceful eviction. The leaders hoped that fatalities and destruction of property would not be experienced again. Now, those living in the Mau have vowed to stay put if they are not compensated after the government said it was going ahead with the second phase of evictions.
Kama governors tumepewa jukumu ya mambo ya conservation, lakini ifanywe tu in a human way. Wakati watu wanahamishwa pale, wahamishwe kwa njia mwafaka ambao haitalete maafa kwa wale ambao wanaishi pale.
Ukiona saa zingine tunanyamaza hamjui nini tunafanya huko chini. Wacha niwaambie haki ya Mungu saa hizi. Ile pesa nimetuma South Africa na si ya serikali. Enange Nyerere na marafiki zangu. Ndio tuweze kufence hiyo Mau Forest.
And Kirinyaga woman representative Wangui Ngirishi has called upon proponents of the referendum to address issues of health that have continued to burden the county governments. Speaking at a funds drive in Mwe, Ngirishi said that health should be reverted to the national government, claiming that counties have failed.
It's very disturbing to see more than 35 counties are struggling with health. Na badala ya kuachia waendelee kustruggle na hiyo health. Si tu mara moja serikali ichukue health irudi kwa serikali, the same way education bado imebaki na national government, so that we don't have this hula baloo. The other things can be devolved. We can work with them, and I can see the governors are doing quite a remarkable job in other areas. But health imewashinda, wakubali, wainue mkono, wacha turudishe health.
Well, 33 leaders from Mukuru Konjenga have been equipped with peace-building skills aimed at resolving conflict during the general election season. The leaders received certificates as evidence that they had undergone through the course and gained sufficient knowledge to become change agents in the neighborhoods. Elections are often a contentious issue nationally as citizens take entrenched positions based on their party loyalties. It is often known that politicians will pit neighbors against neighbors in a bid to amass votes, but still remain friends with their political rivals after the election heat has died down.
Wakati ambapo wa uchaguzi tumekuwa katika utengano mkubwa, tumekuwa tuelewani sababu ya vyama, sababu ya wabunge, kila mtu akona wake na ule mwingine akona wake ambaye anapenda. Lakini kutoka leo ambaye tumefundishwa na hiki kikundi, tumetoka tukiwa tumejawa na amani, twende tukarudiane na wale ambao wako katika vijijini mwetu, tuwafundishe amani.
We hope that out of that they will be training others. So as we go along, we know that Mukuru Kwajenga will be a peaceful place.
Kikuyu Pope and Benga maestro John Mwangi Nganga, alias John DeMatthew, is dead. DeMatthew died in a road accident Sunday night after his car rammed into a lorry along Thika Road. His death has been met with shock as his fans described him not only as a talented musician, but one who used music to educate his community on various issues.
Kikuyu Benga artist John DeMatthew has left behind a multitude of fans that followed his illustrious career that spanned 33 years. That career was cut short Sunday night when the car he was driving rammed into the back of a lorry near Blue Post, Thika. Confirming the accident, Thika-based Commander Elena Wamoyo says DeMatthew sustained head, legs and chest injuries and was pronounced dead on arrival at Thika Nursing Home.
Tulikuwa ya kegia hapa Metro Field Thika na 1 hour ago. Hata mimi ndio niliongea naye wa mwisho wakati alikuwa akileta pesa yake ya harambe ya kegia ambaye mtoto wake amechomeka na kwa hospitali. Na hiyo bill ndio tulikuwa tunatolea pesa.
Alikuwa very jovial na furaha nyingi sana na akatuambia ameenda nyumbani. Lakini baada ya dakika 20 tukasikia kwamba amegonga lori nyuma na ameletwa hapa Thika Nursing.
DeMatthew, who hailed from Gatanga in Murang'a County, produced his first song titled Jennifer in December 1986, which was followed by one of his greatest hits, My Dianduko. In one of his most famous songs, Jatayakwa, he featured Murang'a County woman representative Sabina Chege as an actress before she launched into politics. In a Facebook post, Muranga County Woman Rep Sabina Shege has mourned De Matthew's demise, citing how she saw him grow as a person and in the music industry. Some of the other leaders that have eulogized the musician are Kiambu Woman Rep Gathoni wa Mushomba, Muranga Governor Mwangi wa Iria, and Starehe MP Charles Njagua. His music fans described the late De Matthew as a talented musician who used his music to warn, entertain, and inform the community on issues ranging from politics, love, and the effects of drugs and substance abuse.
Ni siku ambayo ni siku ya huzuni, manake hata ukiangalia hali ya anga pahali tuliko, hali ya anga kumenyamaza kabisa. Ishara tosha kwamba tumeachwa na jamaa ambaye alikuwa na wito mkubwa katika jamii ya Wakikuyu.
John De Matthew alitufurahisha sana. Ametukuza sisi vijana wadogo, tumekuwa tukimsikiza nyimbo zake.
Jua John De Matthew tangu utotoni wangu, zile nyimbo zilikuwa zinaibwa for the first vernacular radio ile ilikuwa inaitwa KBC. Tulikuwa tunasikia nyimbo za De Matthew akina Maidia Duko, nyimbo zingine. Kwa sasa hii Kenya tumeachwa na feka kubwa sana.
De Matthew's popularity also caught him at crosshairs with the law when he was arrested in 2012 accused of fueling hate speech during election campaigns. He was accused alongside Mugai wa Njoroge and Kamande wa Kioi. However, the charges were dropped for lack of sufficient evidence. Until his demise, he was the chairperson of the newly launched Tamko Sacco that aims to uplift the welfare of musicians.
Kamaro ameenda, sasa De Matthew ameenda, yenyewe ni pigo kubwa sana. Mimi naomba mafansi wetu, mafansi wa John De Matthew, mtuombee tu.
Gladys Gachanja, NTV.
Well, our deepest condolences to the family, relatives, friends and fans of the late De Matthew. Now, other stories making headlines beyond our borders. Sudan delayed the unveiling of its sovereign council, which was to be the first step following Saturday's adoption of a transitional constitution that will govern Sudan's 3-year transition to civilian rule. The sovereign council, comprised of 6 civilians and 5 military nominees, is expected to replace the transitional military council in the run-up to the 2022 polls. More celebrations were held on the streets of Khartoum on Sunday, a day after rare scenes of jubilation filled the streets of the capital to hail the signing by generals and opposition leaders of the documents. Meanwhile, congratulatory messages for the signing of the agreement continued pouring in from across the world, hailing as the beginning of a new Sudan after 30 years of rule by the now detained former president Omar al-Bashir. Now, the Southern African Development Community, that is SADC, summit ended Sunday in Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, with leaders resolving to address rising security threats and boost economic growth in the region. The leaders urged SADC member states to tackle the recurrent drought and food insecurity in the region, following a decline in food production in the region during the 2018-2019 crop season. The leaders also explored ways of boosting growth in the intra-SADC trade levels as the region continues to export unprocessed raw materials to the rest of the world.
Hivyo basi nchi wanachama zimetakiwa kuendelea kuwekeza kwenye miundombinu kwa kuwa ni moja ya kikwazo kikubwa cha ukuaji uchumi kwenye bara la Afrika, ikiwemo kwenye ukanda wa SADC. Zaidi ya hapo, tumekubaliana kuendelea kuboresha sera zetu za uchumi na fedha ili kuboresha mazingira ya ukuaji uchumi kwenye ukanda wetu.
Well, an estimated 1.7 million people defied both torrential rains and police ban and flooded the streets of Hong Kong on Sunday in a massive and peaceful march by pro-democracy movement Civil Human Rights Front. Unlike the past 11 weeks where activists and police have violently clashed, this weekend's protest remained largely peaceful but seriously affected traffic and caused much inconvenience in the city. The protests began early in June as a demand for the government to revoke a hated extradition bill, which has since been suspended but have since exploded into calls for greater democratic reform. Now, if there's one day to be lazy, that day was yesterday. That's because it was the International Day of Laziness. Get this. Residents of Itagua City in Colombia observes this day religiously, and nothing else is done as residents carry their mattresses to the streets and just lazy around.
You'd be forgiven to think that these people are jobless and are just pondering how their lives would turn out. They are relaxing, observing a very important date in their calendar, and that is the World Laziness Day. For 34 years now, the city of Itagua in Colombia has observed this day religiously, and residents move out of their houses with their mattresses and just lazy around. The day-long celebration of relaxation has been held annually since 1985 in this small city of some 200,000 people in northwestern Colombia. The city is known, rather paradoxically, for its bustling commerce and its thriving industrial park. The idea of how they should relax and the mode has been modified as time has gone by, as now others turn to social joints to unwind. Organizers said festivities include a competition for the best-looking pajamas, a pillow juggling contest, and a race for the fastest bed on wheels. Those taking part in the annual feat say laziness gets a bad rap. Far worse, they say, is the wear and tear of workday life and all the physical and emotional ailments that often go along with it. The day is also set aside for relieving stress in an effort to reduce the stress levels.
Oh, wow. Well, I think we need a day as such for us. I don't know. Well, away from that, let's take a look at stories making headlines in the world of sports. And after being freed last week from Committee Maximum Prison, where he had served a 19-year jail term, former Mathare United and Utali FC player Teddy Rogers attended Super 8 League matches at the BP grounds in Kawangware.
Uhuru ni kitu ya maana sana. Huwezi jua kama hujaipoteza, lakini ukiipoteza ndio utajua umuhimu wake. Kwa kweli maisha ya jela, wakati nilipopata jeraha, kuweka mpira kando kidogo, kuingilia mambo ya crime, hapo ndio mlango ya jela nayo ikafunguka. Kwa kweli niliweza kushikwa mwaka 2000 Julai tarehe 4. Nakwambia hadi Friday ilipita ndio tena narudi hapa. Hizo ni miaka 19 na nimetembea Naivasha mara 2. Kamiti Naivasha, nikatulia Kamiti. Masaibu ni mengi, ile maisha ni ngumu. Ile inataka uikubali, kubali vile kumetokea, na pia pale ndani, kwa sababu kuna changamoto nyingi sana. Juu pale maisha ni magumu, kulala, kukaa. Kwa sababu najua wakati mimi nilipohukumiwa kunyongwa, najua sasa hiyo ndio ilikuwa that is back kama 2001 ndio niliponyongwa. So kule condemn najua ilikuwa ni condemn wakati hiyo, ni kufungiwa ndani. Yani masaa mingi ni kulala. Kidogo jua dakika 15 unarudi tena ndani.
Well, karate players from Kirinyaga County want the government to support the sport so as to nurture young talents and fight societal vices. Kirinyaga County Karate Chairman James Murithi has decried the numerous challenges of training facilities and lack of proper exposure to the sport. They've been struggling to train and accommodate more youth who had previously been lost to illicit brews. Japan Karate Federation and Kenya Secretary General Peter Njagi, on his part, urged for the sport to be supported at both the local and national levels. Now, RB Leipzig powered their way to an opening Bundesliga victory with a 4-0 thrashing of newly promoted Union Berlin in the German capital. The visitors were ruthless against a Union side who were playing their first ever Bundesliga match. First half goals from Marcel Sabitzer and Timo Werner got Leipzig going in their new boss first match in charge. Former PSG attacker Christopher added the fourth midway through the second half on his debut as Leipzig ran riot in soggy conditions. Meanwhile, Frankfurt beat Hoffenheim 1-0.
Wake up to nothing but the best in news, conversation starters, and hard-hitting interviews that keep you informed for the day ahead.
Up and early, 6 on the nose, these people don't sleep. Fix first the data protection law, then we come up with the number. Exactly my question to CS Joe Mushero.
Welcome to Living With Us. I'm your host, Sharon Mundia. Boy, have you missed out.
Stop your wheel, game done.
Thank you for joining us on NTV today.
We have our reporters in different locations.
NTV is right here to bring you everything from the beginning to the end.
Hii ni NTV Sasa.
Kuna mambo mengi sana ambayo yanafanyika.
Sasa ni kumtuliza. Hii inaitwa sensory integration.
Shughuli pevu ya kudunda viwanjani narejea kwake
na kurudisha hapa studioni.
Kuna mengi ambayo yanaendelea kujiri katika maeneo tofauti.
Tunavyoelewa nasema nini? Vimeundwa.
NTV in the morning. All you need to know to start your day.
Nilizae kama jalema.
Serikali leta dawa gani?
It's almost a year, nothing has been done.
I just need some form of information.
Dr. Mugo Wairimu first hit the headlines when a video clip showing him raping an unconscious female patient in his clinic.
Wale wanaohusika pia wanajulikana lakini hawashikwi.
With the puzzle surrounding the sugar saga yet to be cleared.
How many times were you sexually abused?
Like 3 times.
How was a convicted child molester allowed to set up a children's home in the country?
NTV News. Bold, balanced, authoritative.
Where are we headed as a country?
Every time we make a step forward, we do 2 backwards.
Any fool with huge amounts of money can be president of this country. It is no longer about service.
Why can't we move these people out and find somebody who can make the right decision for the country?
You're the experts, you can tell me.
We have to change the way we arrive at our leaders. We have to.
Organized crime, terrorism, and corruption, they're really siblings.
We don't. But we will be repeating that right now.
The green vegetation and the flowers scattered around the little-known Ondiri Springs creates a picturesque environment nourished by a water source that runs deep underneath the ground. The sparkly treasure peeks from underneath and is seen in different spots around the vast area, letting out the secret of its great potential. This is the source of the Nairobi River that swells into the Great Athi River. The river travels through 5 counties, but its reputation becomes murkier the further it flows. NTV, in partnership with the University of Nairobi, has conducted a study to find out how bad the pollution is and the damage to the river. Our 2-month investigation shows that River Athi has formed a corridor of disease as it flows to the Indian Ocean. Although those worst affected are the communities that depend on the river directly, the issue is of national concern. We sampled 10 spots from the source at Ondiri in Kikuyu, Kiambu County, to the mouth that is at Sabaki in Malindi, Kilifi County. The Nairobi River is a feature that reveals the architectural prowess that went into the design of the city under the sun. Nairobi was designed to be a city surrounded by streams of water, Nairobi River to the east and the Ngong River to the west. The vision and the reality have flowed in different directions with the passage of time, turning the 2 sources of life into a shame and an eyesore for one of the most progressive cities in Africa.
This particular river
is a concern not only to Warma, but to many key and stakeholders, investors, tourists. We are losing a lot in terms of billions. And not only on the side of investors. I want you to look at the other side of spiral effects of how much we spend in medicine, how much we spend in our hospitals. It turns to billions of money.
Our scientists are all geared up to check the biological and chemical pollutants that lurk in the waters. We follow them on this journey, recording their findings and meeting communities that depend on the Nairobi Athi water drainage basin.
We want to capture whatever is happening at source as we go downstream. And we have chosen this area since there is very few human activity. Of course, there is a few, but not as intense as we go downstream. And that's why we have decided to pick water at source. We want to understand the quality of water, both chemical and microbial, what we call the physiochemical and the microbial quality. For that, we need to sample water using different apparatus. And that's why we use this bottle. This is a sterile bottle, meaning that it has no bacterial contamination at all. We prepare it in the lab. And then when we come here, we handle it aseptically and make water from the river as it flows without disturbing and without contamination. That means that we won't take it as it is.
The water here is clear. A thick forest acts as a buffer to protect the river by limiting human activities at close proximity. However, this quickly changes as the first pollutants are introduced into the river a few kilometers from the source. Farming activity close to the river compromises the integrity of the river as pesticides and fertilizers seep into the water through the soils.
So we are at Nairobi River, just after Uthiru, before Kawagware. The river is relatively clean compared to downstream, but relatively a bit of sediments, and the sediments will be as a result of the farming that is along the river beds. That's why it is a little bit brown.
As the river snakes its way to Museum Hill, its appearance changes significantly from the pristine, clean liquid to downright filthy sludge. It carries with it the pollutants picked up from the heavily populated Kawangware and Kangemi estates and the upmarket Riverside Drive. The presentation of the water tells of the possibility of injection of raw sewer into the river.
The color speaks for itself. There are a lot of impurities and sediments that you can see. And I had said earlier on, we can also pick the smell that was not there when we started.
On its onward journey, the river moves from bad to worse. At the country bus terminus, the recklessness of some of the city dwellers, their attitude towards the environment can be seen through the garbage that collects at the riverbank.
The water is highly polluted. That's a fact. If one would use that water, then of course a number of things may happen. And that would only take an investigation to have an in-depth understanding.
That notwithstanding, this is home to a group of street urchins who seem not to be disturbed by the stench from the river and the dangers it poses. The further the river flows, the more troubling the water appears, and the more blatant the abuse of this natural resource becomes. Residential houses next to the river often directly discharge their waste, including raw sewage, into the water.
Once we tried to start some informal settlement, the many MCAs that came to this authority, please don't come to my section, I'm talking to my people to get out of the river. because for them they are seeing votes, they are seeing numbers. But you want to be voted by people who are dying.
You don't have to victimize this person by telling them to move, all right? Yes, maybe they have violated the law by building so much close to the river. But what remedy do you have before you destroy their property? I would suggest that first we look at the solution we are bringing on board, whether it will save that house or not.
And as it moves further east in Dandora, it meets and joins Mathare River, which is equally flowing in filth. The Dandora dam site lets us into the government's attitude toward the country's rivers. Of all the places that could have been used as a garbage field, this appeared to be the most appropriate. Environmental standards require a 6 to 30-meter distance between any water source and any human activity. That doesn't seem to apply here. It seems then that the public is taking the cue from its leadership. The body of water then cascades into the Dandora Falls. At first glance, it has the markings of a beautiful destination that will provide great recreation for Nairobi residents.
Si vision yenye tuko nayo, tunataka ikue ni park. Park yenye ati si lazima mimi saa zile nataka kutembeza familia yangu, ati nitoke hapa niende places zingine. Naweza leta mtoi wangu hapa na feel ako ndani ya community yake, lakini community yenye iko sawa.
However, the potential has been snuffed out by the garbage and sewage that has transformed the river into a flowing sewer.
Right now, nothing can survive in this river. It got choked up with so much garbage and so much waste, such that ipendezi hata macho, you know.
Nonetheless, it appears that the river provides nourishment to vegetables that may make it to the dining tables of some city dwellers. The water here appears heavy with sediments. It is dark in color and foamy. Area residents say the situation was different in the past.
Once tukiwa watoi hapa, tulikuwa tunakamigi fishing hapa. Tunaweza come to fish hapa, na tuwashe moto hapa, na tuipikie hapa. No due time, juu pia county government ilikam ni kama ikaslip kidogo. Wale malandlord walikamu wakaanza kuown land. Hizi areas karibu na hii mto, walianza kuelekeza sewer lines zao kwa mto.
This group of youth has taken it upon themselves to clean the waterfall, which in itself seems to be a mission in futility.
It's a combined effort. If those who are removing waste continue removing waste, and those who are dumping waste continue dumping waste, then it will be a tug of war where we cannot win.
They have, however, grown this forest as a way of honoring a river that provided great memories of their childhood, even as they hope for better days ahead. From here, we visit the 14 falls whose reputation precedes itself. We anticipate to see the 14 majestic falls that draw locals and foreigners alike. But on arrival, we are disappointed. The air is heavy with a strong familiar stench that wards off any desire to interact with the water.
We have a lot of human or animal waste, and mostly human waste because this is Nairobi, that ends up in the river. There are chemicals that may be released to the river. So a combination of all that would be an explanation of the foaming that we are seeing, as well as the color that, of course, indicates a lot of sewer contaminants.
At this point, the Nairobi River has joined the Ngong River and now officially becomes Athi River. The source of the Ngong River is at the Embakasi Forest in Ngong, Kajiado County. And just like Nairobi River, the narrative is the same. Clean at the source, passes through several slum areas, including Kibera slum, goes through the industrial area where it mingles with all manner of chemicals, and the end result is filthy and life-threatening.
There are a number of parameters that you check for water to qualify for domestic use. And the simple ones would be color and smell. If you can't attain the qualities at that level, you don't even have to go a little deeper to the things that you can't see. And this water has failed that.
On our second visit to the 14 falls, the water levels have significantly dropped, but still this area continues to enjoy visits, more specifically from students. Athi River acts as a boundary between Kiambu County and Machakos County at the 14 falls. Residents of this area largely depend on agriculture, and yes, farmers rely on water from this river for their produce. Huge trucks of pipes reveal this secret. Agnes Katungua, a farmer, says Athi River is their only hope.
Hatuwezi kusema ati ni kazi mzuri, hapana. Tunasema hii maji ni mbaya. Surely ni mbaya, hata ukiinua hivi ukiangalia si ni ya green. Hiyo green hebu niambie uende wewe ukiweka kwa karai uone ni green uoge. Unaweza? Enda usafishe vyombo, unaweza kusafisha naye. Kwa hivyo hii maji kusema ukweli haitusaidii hata. Kwa sababu kama inatusaidia kama saa hii ningekuwa na nyumba ya mawe. Lakini saa hii niko na nyumba ya matope na niko kwa mto, inaweza kunisaidia niwe tajiri.
We find Katungua at her farm with her 2 children. She grows vegetables that not only feed her family, but also provide her with an income.
Hii shamba ni yangu ni ya eka 5. Siwezi kujisaidia naye kwa sababu ninalima. Maji kialifika, ile pesa nilikuwa natafuta, si imeisha.
The food that she grows is, however, dammed from the point she puts the seed into the ground. Her water source slowly poisons the fruit, and the damage is evident.
Unaona mumea kama sasa, uangalie hii mimea, unaona inaanza kukauka na chini. Kwa hivyo inaanza kuaffectiwa na hiyo maji. Tukifika mwezi wa 7 tunaondoka kwa shamba, wa 8, wa 9 tunaanza kuondoka kwa shamba kwa sababu ugonjwa inakuanga mingi kwa sababu ya maji vile inakuanga mbaya.
Katungua tells us that she knows the water is unfit for farming as middlemen who engage in the export market continuously reject their produce. This has led them to redirect their market to the source of the pollution, the city dwellers.
Wenye wananunuanga wanakujanga kwa masamba. Wanakuja wanajua misiri inatoka wapi ama biribiri. Hata biribiri washukuangi. Hata hii mabaubau washukuangi.
Good feed, they will feel okay today and tomorrow, but 1 year down the line you may not tell what's happening.
Hata mimi nikipeleka hii sukuma huko kwa soko, siwezi kusema inatoka Athi River. Mimi nasema inatoka huko Ukambani. Ndio wasiseme inatoka kwa sewage.
And so it seems that the pollution has come full circle, as the polluters are served up a slice of the poisoned fruit. But it is not just the small-scale farmers who use the river water. NTV can confirm that Del Monte Farm, that produces pineapples both for export and the local market, uses the Athi River water. Our cameras captured this pumping device, siphoning water directly from the river into the farms. The water that is sprinkled onto the pineapple plantation bears a familiar smell at close range, which confirms our suspicion. A company employee who will remain anonymous informed us that the farm uses the river water in its raw form to irrigate its produce. The same is confirmed by an engineer with the National Irrigation Board in charge of the Galana Irrigation Project, who discloses that many other irrigation projects use the polluted water to grow food for the country.
Right away from Falls, we have the Delamonte farms. And the Delamonte farms have released from the Mukamuku Cooperative Society. So we have big areas there under pineapples, and they are pumping directly from the Athi River. Then from there we have the first Alcora public scheme, which is called Kayata. This is a gravity-fed system which we have stocked directly and it's commanding up to 3,000 acres. These farmers are growing horticultural crops, they are growing maize, they are growing bananas, and just across all the crops you can imagine for food security. Then from there now, right from there, we have now some bit of individual farmers pumping straight from the river. Then just as you go a few kilometers, like some 20 kilometers or so, there's a Kaba, the Kaba irrigation scheme. It's also an gravity system, which commands about 500 acres. Farmers are also growing food crops and horticultural crops. And most of these crops find their market in Kilimani and also Mwala and up to Machakos. Then just downstream, about 5 kilometers or so, we have the Kamudhampia irrigation scheme. It's another project with about 500 acres under irrigation. Farmers are also equally growing horticultural crops of sale to the market and food crops like maize. Now from there, we go down towards Makueni region, towards the Thoke Dam, where now we are doing the storage. And you are aware that once we do the Thoke Dam, we are targeting to put 100,000 acres under irrigation with Thoke Dam, using the same source of water.
Sasa mimi nikiwaambia, kwa sababu hata wakiwa huko kwa factory, kwa sababu unaona sasa wakimwaga maji yenye iko na chemicals kwa hii mto, hata wao tunawaafekti, kwa sababu hii matunda wanaenda wanakula. Hii sukuma ninapeleka Githurai, sasa si hao hata wanakula. Kwa hivyo kama wanaweza, watafute mahali wawe wanaweka hiyo uchafu mbaya, wanaweza kutusaidia sana na wajisaidia hata wao.
Further downstream in Galana, a project is ongoing. The vastness of the maize fields reveals that this is a grain basket in the making. The mechanized watering system is an indication of the great investment that has gone into the project. However, at the water source, the only attempt to purify the water is a light filtration to ensure that the pumping system isn't clogged by the debris carried by the river.
We are now trying to realize the full potential of the Athi. Now that we are doing the Thoke Dam here, and we are doing the Galana. Because much of what has been happening are small schemes which are stocked indirectly from the river. So what I would say is that eventually we are looking at a river now which will be able to command up to almost 4,000 acres under crop.
The Galana irrigation project seeks to cut the food deficit in the country by half. The project will utilize at least 170,000 acres to grow maize for feeding the areas that are affected by drought, specifically the lower eastern region, northeastern region and the coast. While the scientists tell us that the grain may be safe, the stocks are not. However, the government's plan for the stock means that the danger remains.
ADC, their main mandate, and what they are doing majorly in the other part of the farm in Galana, is livestock. So we are looking at a scenario whereby also now the stocks will be used on livestock. And you know, this one will easily complement. We are doing production of maize, and in the other side, we are also now undertaking in a major way now livestock production in Galana.
At Thwake in Makueni County, construction is ongoing along the river. The area is restricted by the periodic blasts from deep in the construction area, and the machinery going in and out of the restricted area are an indication of a promising project. The river will supply water to the region and more specifically to the Konza city.
The Thwake River is critical because it will not only provide water to that proposed new city or to the people of Makueni and Machakos, but Thwake will rejuvenate the land.
When, of course, people know that the water coming to Konza is contaminated, that will not be a selling point for the city. So it's a big issue.
If it was maximized, if it was fit for human consumption, it could solve all the water, and I'm saying all the water needs for these 3 counties, because all the rivers in these 3 counties, most of them are draining back to Athi River. When every other river in Makueni, Kitui has dried, this water is still flowing.
But the integrity of the water is a matter of concern.
To a large extent, unless the pollution is stopped, we're just damming poison. It's not even a sewer, we're just damming poison. Because this is poison. That color you see, those chemicals, that is poison to the blood.
So you can imagine doing a 86 billion dam to store sewer. Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. You better use 50% of that money to clean the river and do a smaller dam, or whatever you do, but you make sure that you do not lose. Otherwise, if you do such a dam and you tap such a water, you will also spend a lot of money to treat that water to become useful or to become good for human consumption.
The workers are taking their midday break. They walk towards the Athi River if only to cool down. The water is their source of solace and comfort. They, however, feel the effect of the harsh water, but this is the only source of water available for miles.
Imagine nakuanga chafu. Saa zingine unaweza pata mtu amekuja na ajui ama kuna kizima za kufukua alafu utumie maji anakunywa hii. Inamdhuru afya zake. Ukioga unasikia sio poa, juu unaashwa sana. Unajikwara sana. Mpaka kesho yake ndio waache kusikia hiyo maneno sasa.
Makueni County has a troubling water shortage. You make do with what's available. Take this dried up riverbed, for instance. Vehicles travel for long distances to draw water from this point, which unlike most areas provides clean, fresh water. They dig out the sand, and underneath lies the very precious commodity. For a 20-litre jerrycan, these traders charge 20 shillings. Kisula tells us that Makueni has no choice but to rely on the Athi River for water.
This river, the place it traverses, right from the start of the county to the end, is the driest part of the county. Yeah, very strangely. So, you cannot even drill boreholes there because the water is very saline. And if you get water, you'll get very low volumes or quantities.
And so it does not come as a surprise when we witness traders and area residents drawing water from the Athi River. Our scientists are still with us, collecting the samples for the study.
It's unfortunate that we will call this clean water. We would have expected this water to have undergone some treatment before it is consumed. However, that looks like it may not be happening. We'll advise more, and of course we'll be able to see a broad picture after I've seen the actual components that are in this water.
Philip Masila has depended on this business for many years. He is also a resident of Makueni from birth and has witnessed the changes in the water over time.
Nyakati hizo maji ilikuwa safi sana. Ilikuwa hata ukiangalia nini uwezi kushindwa kunywa. Lakini wakati huu ukiangalia unaona hii maji ni kama sio mzuri kwa kunywa.
He is saddened by the lack of concern by those responsible for the pollution. His tanker has the inscription "Clean Water," which is a far cry from the true description of the water he draws for his customers. He supplies the water to residential areas and guest houses around Makueni. He tells us that though he knows that the water is not clean, it is the only source available, and so he does what he must.
Ndio hakuna mahali pengine pa kunywa maji, unakunywa hiyo tu direct. Hakuna uweke dawa gani au dawa gani. Wengi hata akija hapa akiwa na kiu anachota anakunywa na anaenda.
The same goes for his colleague Daniel Mutua. He is on his way to a farm where he works, and he makes several trips in a day.
Maji ya kwenda kufua nguo, kukunywa, kuonga
na matumizi mengine.
If I can't drink that water, I shouldn't allow anybody to drink that water. And yet, I cannot stop the pollution that is happening upstream. So I feel a lot of guilt. I feel, I feel bad. I feel very, very, very bad.
Life goes on, albeit with great struggle. A struggle that city dwellers may not be aware of. We proceed further downstream to Malindi, Kilifi County. This is Sabaki, where the river meets the ocean. The water sampling is a little complicated at this point, as the scientists will need to take samples from different spots to ensure that they separate the salty ocean water to the fresh river water. Residents of this area depend on the river for fishing and for agriculture. For a select few, the river also serves their domestic needs. Downstream in Sabaki, the effects of the toxic flow is palpable. Residents like Zawadi Kadenge have had to improvise ways of cleaning the water before use to avert the health risks that come with consuming the water.
Maji ambayo tulikuwa tukitumia ni mekundu mpaka tununue dawa ndo tupige ile maji ya safishike yawe masafi ndo tuyatumie kunywa, kupikia. Na baada ya kwamba tunataka maji ya kunywa mpaka tuyachemshe. Hiyo kwa kilo, hiyo dawa tayari ni 150. Ukinunua hiyo unamaliza mwezi mmoja ndo ishe. Alafu utakutana na majirani watakuomba wasaidie, ambaye ana nafasi ya pesa wasaidie, apige maji yake asaidie watoto wake.
The cost was too high to bear and still diseases were rampant. They now rely on water from different water points provided by the county and by humanitarian organizations.
Watu wanunua chombo cha maji, plastiki 20, plastiki moja bei yake ni shilingi 2.10, bombo viwili ni shilingi 5. Ambao kwa siku plastiki zangu za maji nabeba plastiki 10, ndio ninashindana hizo mpaka kesho tena plastiki 10.
This cost to them is a small price to pay compared to the health challenges they faced using the polluted water in the past, not to mention the high hospital fees.
There has been an increase of cancer cases, both cervical cancer, breast cancer, throat cancer, all types of cancers. Sometimes we ask ourselves, even at the community level, why is it that there has been an increase of cancers? Why is it? Is it type of food? Is it the lifestyle? What exposures are there?
Daniel Kazito shares the same sentiments. He has lost 2 family members who died from a strange disease that they suspect could have been caused by the water.
La kwanza ilikuwa ni throat cancer. Na wa pili ilikuwa ni nimekwambia cancer kwenye hii ambayo inazuia meno hii. Chanzo aliyekuwa anapiga mswaki tu wa kijiti. Ndio akaanza kutoka damu na damu ikaanza kutirika hivyo hivyo uvimbe ukazidi mpaka ikawa kwa sura hata anatisha.
So this is a bacterial testing.
The results of the water tests may provide answers to his questions regarding the contents of the river, but may fall short of confirming whether or not the river is related to his loss.
Maji mazuri ni haya mineral water. Maana hata si mazuri hayo, lakini vitu tunakunywa tu. Lakini hata maji ya mfereji si mazuri. Lakini tunakunywa hivyo hivyo sababu pesa tu. Ndio ile kusema kama maji hayana haramu.
At the river, we find Sofa Karisa, a fisherman who also engages in some farming by the river, which at this point is called River Sabaki. His produce suffers occasional distractions from these masters of the water. While these animals pose a danger to the crop and to humans, there's something more sinister in the waters.
Mimi nalima mahindi, nyanya na mboga, tomato, sukuma wiki, spinach, biringanya, mchicha, na natumia maji ya mtoni kunyunyizia. Nyingine ukimwagia mimea inaweza kuanza kukufa, kusinyaa ama kuangusha majani.
Most of the residents of Sabaki have never traveled to the city of Nairobi. And while they complain about the state of the river here, they are unaware of how the waters look like upstream. We give Karisa a glimpse of where the water he depends on for food and drink comes from.
Ningefikiria huu uchafu wanatupa hapa wangeliacha kutupa, kwa sababu kama haya ndo ambayo yanatoka kule yanakuja paka kwa mtu wa Sabaki, yana uchafu mwingi ajabu ambao ndo magonjwa mengi yanatudhuru kwa sababu ya uchafu kama ule. Rangi ni meusi, ni machafu zaidi. Ndo yakifika huku yanachange, yanakuwa mengine yanakuwa meusi, yanakuwa na wekundu, kwa sababu ya huku mchanga wenyewe nao pia huo unageuza yale maji yakifikia huku. Kwa hivyo si mzuri, yangelikuwa yanatupa takataka paka yanakuwa namna ile. Na huku watu wanatumia kunywa, watu wanatumia huku kuoga, wanatumia kufulia, wanatumia kunyunyizia miti maji.
The scientists collect fish and sediments growing around the river to get a historical picture of the chemical composition of the water.
Those are edible, and when they eat, they live in that water which is contaminated. They accumulate these toxicants and may end up causing health problems to the consumers.
The samples once collected are supposed to be taken to the lab within 24 hours, which the scientists were able to achieve with every sample collected from source to the mouth of the river. It took a month for the results to be ready, and they were alarming to say the least.
Our final finding is that the Nairobi water is not safe, especially after it has left its source.
The results revealed the presence of heavy metals in the water, which was also confirmed in higher levels in the fish and plants that were tested. Manganese was discovered in the water from the source at 0.4 milligram per liter to the mouth at 0.95 milligram per liter. The highest levels of manganese were recorded at Pipeline area along Outer Ring Road in Nairobi, where the levels were at 3.56 milligram per liter. The recommended limit is 0.1 milligram per liter. Manganese is toxic to animals and humans when consumed in high amounts. It is known to affect the respiratory system and the brain, resulting in hallucination, forgetfulness, and nerve damage. In some cases, the accumulation of manganese in the body is known to cause the development of tumors.
We are seeing a lot of cases of cancer. We are not sure whether they are directly caused by the waters or not, but we cannot rule that out. Our hypothesis is that there's a big contribution of pollution into the diseases that we are seeing. We are seeing also respiratory diseases are rising up, some of those things, and then the traditional tropical diseases, whereby people have stomach ailments that don't seem to go away, and then now people are getting rashes. You know, we've got, when I look at my health report, you see people are starting to get rashes and what they call skin diseases.
Also present in the water is lead, recorded at every point of sampling. The scientists recorded lead at a high of 0.08 milligram per liter. Lead is highly toxic, more so to children. It affects multiple body systems. Lead is known to be stored in the brain, liver, kidney, and bones, where it accumulates over time. Lead in the bone is released into the blood during pregnancy and is transferred to the developing fetus. According to the World Health Organization, there is no known safe level of lead exposure. In children, lead can have profound and permanent adverse health effects on the brain and nervous system. In adults, it causes an increased risk of high blood pressure and kidney damage. Exposure of pregnant women to high levels of lead may result in miscarriage, stillbirth, premature birth, and low birth weight.
Our health personnel are grappling with why in the neighborhood of that river people would have high incidence of infertility.
Arsenic was not found in the water, but very high levels were discovered in a crab fished out at the Sabaki River. The crab was found to have 3.84 milligram per liter level of arsenic, a far cry from the recommended limit of 0.1 milligram per liter, which means it had 38 times more arsenic than what is recommended by the World Health Organization. Long-term exposure to arsenic from drinking water and food can cause cancer and skin lesions.
Boiling of water will mainly target the living contaminants like the bacteria, the protozoa, the viruses. But the chemicals, the metals, they are heat resistant.
It has also been associated with cardiovascular disease and diabetes. In utero and early childhood exposure, it has been linked to negative impacts on cognitive development and increased deaths in young adults.
So if you live in Nairobi, in one of the big, beautiful estates in Nairobi, and you think that just because you're not in Machakos, or you think that you're not in Makueni or Kitui or Kilifi, that you're immune. But the sukuma wiki being brought to your table, the stew, the chicken you're eating, the curry you're making, already is infected, then you're also in trouble. So this is a problem for all of us.
Iron was also present, and though not harmful at low levels, iron in water is considered a contaminant because it also contains bacteria that feed off it. In addition to this, high iron content leads to an overload, which can cause diabetes, stomach problems, nausea, and vomiting. Other elements found in the samples tested include aluminium, which in high levels may cause problems with the nervous system, copper, which in high levels may cause headaches and stomach discomfort, and barium, whose health effects include cardiovascular diseases, kidney diseases, metabolic, neurological, and mental disorders, according to a Duke University study. Though no traces of mercury were found, the scientists say that they cannot rule them out, as this depends on changing variables such as the time the samples were collected and the outlet of the chemicals from the source of pollution.
Hizi ni nyumba za kanjo ama niza? Ini ngara housing. In the raw sewage.
While this may be new information to many, it is not to the government, as the discovery was made years ago.
There's a study that was brought up when I was working for the national government, during a permanent secretary's meeting, when somebody said that they found out that the people who live or who are affected by the Athi River, basically from Nairobi River, Athi River, Galana, all the way to Sabaki River, that due to the pollution in those rivers, that the cases of cancer tend to be high, or even slightly higher, along this region as a result of the pollution of that river.
You know, you cannot have an environment that is free of everything, because all the things that we use, the preservatives we use, so there are some levels that they say, from the health point of view, this level is okay. You should not be scared. But if you go beyond this level, then you should try to put mechanism. So when we did that in those days, it was said that what we should be very much concerned is the E. coli, the the bacteria from domestic waste, from sewage.
If lawmakers do not take action, the waters will continue to threaten the life of not just the living, but also the unborn.
I've made it very clear to my people of Machakos, especially my manufacturers, my business people. I want them to make money. However, I will not look the other way if they are polluting. I will not allow them to pour blood. I will not allow them to kill our mothers and our fathers and our children, born and unborn. I will not allow them to destroy the lives of our youth so that their bank accounts can be richer.
An individual can be exposed to a chemical once in his lifetime, and it can take several years before the cancer develops. So a single exposure can cause cancer. But the more exposure, the more repeated the exposure, the more likelihood. So it varies from one individual to another.
Are you telling me is now that there's cancer everywhere, big guys are dying of cancer, that we are realizing there's a problem? We have been incubating a problem.
We have a big challenge with NEMA. Some of NEMA's officers are the ones who are actually, because of corruption, also contaminated. Because we've had struggles at times trying to shut down some factories which are given a clean bill of health.
This may be perception that government officers are compromised unless somebody has a fact. And if you have facts, then disciplinary action will be taken against such a person.
Wherever the river passes, life continues as normal, while the toxic flow remains a silent killer targeting not just the innocent, but also the polluters. The effects are now visible with the increased diagnosis of diseases that may be linked to some of the chemicals discovered in the water. It will take a united effort to not only clean the Nairobi River, but also protect the soils, which, if saturated with the toxins, may be even harder to remedy. Charity Mwangi, NTV.
This is NTV.
Buy a Smart Card Plus from us at 1.25 million shillings and get 47,000 every month. A Smart Chop Chop Cab at 675,000 shillings and get 25,000 every month. Maridadi Motors. Move your status.
Sonadol Extra imetengenezwa kwa njia spesheli kupambana haraka na maumivu ya kichwa, mwili na hata meno. Sonadol Extra, hakika maumivu yakizidi, pata ushauri wa daktari.
I am Joseph Mungai Gikonyo, the proprietor of Garam Investments Auctioneers. I came to the Daily Nation because it was then, as it is still now, the newspaper with largest readership in the country. I didn't have to think twice about it. The Daily Nation is the cream of the crop. And I have seen tremendous growth in my business via the use of the Daily Nation.
Our leadership is unchallenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
Ankole Longhorn cattle are one of the most famous breeds in Africa. I'm in Uganda to learn what it takes to run a business that transforms this horn into finished products such as this bowl.
Sandy is a logistics service. We help small businesses move their products to their customers efficiently and affordably.
When we talk about renewable energy, this is it. The technology behind me is powered by our most abundant natural resource, the sun. And this 500-hectare plant generates 100 megawatts of electricity directly into the national grid.
Super Loaf, slices of life.
Enjoy all your favorite NTV programs on all free-to-air set-top boxes and digital TVs. Catch us on ADN channel 101 and 103, DSTV channel 271, GoTV channel 91, Zuku channel 13, and Star Times channel 106. Download the Nation News app from apps.nation.co.ke to watch this live broadcast. NTV, turning on your world.
Everyone has a desire. Some desire and talk.
My name is Morebi Bob. I'm a press technician.
I wanted to be a driver like him.
Mzara iko mzuri, nakula vizuri, naishi vizuri.
But some desire and make it a reality. Desiring is good, but getting the job done is better.
Sooner or later, utaona tu vijana wakikuja kuomba job.
Kuna miaka kama 6 sijalinda nafanya kazi.
The mortuary has exposed me to the world.
My Job on NTV.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
Good evening and welcome to the XYZ show. I'm Kev Joy Nange. Now Kenya has officially become an oil exporter, but most of us remain in the dark about the finer details of our exporting deals. Tonight, we find out how this new industry will contribute to the country's economy. Check it out.
Our British friend, welcome to our prestigious tallow oil fields here in Turkana. In northern Kenya.
I'm truly impressed, Mr. Kenyatta.
Yes.
Here is a perfect example of the synergies between the British people and the Kenyan people.
Yeah, that one we'll talk about later. But as you can see, Kenya is now ready to join the OPEC.
Kabisa. True. Who could have thought? If there is anything that we have at the moment, then it has to be oil, my friend.
Congratulations.
And as you see, this is no ordinary oil. This is original oil made by the first man, Homo erectus himself.
Really?
Ama namna gani? Unye mwambie hii story bana.
Okay. When you go back to the UK, tell that dude, Mr. Boris Johnson, that with Brexit, he has an oil friend in us.
Yes. No need to go to Saudi Arabia, sijui ndege ya Nigeria for oil. We are here for you.
We will look no further.
Okay, now, how many barrels did you say you are buying today?
As a gesture of our long-running friendship, I'll put this in for 1 million barrels of crude.
Wow. Kabisa. Iko. Yeah.
Asante sana bwana.
Thank you, my
You're
friend.
welcome, gentlemen.
Yes.
I'll appreciate an immediate shipment of the oil to the land of Her Majesty.
Yes, on it.
Yes,
Immediately.
Maradatha.
Yende kwa Her Majesty.
Unye sasa hii itafunika hiyo shimo ya Kimwarer na Aror kabisa.
Hiyo ni yako bana.
Muitaliano akichukua, Mwingereza anarudisha.
Wewe unajua.
Stop at the answer, Mr. Ruto. Don't do anything I wanted to do. Bring all the old money now.
Guy, hawa sasa wametokea wapi?
China wants the money for the loan. You think we don't know you cut the money?
Uko na pilipili kwa mfuko.
Nitoe wapi bana? Si uchomoke. Wewe ndio mtu wa steeplechase. Kwani wewe hujui mambo?
Na fegi.
Wewe twende.
What the?
Wait. Wacha bana. Unye shika hivi. Wewe unaniuliza bana. Wewe. Ngoja mtu. Ngoja. Kisha nimekagonga hakata za tena.
The Building Bridges Initiative team recently concluded a tour of public hearings and will release their findings soon. XYZ joined the tour for a close-up look at the process of public participation. Take a look.
One manawelo, pinye mwaloka. One manawelo, pinye.
Sema mama, leo Tinga natembelea mwananchi ya kawaida.
Karibu sana, machini ya henya.
Tinga natafuta maoni ya kuunganisha Wakenya wote pamoja.
Sio ni poa, manobera.
Ndio hii ndio kitu inaitwa Building Bridges Initiative. Sana.
Oh, nimeona.
Na sasa ndio tunataka maoni yako kama raia wa kawaida. Tunataka kujua kama uko kwa parliamentary system ama uko kwa presidential system ama wewe uko kwa hybrid system. Wewe gani?
Okay, sasa hii itatuunganisha namna gani swali?
Mama, tunataka kila mwananchi akuwe ndani ya serikali. Usikize sawa?
Hata mimi wawada. Kaki yawa.
Nakwambia sasa ni kuchanga kimeongoa mchangani. Hata wewe utakuwa ndani. Nataka hata wewe kina Wanjiko, iwe kina Mwaniki, hata Mogaka, hata kina Amina, wote muwe ndani ya serikali. Usikize sawa?
Haki hiyo ni afadhali sana. Sijawahi onja serikali haki.
You see? Ndio tunataka kila mtu aonje keki ya nchi yake. Awe nje ama ndani ya serikali. Usikize sawa? Hii ndio inaitwa inclusivity. Usikize sawa? Nimesema inaitwa nini?
Inclusivity.
Inclusivity. Inaitwa nini?
Inclusivity.
Kwa hivyo umesema unataka president, unataka prime minister, unataka executive president, si ndio?
Yes sir.
Very good. Yes.
Nimesema saa ngapi wewe?
Hujasema, lakini mimi nimeona wewe nafikiria vile nilikuwa nafikiria, si ndio?
Wewe andika kile umesikia.
Alafu wewe naona tutahitaji deputy prime minister ngapi?
Sijui.
Na assistant deputy prime minister na permanent secretary kwa office ya president, unafikiri itakuwa ni ngapi?
Hata hiyo pia sijui.
Sasa wewe hujui kila kitu. Na prime minister na pesa ngapi ile watu yote sikukula. Watapata kama mshahara.
Sasa mimi mama wa mboga tu nitajuaje ni wangapi na ni msara ngapi watapata? Swali hiyo ni ngumu sana.
Sasa mama, fanya namna hii. Thank you very much for giving me your time. Unafanya jambo la maana sana. Sawa.
Karibu sana machegni ya Kenya.
Yes. Sasa ile maoni yote ambayo wewe napatia mimi naandika chini. Usikize sawa? Sasa alafu yote itakuja taweka pamoja taongea. Usikize sawa?
Haya, haraka sana wada.
Tinga ni mtu very fast. Mimi naandika kama umeme.
Okay.
Yes. Alafu mimi yote pia mimi nachukua napeleka yote kwa typing kwa computer. Unajua computer?
Mimi najua charana.
Mimi yote nishachukua maoni yote nikapeleka kwa computer.
Tukiwa tu hapa.
Wewe unajua Raila ni computer. Alafu pia mimi nakuisha kufanya printing. Alafu wewe kuambia wewe madhi. Wewe najua utaamini, lakini hiyo maoni yako nakuisha fanya binding na iko hapa. Excuse sawa.
Kwani huko haraka aje hawa?
Very fast. Always very fast, as ever as fast. Kwa maoni yote utaniona hivi karibu, bye tunaona baadaye. Excuse sawa.
In the aftermath of a certain infamous handshake, many Kenyans are looking for the answer to the nagging question: who will be the next firebrand opposition leader? Who, folks? Who?
Asanteni sana judges. Let me state that nimetukanwa sana, nimedhulumiwa sana, na watu hawa walikuja mpaka kwangu. Walikuja na mimi ndio nilitengeneza mpaka kuku, nikachinja kuku, na hawa baada ya kuchinja wakakuja wakanigeuka, wakakula kuku yote, wakaniacha mataani. So I don't want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. Let me state that I'm the most qualified for this job of opposition leader.
Okay.
Wacha niseme, because these
Thank
other
you.
fellows,
Okay.
hao watu wameiba.
Sir,
Wengine wameangukiwa na billboard.
All right.
Wengine,
okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Next.
As long as
we will call you if you're successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
And who are you, sir?
Yes, my name's Arweta. One of the three things I've often angling to replace him.
Okay.
What makes you think you qualify for this job as opposition leader?
Yes. Well, you see, I am a lawyer of international repute. I am also widely traveled. Yani, of course.
Perfect. Have you traveled to the USA?
USA, yes, I've been there. And
Japan?
Japan. Yes.
What about Dubai and Middle East? Because we need someone who can also tackle the sheikhs and the emirs.
Madam, I've been there, done that.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, as you understand,
yes,
sir, this job involves shouting. Can you scream? Sometimes you have to hit the streets.
I know that. I know.
Okay.
Yes, mundo.
Let us see your demo skills then.
Away. We want accountability. No corruption. No, stop it. I say, please stop it. Stop it. It is the people that are saying no. Hakuna, stop corruption. Please, no. I mean, don't steal.
Oh, God. Is he okay? Is he... What do you think?
This is not for him. I don't think this is for...
Okay. Is he okay?
Right. Okay. Great performance. We will call you.
I like that. Thank you.
Now, where's our here to follow up, please?
No. No, please don't call us. We'll call you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, but kama lini hivi niko na kasafari hivi.
We have your number. We shall call you.
Yes, thank you.
Please, don't
Next.
Yes, I'm here. Niko hapa.
Oh, come on.
Not this one. What makes you think leader of opposition is where you should be?
Already nishaanza kuwa criticize. Sipendi kile gawa inafanya. I don't like it. Ni kama inatesa wananchi. Ndio unaona nanunua mahindi yao.
We're going to take a break now, but stay right there because when we come back, Moto.
Matatizo yamenishika mimi, masingizio kila siku mimi.
Do you like what you are hearing? Get more of this blessed music. Angaza Music lets you listen to your favorite gospel songs anytime, anywhere. Get Angaza Music available on Google Play Store or dial *837# to get the link. Angaza Music, Baraka Mkononi.
Tusonge mbele na Fiber Mobile. Get a Fiber SIM card today and enjoy Tusonge mbele bundles at affordable prices.
Introducing the new salad oil with a spout for easy use. Comes packed with omega-6 and 9 and vitamin A and D and at a price that doesn't dent your wallet.
Leo utakula nyumbani.
Salad, siri ndio hiyo.
Wewe ndio uliosha hii gari?
Yes, umeona venye iling'ara.
Kazi yako ni nini hapa kwa hii estate?
Security.
Exactly. Ustick kwa line yako.
I want chicken.
We're having rice today.
Let me call my dad and tell him to bring me chicken.
Alois, zima hiyo kitu. Trying to put my child to sleep.
Sikuski.
Dad, you buy me a hoverboard.
Yeah, we'll see about that, Kyle.
I know my real dad can buy for me one. Anti-bus.
Super Loaf, slices of life. Wake up to nothing but the best in news, conversation starters, and hard-hitting interviews that keep you informed for the day ahead.
Up and early, 6 on the nose. These people don't sleep. Fix fast the data protection law, then we come up with the number.
Exactly my question to CS Joe Mushero.
Welcome to Living with Us. I'm your host, Sharon Mundia. Boy, have you missed out.
Stop your wheel. Game done.
Thank you for joining us on NTV today.
We have our reporters in different locations.
NTV is right here to bring you everything from the beginning to the end.
Hii ni NTV Sasa.
Kuna mambo mengi sana ambayo yanafanyika.
Sasa ni kumtuliza. Hii inaitwa sensory integration.
Pevu ya kudunda viwanjani narejea kwake
na kurudisha hapa studioni.
Kuna mengi ambayo yanaendelea kujiri katika maeneo tofauti.
Tunavyoelewa wanasema nini? Vimeundwa.
NTV in the morning. All you need to know to start your day.
Gazeti lililoboreshwa la Mwanaspoti linakuletea mengi ya kufurahisha macho na moyo. Kwa taarifa zote za soka, riadha za kusisimua, burudani za kitaifa na kimataifa ambazo zitakukonga moyo, bila kusahau kuvumio na usasa katika fasheni na ulimwende. Yote haya katika toleo jipya lililoboreshwa la gazeti la Mwanaspoti
utakalopata kila Jumanne na Jumamosi na sasa la Alhamisi
kwa shilingi 35 tu. Pata toleo lako sasa. It is always on the edge. It is always football time.
Get an HD decoder, dish kit, plus 2 months of DSTV Family for only 4,999 shillings.
Welcome back. I'm here with none other than the self-appointed Mwananchi defender, Mr. Okia Omtada.
Asante sana.
When I see in the courts, I know something is cooking, sizzling on the fire.
Sometimes I go to the kitchen just to ensure that my utensils are in their best form.
Okay.
As you know, there are cases of corruptions in the courts. So I am following the proceedings as a concerned citizen.
Do you think we are making headway in the fight against corruption, Okia Omtada? Talk to me.
Not while the national leadership is busy talking about corruption instead of concentrating on the fight. The fight cannot be won in funerals and political meetings.
Are you saying they should stop discussing the cases of corruption? Is that what you're saying?
When you discuss matters that are before court, we start forming rows and half-cooked opinions. Let the politicians politic. And let the courts prosecute.
All right. Former CS wrote teachers out of office with a case pending in court. Baba Yao has a case in court. Officers from KRA were recently arrested. Officials from the Land Commission have a case in court. Are you proud, man? Are you a proud man?
No. No. what we have lost in 66 years can't be regained by 1, 2, or 3 arrests.
Okay.
What you have just mentioned is 0.0001%.
So you're not convinced by the work of the DTI and the DPP so far? Is that what you're saying?
Kev, the fight against corruption in this country has turned to be like short skits of hypothetical melodrama.
Big English words, huh?
Melodrama.
Okay.
Yes, whose plot is detached from the reality.
Okay.
Those arrests should have been done a long time ago.
You know what, Okium Tata, you're sounding quite radical, man.
And I am a very radical person.
I see.
I don't believe in the baby steps analogy.
Okay.
We should widen our net and revisit even past cases so we can leave no turn and stone.
I like that. No turn and stoned. All right. On the other hand, we have the BBI and the Punguza Mzigo initiatives, all geared towards reducing government expenditure.
The question to ask here is, how genuine are these initiatives?
What do you think?
We can't have 2 referendums before the next election.
Okay.
So why not merge the 2 into one?
And why not? Why not?
It is because everyone is looking for political mileage.
I hope they are listening. I really do.
Let them listen and take note.
You got that, folks? Did you? Listen and take note. Kenya's national basketball team recently spoke out about the mistreatment as they represented the country abroad. And now we can only wonder how long we will suffer the effects of mismanagement by officials in the country's sports sector. What a sad story.
I think tunaanza na budget yako mheshimiwa. I know you're a busy man.
Yes, actually, nilikuwa nataka uanze na hii ya My Sister Zuare wanaenda kucheza na mpira ndio tuweze kurelease yeye akafanye tizi. Yeah, si unaona na kujali My Sister.
Okay, let's see here. You say you need 2 million to facilitate your semi-finals match next week?
Ati 2 million? Nonsense. Kwani nyinyi hamjasikia vile rais alisema we need to cut down on our expenditure. 2 million ni mingi. Kwani mnafikiri hii pesa ni ya mamako?
I couldn't agree more, sir. Do you have any suggestions on some items we can remove to cut down the cost?
But of course, hapa naona team doctor. Kwani huko mnaenda hakuna hospitali? Hii toa na uwanunulie pakiti 2 za paracetamol na bandage. Na uongeze karuma. Just in case. Hata watu wa boxing na ni watu ya vita hatupeangi team doctor. Nonsense. Yeah, ati 2 pairs of uniform. What for? Hizi nguo za kucheza basketball hazinanga makwapa, meaning hainuki jasho rahisi, and it can be used 3 to 4 times without a problem.
Okay, very well, sir.
Yeah.
1 pair is more than enough.
5,000 for a hotel room? Ai, kwani mnaenda honeymoon? Hii weka 750. Yeah, hiyo imetosha lodging na breakfast. Wanaweza hata share wawili ama hata watatu. It's good for the team spirit.
Excellent suggestion, sir.
Of course. All in all, bwana mdosi wa budget hawa naona ukiwapatia 150,000 watakuwa sawa. Hata wale wa rugby na ndio uongea kizungu mingi hatuwapeangi more than 200.
I couldn't agree more. 150,000 it is.
And now to what's important, my budget.
Naona hapa you have requested a delegation of 87.
Yes, we really had to compromise, so tumeweka to those who are essential. Tunaenda na PA wetu, the assistants to the PAs, and the assistants to the PA assistants. Very important people.
I agree. It's a very lean budget, mheshimiwa. Only 500 million shillings.
Yes. Na hata unaona hapo badala ya kwenda 2 weeks in advance juu ya acclimatization, tunajipatia only 14 days to acclimatize. Very unfortunate, but we know we have to make sacrifices. Yeah?
Okay.
Yes.
Everything is in order,
Yeah.
and I'm happy to approve your budget.
Yeah. Excellent. Napenda vile wewe unipeleka na Rieng My Sister. Actually, nikirudi, nitakuletea selfie yangu na Dolly Patron, uweke hapa kwa ofisi yako ndio kukae kurembo, yes? Yeah? Hata huyu dada yangu acha nipige naye selfie. Wewe kaa vizuri, smile. Yeah. Ndio watu wajue ya kwamba sisi tunawa support. We take you very seriously. Yeah.
Time waits for no man and for no puppet either. For now, XYZ's time is up. We've got to go, but you can join us on our official social media pages. Subscribe to our official YouTube channel and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And of course, come back next week, same time, same place, because we'll be back with an all-new episode of the XYZ Show. I'm your man with the master plan, Kev Joy Nange, and I'm out.
How is this so? Don't talk to me about Mumias. I can't talk about that. It's still in court. Wait, I'm still in court. I'm always in court. Matatizo! Benali nipatie track, please. Tafadhali. I need some comfort and solace in my fortitude. Wacha niweka ndani kama si leo ni kesho, ni asubuhi mwenzenu na baki natokwa na jasho, nimebaki tu peke Raila naye amenikimbia, mimi ndiyo wanacheke eti mimi nimewakosea, tazama jasho langu la mnyonge kila siku mimi kwa majaji, napiga moyo konde majaji mbona tupatani, matatizo yamenishika mimi, masingizio kila siku mimi, matatizo yatakwisha lini, masingizio wachane na mimi. Mola nipe misubira nitumie pesa ngao yangu, mimi nimesanya sana ila mambo bado kisirani, nimejificha kwa yangu kabila waniogue kwa shida zangu, nina mali sana na bado vya watu ninatamani, nimebaki tu peke Raila naye amenikimbia, mimi ndiyo wanacheke eti mimi nimewakosea, tazama jasho langu la mnyonge kila siku mimi kwa majaji, napiga moyo konde majaji mbona tupatani, matatizo yamenishika mimi, masingizio kila siku mimi, matatizo yatakwisha lini, masingizio wachane na mimi. Hey, yes it is me, the original OG, the man with the plan, the master. You won't believe it.
Buy a Smart Card Plus from us at 1.25 million shillings and get 47,000 every month. A Smart Top Cab at 675,000 shillings and get 25,000 every month. Maridadi Motors. Move your status.
Nation FM. More music, less talk.
It's just us against the world in this life of sin. Ain't nobody gonna take a shot. It's our ways, us never them. So put your phone down, down, down. They look at me when I'm made. They look at me when I'm made. They look at me when I'm made. They look at me when I'm made.
Nation FM. Nation FM. More music, less talk.
Jinunulie nakala yako ya gazeti la Taifa Leo kila siku ya Jumatatu hadi Jumamosi.
Kwa kufanya hivyo, utanufaika pakubwa kwa maswali ya mitihani ya marudio kwa masomo yote yanayotahiniwa shuleni. Soma gazeti lako la Taifa Leo. Taifa Leo, gazeti langu, lugha yangu.
By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. Our world felt like a storybook. We were unstoppable. Eternity was ours. She never wavered from the vow she made to me on our wedding day. I wish I could say the same. I need you to sign the divorce papers.
The greatest gift a father can give his children is to love their mother.
As the days turned into weeks, I could feel myself changing inside, not just emotionally, but physically, spiritually, and even mentally as well.
My name is Joyce Njogu. I'm the head of consulting at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers. It's a business membership organization for manufacturing value-add industries with close to 1,000 members. From Daily Nation, we've been able to build our brand as CAM. We've been able to build the credibility of CAM, because the more you communicate through the Daily Nation, the more we have partners wanting to engage with us and be part of the development agenda.
Our leadership isn't challenged, and that's the truth. Daily Nation, the truth.
I think it's time for us to reunite again and help your brother in his situation. You and I need to make him feel that we're still a family.
Why did you allow Eva to come back to the Philippines? My daughter's life is in danger. I know it was Stella who wanted me dead.
So is he your favorite son now? You're just like Papa. Do you love Eno now?
Listen, I don't love Eno.
Of course you love him! He's your son!
He's not my son!
You two are destined to be together. It was written in the stars, and that's what I saw.
Rebecca, I'm glad you're awake.
Where is my daughter?
In your paper this week, making a killing. As Ebola continues to kill people in DR Congo, investors are reaping huge premiums from a World Bank pandemic bond. Spies like us. How Huawei is helping African governments to deal with feisty opponents. Readying for elections. East African states are busy changing electoral laws in preparation for the next round of polls, putting SGR back on track. Uganda has cut the cost of proposed modern railway line by $120 million. Will China now release the funds? Plus our opinion leaders. Who needs a secretariat? The EAC can actually be run on a mobile app, says Charles Onyango Obo, the clown in City Hall. Generali Ulimwengu finds local governors mostly good for laughs. Back to roots. Many may not know this, but 2019 is the International Year of Indigenous Languages, reports Wairimu Nderitu. The East African, understanding the region.
NTV, turning on your world. The following program has been rated PG. It may contain scenes unsuitable for children under the age of 10.
To do something very special here because this show is being watched by millions of Kenyans. Want to tell them this is the coolest place in the whole world, all right? All right. Getting us live and clear from Kapemona, West Pokot, introducing the coolest guy this side of Sahara. Kapembura, are you ready? Are you ready? Gold! Silver! Gold! Silver! Gold! Silver! Gold! Silver! Gold! Silver! Everybody now! One more time, let's go! This side, let's go! Rest something, pull it up. Let's go run! Look! Go for a good. Hey! Oh, yeah! Yeah! Oh, yeah! I want to see you. You have something. Let's wave something up in the air. Let's go! Yeah, let's go. Hey, I'll see you. Beautiful. Wabirudia watu wa Kapembura, settle down. Settle down. Are you having fun, Kapembura? Number one thing, you need to marry a very intelligent woman. You're gonna live for long. This professor is married to a doctor. You can imagine the kila mtu anaongea mambo ya meticulous kwa hiyo nyumba, all right? Na nimeambiwa wanawake huku ukiwapata ni long distance, ni wa marathon. Sio unamuita siku 2 3, ukioa yeye hata mkikosana sikutaki Chebet. Nimerudi. Nilikwambia sikutaki. Anaenda kidogo. Baada ya miezi 2 anarudi. Hata kama ulimfanya ni guarantee ya 20 years. Pokot ladies, where are you? Appreciate them. Unajua kuna wale tuko nao Nairobi, after 1 week akwambia Mike nitumie chapa. Ukimwambia maze babes ni kuhard, akwambia it's all right. Johnny amenisort. Na hivyo ndio uliachagwa, unajua hivyo. So we feel very nice that we are here. Wanaume wa huku, I have to tell you the truth. Maybe amwelewekagi. First of all, nilienda ya scene. You know the scene hapa kwa Pilau, ile hoteli iko hapa kuna bus stage, eh? Sasa kuna karumu walitupatia sisi ni wageni wa Nairobi. Unaona vile wageni wa Nairobi wanapeagwa vitu za maana, choo za watu wa Nairobi, saa hii imagine ya watu wa Nairobi. So hapo kwa Yasin kuna hapo nyuma ya reservation. Sasa tuko hapo meeting, tuko na timu yangu tunakula pilau. Akakuja kwanza, mara ya kwanza nimewasalimia. Tumesalimika mzee wangu. Mimi hata nilikuwa nafikiri ni mwenye wa hapo. Alafu akatoka. Tukaendelea kidogo, akarudi. Habari zenyu? Sumetusalimia. Nimesema habari yenu, kwani kuna ubaya? Akasema mzuri sana. Then he didn't move. I was like, mbona uendi? So huwezi muuliza hivyo. So tukaanza kuangaliana. So akaulizwa na manager, so kuna kitu tunaweza kusaidia nayo? Akasema mimi ukaa hapo. Unajua kuna room zingine ziko around hapo, mtu anaweza kaa, kuna hoteli huko mbele. Sasa tukamwambia, na wajua hapa tulikuwa tumereserviwa, tunatoka saa hii. Hapana, mimi ukaa kwa hii kiti. Akasema kama sikai hapo akula haingiagi. Sasa unashindwa kama ana behave hivyo hapa kwa nyumba yake, akaingia hivi kwa nyumba yake, hapa tumekalia kiti yake, anafaa kufanya nini? Si anaweza faint. Ni wale watu wakishia remote kwa nyumba yake, ufai kugusa. Ushaona wazee kama hao? Gazeti ni anawasomea, remote ni yeye, TV alikuwa kama baba yangu. Unajua alikuwa baba yangu ni engineer. Radio ni yeye anawasha, TV akikuja anaigonga ta. Mende wanakimbia ku. Anakuambia ushike aerial na usitoke. Angalia news. Did you have a father like that? If you had a father like that, clap for that guy. You are the reason you are the way you are. We have a lot in store for you, so we need to move. We need to move right now and have all your top comedians in the house.
Yeah, I'm the ONG, I'm the ONG, I'm the ONG, I'm the ONG, yeah, I'm the ONG. Cause you money gonna ONG, kabebe na songa na bigiji, masula kata mini BOG. Cause money baita morome yo, cause money baita morome yo, cause money baita morome yo, cause money baita morome yo. Skia, msichana warembo, utadhani ni malaika yo. Mistari ni kali, siyo zile za kupika yo. Shughuli yangu ni refu, siyo zile za dakika yo. Naona wasichana wana ngoja. Ini nini? What is this? Yeah? Yeah? Hii kitu inakaa kwetu. Unajua unaweza pata mwanaume amejichocha kabisa, anaambia msichana ati amemjengea. Pia kwetu. Alafu hii mahindi inanikumbusha tu kwa village kabisa, kwa village. Ile yenye mlikuwa mnakatiana kwa mahindi. Huku mnakatiananga kwa mahindi? Mko hapo hivyo, kwanza uko hapo kwao. Unamngojea hapo hivyo, cherop. Unaomba tu atumwe na mamake. Asikae na mama yake, atumwe. Hata ajui umekuja. Uko hapo hivyo. Unaona akuji, unaanza kuiso. Alafu tulikuwa tuna communicate na wiso. Hiyo ni kama kusema gatweri. Hiyo ni kama kusema kwani utoki. Ngangsta rule number 1. Bounce. Sawa? Hapana kutembea tu ni kama mtu hauna rhythm, tembea bounce. Unaona bounce? Ipatie, unaona? Bounce, alright? Bounce. Ngangsta rule number 2. Varia ngogos. Avoid eye contact with your fans. Mtazoeana. Sawa? Gangster rule number 3. Kosana na watu, sawa? Tafuta beef. Kama saa hii najua Karen Graph ana watch. Jie. Sikiza mistari Mr. Karen Graph. Jie. Ati nasikia wewe